my fellow Americans, ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country.
And we shall overcome.
Impromptu celebrations erupted outside the White House.
The very word secrecy is repugnant in a free and open society. And we are, as a people, inherently and historically opposed to secret societies, to secret oaths, and to secret proceedings. For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means for expanding its sphere of influence.
Man, y'all out of order tonight, man. Y'all got a brother trying to run his show, run to the bathroom. Hey, you know what it is. I say that respectfully. Hey, I washed my hands when I left. That's all I can tell you. Man, salute to everybody, man. Much love and respect once again. Man, we at it again. Just had a great political show. You understand what I'm saying? And now we getting ready to cook about the world, man. And this is always one of my favorite topics. I got to tell you the truth. Always one of my favorite topics. And before I get into it, as always, we got to shout the chat out. Everybody who's in the chat. Real quick shout out to my brother Skills from New Orleans. My brother D Free in the building. Appreciate you pulling up, D Free. Previous show. My brother Cash. Hey, you know what it is in this one. My brother Cash, I ain't going to lie to you. I ain't going to lie. Tell y'all straight up. The brother sent me a video, and he already, hey, y'all know, I'm into all of this stuff, man. You know, I want to know where we came from and who built the pyramids, right? They tell us all the time that slaves built, they tell us all type of things. So, you know, I always want to know. And then Cash sent me this video, and it's a great brother up there. I can't remember the great brother name. I can go look it up real quick if I need to, but he's speaking on these megalithic sites that's being uncovered. You know what I'm saying? All across the world. Now, we done heard of Stonehenge, right? Everybody done heard of that. But then when you start looking, and I always say, I like to call them the tepes. And 9 times out of 10, you know, I'll be done mispronounce a couple of them. But there you go right there, Matt LaCroix. So the brother goes into the different, because now mind you, they found multiple new sites, especially in Syria, in Turkey. And it's always interesting I always wonder why the hell why would we ever in Syria? You know, like I say, my aunt, shout out to my aunt, always was stationed either in Turkey, Syria, Germany. She was always stationed over there, but I always went, I'm like, what the hell we got going on with Turkey? Is it a war going on? What are we in Turkey for? So then we come to find out. Different individuals, certain universities are discovering and uncovering. Shout out to the ladies at iTalk. Like I said before, hey, they got their Saturday all white show set up. So shout out to them, man. Much love and respect to the ladies, man. So I'm looking, I'm like, man, what are these sites? Now, mind you, even when it comes to the pyramids, what do they tell you? Anybody that ever researched pyramids, they'll tell you that the way that these stones are all interlocked with each other, all fit perfectly, as big as they were, right? The way that all this is happening is unexplainable to modern technology. So then I started watching this video. And they found multiple other megalithic sites. And we got my brother Cash. He gonna be able to explain it much better than I can, but I'm gonna give a rundown on it, and then I'm gonna let him cook. You know what I'm saying? And hey, once again, my brother, straight out of Alaska, as always. You know we got to throw that out there. When we introduce the great brother. But Cash, give me 1 second and correct. I want you to correct me because I want to go a little down this rabbit hole, and then we're gonna cook on it. So I'm watching and I'm listening to the brother. You know, these huge blocks, huge stones that current technology can't prove exactly how they were moved. Some folks said they was pulled by slaves up a. I done heard all type of discussion about that. So this brother, so they discover these new sites. I always pronounce them incorrectly. One of the original sites, and Cash, I asked you to correct me on it. Göbekli Tepe, right?
Yep, Göbekli Tepe.
That was one of the originals that were found. And so now they start to find these other sites. And they're trying to put together exactly what was going on. We done heard about Atlantis. We did a show about it last week, I believe. And who Thoth was. And what you start to see is a lot of the not necessarily technology, a lot of the building materials that they're using, they're coming from hundreds, possibly thousands of miles away. Also used at other sites. And back in the day, we would all consider what a lot of folks would say are lesser civilizations, the Stone Age, the different ages. They wouldn't really have an understanding of where to get it, how to move these materials, those type of things. So then the great brother goes into, what were these sites that we're starting to uncover? And I believe the latest one was uncovered. Cash, do you remember the name of the latest one that was uncovered in, I believe, Turkey?
The one he's really big on is called Ionis.
Okay. And you start, but that's not the only one. It's multiple of these things that's being found. And
you got Zernaki Tepe, Kef Kalesi, Kavis Tepe. Shit, there's a bunch of them. You got Sharupek, Eridu. See, Eridu, they really found back in like 1930s, but once they found it and realized what it was, they
covered it up,
quit fucking with it, and just got away from it.
And the funniest thing is, I believe all these things they're built on, as far as the parallels go, they're built. I believe, is it the 33rd parallel?
The 30th.
The 30th. Excuse me. Thank you. And so you had a brother. He's going into it and kind of breaking it down as far as what were all these different sites. You have sites that's built, and we're gonna get into all of it. I wonder if I can play the video without getting. Well, we can. We'll get demonetized for this video because we might need this video a little bit in this situation, just so we accurate as far as what the brother was breaking down. But the most interesting part to me, and Cash, I want you to elaborate and get into it as well. But the most interesting part was when he broke down the King's List that was found, and how that King's List also related to what was found in ancient Sumer, right? And you know, when we first started talking about this, I always tell you, ancient Sumer is kind of where my ancient civilization thought process started. And so you find they have this King's List that's put out there, and then one of the kings, right, is supposedly, I don't know how true it is, but this is the story, a direct descendant of, I'm gonna use the biblical name. I know Cash, he's gonna use the different name, so I'm gonna use the biblical name. But one of the sons of Noah, right? Noah had 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, right? And this king supposedly of this area is a direct descendant, I believe the grandson of Japheth. And now this king, they speak on the power that he reigned with, the bloodline that he had, and then it goes. And I mean, like I say, it's a long, deep story, so we're gonna get into all of it. But I thought that was very interesting how it related directly to stories of the Bible, the Great Deluge, what we would say the Great Flood, because Noah, and we've heard, if you ever, biblically speaking, who was Noah, right? Who was Noah? Who was the progenitor as far as Noah go? Well, we know that Noah was the grandson of Enoch, according to the Bible. And this was the interesting thing, Cash, and then I'll let you cook on it. The interesting thing to me was how, even though the brother was telling us he didn't believe directly in biblical stories, how he was able to relate it back to the biblical narrative, showing the different maps and the different things that he had found that had, I think it was spelled a little differently, but basically Shem, Ham, and Japheth, and what region they were ruling over, and what region they were sent to rebuild right after the flood. Biblically speaking, this is what the Bible will tell you. After the flood, Ham had Africa. I believe Shem, they always say Shem had the region that they know as Israel and that region. And then Japheth had what we would call the Asian region, right? Something like that. I believe it's something like that. But the way that it was, and D-Free, I'm gonna pull the video up in a second, and I'll drop it in the link, because in mine it's a 3-hour video, but it was a fantastic video. Cash, I want, and you know more about it than I do, and so whenever I'm speaking about it, I'm kind of all over the place. Break it down as to your understanding of what the brother was talking about, and we'll just kind of go back and forth with it.
No, you did a pretty good job.
Did I?
Yeah.
I only watched the video 3 times, so and I still ain't got it all the way down pat. D-Free, give me 1 second. I'm pulling the video up. I'm gonna drop it in the link in a second. Go ahead, Cash.
I mean, what I found the most interesting about everything he put together is just the way that is, because he's got all. See, I can look at places and tell that they're ancient blocks, that these blocks are older than what these people are telling us they are. But right. This guy, he knows so much about these blocks, and he's studied these sites all around the world, that he knows exactly around what age these blocks are and how they all link together. And then I don't know if you missed the part about Ionis, the place that he said is like the real cradle.
Yeah, go ahead. Where everybody city. Had to travel through. They had to.
He calls it the original city because you know how you got like those the hexagonal blocks that they put together. It looks like the rocks are all melted together, and we can't figure out how they did this shit.
Right.
You got, so I kind of explain it like you got, say, like I got 8 sons. So if I taught my sons how to build this shit, and then I sent them all across the world, they're each gonna have their own little way that they do it. That's gonna be a little different, right? So, but in Ionis, you find all of my son's shit. You find all of the original. You find everybody's building techniques all in one place, and that's the only place you'll find them all together.
And the interesting thing as well, and so before we get into that, because having all those stones in one, going into, man, it's just so many different things, but having that being more or less what it seemed to be the central location for kind of everybody to connect to the other cities that these megalithic sites seem to be. I can't prove it. I'm sure. I mean, we have our theories, but the story just made so much sense. And then to go into the emerald tablets, right, and pull out, because I listened to the brother talk about the cross-referencing that he had to do, and he was like, bro, it took me, I don't know, I think he said 5 years or something to kind of cross-reference all these things to make sure that I was in order as far as what I was speaking on. I want to pull some of the video up. I don't want to pull it all up. I don't know how YouTube gonna treat us over here, but shit, like I say, we can afford a little bit over here, man. So No, we're gonna play and free. We're gonna play a couple pieces of it, and I don't know exactly how far I want to go into it, but I want to start here. That's that. Let me see. Let me make sure. And real quick before I started, do you have any Cash? You got anything you want to talk about before I get into the video and kind of break down some of the things he just said?
It just blew my mind how he put everything together and then linked it to the biblical bloodlines that are documented. You know what I mean?
Bro, that's what was the craziest thing. How he linked it and linked everything and said, okay, so this person right here and Enki, Enlil, Thoth, Zeus, just the different name.
Gilgamesh.
Tia, what they call
Tiamat.
No. Over in Mexico and South America that time. Teotihuacan.
Oh, Teotihuacan, yeah.
There we go. And not just him. Who? There was another one. And so this is for there we go. I appreciate that, D-Free. Educational purposes only. But we want to. I want to play a couple of these things. I want to start with. Man, there's so much. All right, I want to start with who or how he came up with Zajuris, and I hope I'm saying it right, and Zenar Tepe, right, and how he kind of breaks that down. Actually, you know what? We're gonna start from the beginning on this one because they talk about the ancient Erdawa and the underground of, and I can't pronounce none of these names. Y'all know I'm from the damn country. I'm trying to tell you the truth. My tongue, it ain't as fast as it sounds. So I may mess some of this stuff up. Let me present right here. Let me pull that there, pull this up. All right, here we go right here. Once again, for educational purposes only. But we do want to tap in on this video right here. And some of the things that the brother said, I thought were amazing. We're not going to be able to play the entire video. It's 3 hours long, but just some of it. I want to start with the beginning and the breakdown of what we kind of listening to, and then we'll go into depth into it. Can you hear it?
Enjoy the show.
Yep.
The Great Pyramid cycles, that civilizations didn't seem to care. Just at the 30th, some of the most varying cities, they're exactly found.
Well,
Great Pyramid across above the equator,
right?
The 30th parallel is an region of Earth.
Smash that like button on the video and enjoy the show.
The Great Pyramids of Giza, they seem to have been built by this lost civilization that understood cycles. Now, if you look at it, it's built exactly on what's called the 30th parallel. What's bizarre, as I was mentioning, that civilizations didn't seem to care just at the availability of water and other things. It was about energetically and being in a certain location. Now, the 30th parallel is an region of Earth that covers this line across above the equator, right? When we look at some of the most ancient sites on Earth, the Great Pyramids of Giza, Eridu, and the Sumerian cities, as well as places like Angkor Wat in Southeast Asia, and some others, they're exactly found on the 30th parallel.
And I want y'all to realize all these things are in completely different locations, right? All around the world. And go ahead.
You know where Angkor Wat, that's in Cambodia, the one he was talking about?
Yeah.
That, have you seen that place?
I've seen pictures of it, but I haven't.
You know how it was built, Dub? That place was built. It's not pieced together. They didn't haul in a bunch of megalithic blocks. That thing is literally like somehow laser cut out of one giant piece of whatever it's built out of. That's how it's built. It's not put together in pieces. They literally cut that motherfucker like they did it on a goddamn laser machine or some crazy shit.
That's crazy work, bro. Hold on, let me.
Crazy work.
That's crazy. And the wild thing about it is even today they can't tell you. And I mean, we always say that we're more advanced than our predecessors were, but nobody can tell you how they was cutting this stuff. Nobody can. I ain't got no problem with it. Shout out to the Real Free Smoke, man. Shout out to the Real Free Smoke in the building. All right, here we go. We're gonna keep playing. Hey, let me turn the damn music off. We don't need no music for this episode. Here we go.
Exactly. creation of civilization. Talks about the creation of civilization. Talks about that things started different than we're told. It would change our entire understanding of all of history. Eridu is a piece that fits into a much bigger puzzle that we're about to uncover that we haven't even done yet. But I'm building off of something much more significant than just this. This is like the beginning of something greater we're about to go over. It's a story that has been deliberately hidden so that we don't know it ever exists. And so we think it's a myth and it's not real.
What's your thoughts, real quick, when he says deliberately hidden, right? And I know we kind of get into it later on in the show. What's your thoughts when talking about people deliberately hiding things? We know here the churches have done it for years, for centuries. Anybody damn near in power has done it for centuries, it seems like. What's your thoughts on him saying that?
I mean, it's funny you said that because his theory is that it directly ties to the first church, pretty much the Holy Roman, the Holy Roman Church, and that's what it is. They hide this shit because they don't want us to know that these cities actually existed. Because once we know that, then we know that this Sumerian tale ain't no fucking tale. It's it's our true history type shit. So they don't want us to know this shit because we're gonna keep digging and looking. They don't want us to look.
That's incredible. My second question, and I know you don't have a answer for it, same way I don't, but what's the point of stopping us from understanding exactly what happened? What's the point of stopping it?
I told you before. We talked about this before, Doug. My theory on our true powers that we have, that we're capable of. Like, we have powers that we don't know of because we've lost our way because they cut us off from shit. They cut us off. They pretty much killed all our ancestors, and they killed any great tribe or any great civilization that knew all this information. So they got rid of all that shit because they didn't want us to know.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, real quick, shout out to Texas G back in the building. He said, "What in the outer order are you talking about, dude?" Hey, you got to tune in for this one. We're gonna have a good episode right here. I ain't gonna lie to you. I don't know how long this one will go because I might fuck around and watch this whole video on live. But it's only for educational purposes only. We don't own this content. Y'all make sure y'all go sub to the Great Brother Podcast. Julian Dory. You know what I'm saying? The Julian Dory Podcast. He's doing great work over there. So we're gonna listen to some of this.
Sub to Matthew LaCroix's channel too. He got a treasure trove of information on there, man.
I just seen the video and I'm getting into it tomorrow where he's talking about some underwater discoveries. I think it kind of goes into some of what he talks about in this video. Mm-hmm. But I gotta listen to it all the way and hear him out as far as where he's going with. And I think this was pretty recent that he came out with this video. So I definitely, y'all make sure y'all go sub to Matt as well, man. Doing hell of a job over there, man. And I ain't got no problem with it. I ain't got no problem with it at all. Here we go.
Okay. First city. Now remember, in the tablets, so it's the Sumerian king list and Eridu Genesis and Myth of Adapa and Instructions of Shrupak. I could go on and on. They all talk about how Eridu is part of 5 cities created. Mm-hmm. Right? There's 5 original cities are created in the ancient world, the very beginning where civilization started. Eridu was the first. The last one was called Shrupak.
We haven't talked about that yet, right?
No. Okay. Shrupak is where this entire thing is about to go in terms of the story. Okay? Shrupak in some ways is as important as Eridu. Now, in having said that, they discovered Shrupak in 1931. So another myth all of a sudden became a reality. These places that weren't supposed to be real, that were like a myth, all of a sudden became a real place on the ground. And so they started excavating Shrupak in 19... Shrupak? Yep, it's Shrupak.
Okay, so they start excavating Shrupak in
1931.
Okay. All right, keep going.
Okay. So they started excavating in 1931, and there was during the excavations,
and I will say some of it, I don't really want to talk about the excavation, those type of thing. I want to get into more of and see the overlapping with the legend and know those type of things. I don't want to, but I do in this situation think there has to be a foundation laid for what are these cities that we're talking about, and these 5 cities and how he breaks them down. I think there has to be a foundation laid, and it's laid early in the video. So I think we'll let it play early, and then we'll get to the Noah connection, and then the different pieces of what we're talking about.
They did some interesting things. Again, they're trying to prove that these things in the tablets, if they could be true, if there's any merit to them at all. And again, this was sort of like curiosity for them at this point. I think it's because when they actually started to find them, then the control system really came into place. Because when they originally went to Eridu, they seemed like they really were like genuinely wanted to know if it was real, which is what that 1946 to 48 little parade thing was they did there. Okay.
There's an ant on there. You can flick them. There you go.
So, they find Shuruppak in 1931, and I'm going to pass this over to you, and I want you to see how deep they had to go.
And you're going to give me this digital file so I can put this on the screen right now.
Yep.
Okay.
They dig down. And
holy shit.
So what they found that was bizarre to them is that originally they didn't believe in the flood story. So they didn't really believe that there was an ancient city that had been destroyed from a flood. That's the whole point of this, is that we're taking myth and turning it into reality, and it's leading to an untold story. So they excavate down, they get 40.
Now, the flood story that he's talking about, this is the same biblical flood story that we've all grown up hearing, right? The same flood story from Noah's day, where God supposedly told Noah to build the ark, you know what I'm saying? Collect the animals, put them in the ark, and all of this. This is the flood story, but this is the flood story predating biblical times, technically. Right. And so here we go.
45 feet down, 45 feet. And they finally find the ruins of Shuruppak. Can you imagine how much soil that is? Debris.
Do they have any concept of how deep it really goes?
Well, but I don't know that, but that's not the point. The point was they then backtracked like they did at Göbekli Tepe, and they analyzed the 45 feet in between the ruins of Shuruppak, deep underground, whatever. And they analyzed this 45 feet above it. They found no human remains, and they found no human evidence at all.
What the?
So they're like, wait. So this flood couldn't have been real. It must have just been like a little regional thing. But then they expected to find other evidence of civilizations that had cohabited and lived there. They found none.
Did they have any concept while they were doing this of approximately how old some of the other things they were?
No, because they're still working off the timeline of thinking that it's like 5,000 years old.
And they're not doing like carbon dating and shit.
No, well, they can't. It's too old for that.
Yeah.
So they find yet another city, and this time though, it's buried by so much sediment that it gives complete evidence to the deluge of being this massive amount of like mud and debris that was like laid down in this region, which is why they never rebuilt or lived in any of them again. Now, that's not the same as everywhere else in the world. As we're going to see in some other incredible ruins, other cultures decided to build on top. But for the reasons of how catastrophic this flood was in that region, it was buried under so much debris that the people that came later didn't even know it existed.
Real quick, shout out to my brother Bruce Gas in the building. Y'all make sure y'all go sub to Bruce, man. Bruce does a hell of a job over there running this show. Always got good trivia for you, boxing trivia. You know what I'm saying? He gonna keep you abreast of what's really going on and what the true history of boxing is. Shout out to my brother Bruce, man. Much love and respect. Appreciate you coming through. Y'all make sure y'all hit the like button.
Wow.
Okay, so this is what got me, and then I started to like sort of blow my mind, because I was like, how old is Shuruppak? Right? I found my answer in the Epic of Gilgamesh. This is how you have to do this. In the Epic of Gilgamesh, and I love telling this story because it's one of my favorites. In the Epic of Gilgamesh, the part that nobody's ever read is this part where Gilgamesh goes on this journey and he's trying to seek out immortality. And in the and I want anyone to go read it. Like, don't take any of my word for it. Go verify everything I'm saying.
For those who don't know about the Epic of Gilgamesh, it's in the Emerald Tablets. You'll have to go and follow up and read the Emerald Tablets, those type of things. I would
Sumerian tablets.
Excuse me. Thank you. But I would tell y'all to go read those for yourselves if you don't believe, and maybe you think it's fiction, maybe it's not. But once again, some of the most ancient writings that we know, historically speaking, that we found currently at this current moment in time.
But in the Epic of Gilgamesh, Gilgamesh is supposed to be a tyrant king of the city of Uruk, which they then end up finding Uruk. Okay? But it's from a different time period. Gilgamesh is not from the same time period as Shuruppak. And we find that out later. Because what happens is, but Gilgamesh is ancient. That's the thing. He's already an ancient king, but he's from that 6,000 year timeline window. Okay? He's from a different time period. And we know that because of this. In the Epic of Gilgamesh, he goes on this journey to seek immortality, and it shows this symbolism of like going across. You remember that? You know how they show like that boatmaster down in a cave under. You know that I show scenes in some movies and some depictions where there's like an ancient boatmaster who's like a skeleton sometimes, and he crosses over the lake and he picks you up. Yeah. That's from this. Oh. It's from the Epic of Gilgamesh.
With the crane,
the boatman. Yeah. He's the boatman between realms. Dun, dun, dun. We're gonna get like down to that hole again, where like them creating different realms of reality here. Gilgamesh has to cross into the underworld, and this boatman takes him. Okay, when he gets there, he goes to meet the last king of Shuruppak, the figure that became Noah. His name is Untandapishtim, or in the Epic of Gilgamesh, his name is Zayasudra. These guys.
So now we got Noah. According to him, is can you say the two names for me? Zayasudra, or what was the other name?
Unapishtim.
There we go. Here we go. And I believe we're gonna end up using Zayasudra. We're gonna end up using that as Noah. So whenever he refers to either one of those individuals, he's speaking on the same individual biblically known as Noah.
Has often had different names during different time periods in history.
But then they get crossed over into different religious texts, so to speak.
Yes. So he goes there.
That makes sense, actually.
He goes there to seek. I'm gonna keep referring to him. It's hard because I want to say Noah because everybody knows what I'm saying. But the story of Noah, in terms of like the biblical story, became like a ridiculous story that's very silly.
Russell Crowe did a good job, though.
Okay. It had nothing about bringing two of every animal or anything like that. That's not true.
Damn it.
That's
Come
not
on, Matt.
none of that's
Come on, you're ruining it for me.
Well, and we won't get into that yet, but I just want to say that so Gilgamesh goes and he meets that ancient king. He meets his Utanapishtim Zayasudra. He meets him.
Which one was that again?
That's the Noah figure. That's the last king of Shuruppak. I got to try to think of the right term to use because I'm like throwing them all out there. Let's just, for the rest of the show, let's just use the Epic of Gilgamesh name and call him Zayasudra.
Okay. Zayasudra.
So Zayasudra is Noah.
I don't want to keep saying all these names to confuse people.
It's all right.
Okay.
That's good.
So Zayasudra is supposed to be an ancient king. I mean, more ancient than any of the others that we're talking about. He's supposed to be a king that's from what they call the old world. The old world is when these five, in the tablets describe this, is when the first 5 cities were created here. That's the old world. That's it. That's all that was there. And then this disaster comes through and like wipes them all out. Then they had to like restart over again and then create things in different places. That's where this is going. But the point is that Gilgamesh meets with Zayasudra, who's the last king of Shuruppak before these events occur. And he's no longer in this realm anymore. Okay? He says to him, says, Gilgamesh, you come to me to seek the secrets of immortality. I wish to tell you a story so ancient that it's long before you. In the city of Shuruppak, he basically says where I lived. He says, I love how he says this. He says, Shuruppak was a city so ancient to you that you know nothing of it. It's like mind-blowing, right? We're talking about something so old that it's before what we even think of as ancient.
And real quick, I wanna bring up the point that biblically speaking, right? If you know who the oldest living person biblically speaking, Methuselah. Methuselah was, I believe, Enoch's father, and then Enoch ends up being Noah's grandfather. I think I'm correct on that one. I might have it backwards. Maybe I'm pretty sure I'm accurate with that, though. I'm pretty sure I'm accurate. And biblically speaking, they say that this individual ended up living, I think, 754 years or something like that, right? Biblically speaking. So this is the grandson of Enoch, who was the son of Methuselah. This is who he's speaking of, saying that this shit is so ancient that y'all don't know nothing about this. Y'all have no clue about it because, or speaking to at this quote unquote time, Gilgamesh, Noah saying, "Man, this is so ancient. You don't even understand how you don't know nothing about it." And these are some of the most ancient individuals through the tablets, at least as we're speaking, that we know of. Cash, you got anything on it before we keep going?
No, I was just gonna say, how you say biblical, but how long back does the biblical timeline go?
We don't know. I don't know. I couldn't tell you. They always say, biblically speaking, the Bible only go back, 6,000, 7,000 years, maybe?
Okay, so now we know that all of that is rubbish, because that's around that time is Gilgamesh time, and Noah Zaya Sutra came long before Gilgamesh. You know what I mean? So,
and shout out to Karma for keeping me in order. Enoch was Methuselah's father. I had it backwards. Thank you, sis. I appreciate that. I really appreciate that. You know what I'm saying? So, but I want to keep playing this. I want to keep going. Here we go. Oh no! I done fucked up.
He says, I love how he says this. He says, Sharupak was a city so ancient to you that you know nothing of it. It's like mind-blowing, right? We're talking about something so old that it's before what we even think of as ancient. And he said, the city was old. He said, and the gods once were in it and walked in it. That's what he says. He says the gods walked in it and were in the city, like among men.
Again, could this be some sort of?
I know what you're saying, but if you read the tablets, they talk about how they ended up leaving and not coming back to our realm and like leaving it to us.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they say. They no longer like came back anymore, really.
Mm-hmm.
And then we just sort of became kind of chaotic. But he says, and he talks about how that city was far more ancient to him. And then he mentions how Etana was there. Now, I know this might not mean anything to you, but if we're trying to figure out when things happened and how we place things, you'll learn if we go back that there was a legend of Etana, which is a tablet that talked about how there's an ancient king of Etana who was the first king after these cities had been destroyed in a great catastrophe and they had to rebuild the new world. Etana was supposed to be the first king of the new world from a city called Kish. But when Gilgamesh goes, Etana's already dead. Etana's already is a ghost. He says the ghost of Etana. So what I'm trying to say is we now can like lay this all out. We know that Sharupak was part of the first cities ever created. Then we know that Etana ruled at another time period when civilization tried to reemerge again. And then we know that Gilgamesh came far after that. So see what I'm saying here?
Yes.
Now we're like putting the whole thing together. And the tablets are revealing their secrets if we know where to look. Okay? So the question is, what happened to Zaya Sudra? And I had gotten to that point and I was stuck. I was stuck for years. I didn't know where else to go. I laid that whole thing out.
How fast did you get to that point?
That took me like 5 years.
Okay.
But I was at because I had to read every tablet and then cross-reference every single one with every place and every king mentioned, and then try to list them all based on when they lived, based on tiny little clues of who they met along the way and different things, right? But I was stuck. I will admit to people listening to this, I was like stuck. I'm like, I don't understand how does that connect to Atlantis? How does that connect to the megaliths of Peru? How does that connect to the pyramids of Egypt? Like, how does any of this connect? And I feel like in our community, we've been stuck there for a long time, not understanding how any of it connects.
Or we never got there.
Well, no, we didn't until now. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Now let's change history, my friend.
Let's do it. I'm here for it.
So this fell into my lap.
Now, this is supposed to be one of the latest ancient civilizations, megalithic civilizations that we're talking about. That when he said it fell into his lap, this is what he's going to get into right here.
By some very interesting means, I will say. I don't know how it happened. It just did. I became aware.
And shout out to my brother Kazi in the building. Shout out to BC in the building. Karma Serene showing love. Josh Sanders, my brother, is in the building. Much love and respect. Much love. I appreciate y'all coming through.
Of a site called Zernaki Tepe. And Zernaki Tepe is in eastern Turkey, not that close to Göbekli Tepe. Quite a ways away.
How do you spell it?
Zernaki.
And then Tepe.
Yeah. So Tepe just means mountain or hill. So these are all just different names for that.
Zernaki Tepe, Turkey. I'm going to pull up the map.
Thank you.
We have that. We'll put that in the middle.
Yeah. And that's actually awesome. I want you to click that right there.
Shout out to my brother D-Ray.
That mountain, you see the ancient terraces? That entire mountain is a lost civilization.
Underneath it.
They've only excavated 1% of that entire area. Excavations of Zernaki Tepe.
When was this found?
Zernaki Tepe has only been discovered and started to be excavated since 2014. We are
Who found it?
I don't know the name of the person, but I think it was Istanbul University out of Turkey.
No. So we got Istanbul out of Turkey, the college, the university, finding possibly one of the most ancient sites that we've ever seen. And they only found it in 2014. I don't know how y'all look at that, but that's crazy work because just think about, I believe, like you said, Cash, go, and I always mess it up. Say it for me, my brother.
Göbekli Tepe.
Thank you. I believe you said it was found in 31?
No. 31 okay. Is Sharupek. Robert Bouval, he found, I'm pretty sure Robert Bouval found Göbekli Tepe. I think in the 70s or 80s.
Okay. I don't know the exact time frame of it. I don't know. And I will say what's so interesting is when they're finding it in Turkey, when they're finding it in Syria.
1963.
63, okay. But where they're finding this, once again, these are places that, and I always try to connect it back to modern day. We done had troops over there, and some of the times I'm like, why the hell we got troops in Turkey? Why is anybody stationed in Turkey?
Remember what I told you?
What are they? Go ahead.
I remember what I told you. Why I thought they had. Why I thought we did all this invading these certain places was to destroy some of this shit or to have it as a war zone. That way it would end up getting fucking pilfered. Yeah, you know what I mean, and destroyed and pretty much picked apart and sold off and sold to whoever. That way, I mean, we never know about it type shit, man. And my brother, he was in the army. He was in one of those wars, and he told me how it confused him. Some of the things they were doing over there was like, man, something was going on underground or something. That's what he felt like. And he felt like the whole war was just a bunch of bullshit, man. My brother told me that shit a long time ago. I was like, and it always stuck with me.
It's interesting because I've heard stories, and it even not just Turkey, not just Syria, Iran, Iraq. They always talk a lot of that. Well, we went over there for oil and this and that. Man, I've heard stories of individuals saying, man, we went over there, and I don't know how true it is, but have you ever heard of Project Looking Glass?
Is it about a portal?
No, it's almost like something they found that was quote unquote ancient that gave them the ability to see the future, to see time and how time will progress.
I didn't hear that part, but that's kind of what I said that they went over there looking for ancient relics. That's what I always say, ancient relics. You know what I mean, or ancient technology, basically. So I believe it. I mean, shit, I wouldn't doubt it.
And if you look at what happened in Project Looking Glass and those type of things, they say they found something that more or less allowed them to be able to see what would happen in the future. This is what I've heard. It may give different timelines, or it gives maybe a few different things as far as how things may happen, but it gives you a glimpse into where things are currently going as far as how it's going to affect the future and those type of things.
Or go
ahead.
Or maybe it does that and it lets you fuck with the past, because now you see all these Mandela effects that are going on.
That's crazy. I didn't even think about the past. Well, I thought about I always contributed the Mandela effect more toward the LHC, that type of thing. But when you say that, maybe it did allow you to affect or to fuck with the past, and like you said, bring out that Mandela effect where a lot of people remember things a certain way, and that ain't how it truly happened. Even though we ain't never met before, but we all remember things. The Berenstein Bears. I use that's always my favorite one to use. It's spelled totally different than how I remember it being spelled as a kid.
But have you seen that video?
The Berenstein Bears video?
The video where this dude is holding Berenstein Bears book and he's recording it, talking to you. He's recording the video and he shows you, he's like, watch, when I walk into this room, it's going to change from Berenstain to Berenstein. And it does it. What? I'll find it. I'm going to.
Hold on. He walks into a room and and the book changes?
The book title changes, and then he walks back out the room. He's recorded the whole time, and it changes back. Nigga, I'm trying to tell you.
I don't know if that's real, bro.
All right.
Crazy work right there.
All right.
I know you're gonna send me the video. I know.
I'm going to. I'm gonna find it.
Hey, you know how we get down, but hey man, that's crazy work right there. That's crazy work. But that's always as far as when I started looking into, and once again, the reason I really started looking into it because it's my aunt, and I know she always tell me she got a special place in history, especially when I was stationed in Turkey. And I'm like, well, what did y'all do? Well, we can't really talk about it. Wait a minute, you can't talk about it. How you gonna tell me I got a special place in history, but nobody ain't never gonna know about it? You know, so that's what made me start kind of looking into that. Kind of how I stumbled on Project Looking Glass and all that other kind of stuff. But when you find it, let me know and we'll pull it up.
Yeah.
Here we go. We're gonna keep it going.
They have no idea what it is. They're labeling it as the Eurasian civilization, which in a very similar way to something like the Hittites, were only a later iteration of another culture that came later and built on top of it. Okay.
And once again, this is for educational purposes only. We don't own the rights to this content. YouTube, please show us love, brother. Show us love.
Okay. So this is how basically the whole thing started, is that I became very curious of Zernaki Tepe because of one thing in particular. If you want to click this.
Yeah, I have it open on this other tab right here. I'll put this in.
Or if you want to zoom in on the maps, you can just see where we are.
Let's start with the picture you have. Because I pulled the map up. I probably have already had that on the screen in the post.
So there's a lake in eastern Turkey called Lake Van, and it's an absolutely incredible lake. It's one of the most high elevation lakes in the world. In fact, it's very similar to Lake Titicaca, which, you know, if people are familiar with the incredible Tiwanaku civilization at the southern flanks of Lake Titicaca, it's another one of these lost civilizations that's got advanced technology that we don't understand where they came from.
Hey, real quick, do y'all remember Beavis and Butthead when Beavis he'll mess around, or was it Butthead? I don't remember which one it was, but mess around and drink too much soda, put his shirt on his head, and walk around talking about I need TP for my bunghole, and all he used to talk about is Lake Titicaca. This is how they put it in front of you.
Yep.
This is how they put it in front of you, in my personal opinion.
From who they are.
Lake Titicaca is in which country?
Lake Titicaca spans the border of Bolivia and Peru, and it's the highest navigable lake in the world. Okay. Now, in eastern Turkey is one of the other largest high elevation lakes in the world called Lake Van. No small lake. It is 1,500 feet deep.
A lake.
A lake. Okay?
Christ, what's down
It's like
there?
an
The Loch
entrance
Ness
into the
Monster?
underworld, right? Lake Titicaca is the same thing. Lake Titicaca is over 1,000 feet deep. There seems to be an interest in these like ancient lakes. That's all I can say.
I didn't even know lakes could.
And if you don't know lakes, normally being from the country, you kind of, especially if you're in a boat, anything like that, you kind of understand lakes. See, if you see a lake that's 500 feet deep, you know what I'm saying? You're like, damn, we in some deep water right now. You know what I'm saying? So for it to be over 1,000 feet deep, that's crazy work. That's crazy work. I muted myself, my bad.
To get that deep.
With volcanoes around them. Now, okay.
Dun, dun, dun.
So I want you to, can you go down? I wanted to click an image on this. Scroll down. Keep going. Right there.
This one.
Right there. Click that.
All right, hold on.
Okay.
I'm gonna open this in a new. The number of tabs I have is.
One of the things that I've been studying for about 6 years straight, and I worked with some of the greatest in the field. I'd say the greatest megalithic expert in terms of studying the architecture of megaliths would be Brian Forrester and then Ben from Uncharted X that we talked about before.
Yeah, that's Danny's boy.
They are.
By the way, for people out there, if you haven't seen the Concrete podcast with Ben Van Kerwick, which was
yes,
the first
thank you, Ben
one,
Van Kerwick.
Incredible.
So Ben and Brian and me, we're sort of like we focus on studying the architecture of these incredible megaliths left behind from we team and others like Graham Hancock do, the lost civilizations of Earth. Okay. Now, when you look at the type of architecture and sophistication of blocks in parts of Egypt, like the Valley Temple, the King's Chamber, and the Great Pyramid of Giza, or in parts of like the Corner Concha around Cusco, Peru, and Machu Picchu, we find evidence of this building technique that is incredibly advanced, using very, very hard rocks in a way where we have no idea how they did it. Ben talks about this a lot in Egypt, how we find saw marks and drill holes in places like Abu Sir and other areas where the tools that they created, not only do we not have never found a single tool, but we have no idea how they did it, because we know that something like Bronze Age tools from the time period we're told would be too soft to manipulate any of these stones or the level of precision that they are. Okay. I want to lay that foundation down. Yeah. So once you know what to look for, you essentially see it all around the world. Not everywhere, but you'll see it in a lot of different ancient parts of the world, like Peru, Bolivia. You see it in some parts of Mexico, like Mitla. You'll see it in like around the Valley Temple and the Great Pyramids of Giza. You see it throughout some parts of Turkey that we haven't talked about, like San Simeon. And you see it in megaliths in parts.
So I don't want to get too far into the different places that we see it, even though I do agree with him that we see it all around the place. I want to move forward real quick to collect when he connects how these other civilizations, because we talked about who Thoth was and how he possibly traveled around the world and helped out multiple civilizations, those type of things. We talked about that last week. And so I want to kind of connect this to and the city of Atlantis. We spoke on that. So I want to kind of connect these as far as what he's saying. So I'm gonna move forward, fast forward a little bit on this one to about right here, and then we'll keep going with it. We can't watch the whole damn video. It'll take us all day to watch the whole video, but here we go.
Exactly. So let's wait. How about 1,000 for Karnak? A multi-ton block over 1,000 miles. There's always remnants of deposits left. You can't
know that.
All right, so I can't do it because
in the Donbass, the eastern region of Ukraine, was well underway, which is
real quick. The way he makes the connection as far as how far these stones had to be moved and all that kind of thing, I think that's very important in this conversation.
For instance, the Great Pyramid of Giza. It's 2.5 million stone blocks that average between 8 and 15 tons each. We're told that was built with slave labor, but even if that was true, they would have had to lay like 100 to 150 a day.
I'm really afraid to go into this because I don't want to get you off track.
I know. Yeah, totally.
Let's bring it back to ask you a lot about this. Okay, so can we come back to pyramids?
Absolutely.
So that we don't lose the other one?
Absolutely.
Okay.
The point is there that these archetypes and architects were so far beyond us that they were doing things that we don't understand today, connecting to the cosmos, using tools and potential materials. Like, just as an example, just to throw out there, but the granite blocks that are in the King's Chamber, some of them are over 20 to 30 tons above the King's Chamber. That's made with a type of rose granite, and Ben's talked about this type of rose granite that only comes from 500 miles away. 500 miles away. That granite we know came from a certain quarry in Aswan. Okay, which means that they were very specific with the type of stone that they wanted to use for these. It had nothing to do with just grabbing whatever was lying around. So there's energetic properties, and so they could withstand time. Various reasons they did this. Now, here's was another bizarre thing to prove Turkey was connected to Egypt. In Karnak, there's a famous travertine block. It's a type of material called travertine. It's extremely hard. Beautiful, though. It's this huge block of travertine that's sitting there. Travertine is not found in Egypt, not found in Africa.
Was it ever?
No.
How do we know that?
Because the nearest deposits of travertine is a very rare type of rock.
Yeah, I don't know shit about it.
The nearest deposits of travertine are in Turkey.
But could it have been?
No, because there's always remnants of deposits left. You can't just exhaust an entire deposit. It just means it's not economical to mine anymore. I'm actually a miner, someone that likes to prospect in gold. And so it's like there would be evidence of those elements existing somewhere, and they're never been documented there. Meaning that they carried a multi-ton block, or moved, I should say. I shouldn't say carried. I should say moved a multi-ton block over 1,000 miles.
Cash, I got to get your opinion on that. When he's breaking down these rocks, these deposits not being found in Africa, anything like that, moving this same material being found, because it's not like they're just going to get the local limestone or whatever rocks they have around them. Shout out to Dr. Grozos. Quick story. I was struggling my freshman year in college, so I was struggling to the point I had to go start reporting my grades to my damn dean at the time, and one of the ways I was able to help myself out is I realized I needed a science with a lab, and my advisor was saying you got to take I think it wasn't biology. I took biology my freshman year. It was chemistry, and I was like, so I went and looked, and then I said, well, geology is a science with a lab. I'm taking geology. Shout out to Dr. Grozos. Learned some great things. Took 3 field trips. I made 104 in that class. You know what I'm saying? Because of the extra credit and everything like that. And that straightened my GPA all the way out. That straightened me out. And that was 4 credits right there. So shout out to Dr. Grozos and geology. What's your thoughts as far as when he breaks down the rocks and the as far as they would have had to be moved for both of them to be in the same place, and both of them being utilized for these megalithic structures that they were utilized for?
I mean, honestly, to me, it's just, that's why I find it hard arguing with people that try to argue that the Great Pyramid was built when they want you to believe it was. It's just ridiculous, because these rocks, we don't even know how they lifted these rocks. So on top of that, now we know that they got these rocks from 500 some and even further away in some places, depending on what rock they use. So how the fuck did they move these motherfuckers, man? And then after that, how did they lift these motherfuckers? But they want you to believe that they did this shit 2500 BC. Like, this shit don't even make no fucking sense, man. And then, like, he was talking about the building techniques that they used inside the pyramid. That's what I was trying to tell you guys. I don't remember who I was arguing with that day. Like, nigga, you don't know nothing about the Great Pyramid, obviously. Like, there's certain things inside that pyramid alone that is.
I think that was different. You and Master Khalif. I think that was you and Master Khalif.
Yeah. It was. There's building techniques inside that pyramid that let you know it's a super ancient megalithic structure. Period. It's way older than anything in Egypt, man. I mean, yeah. That's why I just need to stop trying to argue with people at all. Let them figure it out on their own.
Well, we gotta. Hey, that's what we're here for. We're gonna try. We're trying to educate the people, man. We're trying to educate the people. All right, here we go. And once again, we don't own the rights to this video. Educational purposes only. Like we just said, we're trying to educate the people. And so it seemed like this is very relevant as far as education goes. We're gonna move forward.
So you want to say 500?
Like,
you want to say 500 for Aswan in Egypt? How about 1,000 for Karnak? So the ancient world, they didn't do anything like we think they would do. They were like on a completely different level.
what you're saying is they had capabilities that we can't process.
Exactly. So let's go find where that story goes and how it connects to Atlantis and the ancient Athenians. Okay. So in the image you have of Zernaki Tepe,
and it's so interesting he brings up the ancient Athenians, because when we watch 300, even though 300 is supposedly a mythical story, right? But it's interesting how the ancient Athenians have always been considered some of the greatest warriors in history, right? Historically speaking, people have they spoke on Athens and why it was such a great civilization, those type of things. And so it's just interesting to listen to how this connects to even that story. You know what I mean? 300 is so interesting to me. Once again, they put it right in your face.
That you had up a second ago, the type of megalithic blocks they're uncovering there shouldn't be there. They should not be there. That type of sophistication is something we only see in like Egypt and in Peru. It's very, very interesting because it seems to come out of nowhere in a region that has nothing around it relative to that. Okay. And I'll tell you why in a second. There's a whole explanation for how this emerged out of nowhere in this region. So Zernaki Tepe was the first thing that triggered me to something going on. I've been studying Zernaki Tepe for 6 to 8 months now. But it was the only...
This is relatively new.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, real quick, if you notice, we just had the political episode. He got the same point Trump got. Watch him with the point. He got that same Trump point, man. Respectfully. Oh, damn, I fucked up. Here we go. We'll get back to where we at. Zernaki Tepe, my brother. Here we go right here.
Over the lake. It's very cool, actually. Start really looking into every last time I spoke with him.
And has he talked to someone who's been on the site?
No, one day I was looking at Megaliths and some picture of Zernaki Tepe of the blocks there popped up, and I immediately identified it as being, what is that? And then a long story short, stumbled upon the fact that it was a new site that had just been uncovered.
Have you talked to anyone who's been on the site?
Ben hasn't been there yet, but he knows about it. I talked to him last time I spoke with him.
And has he talked to someone who's been on the site?
No, his answer was that there's a lot of incredible sites that are being uncovered in Turkey right now.
Well, that narrows it down. Okay.
Okay, so
all right, continue.
Yeah, so I start really looking into everything I can on Zernaki Tepe. The level of sophistication there is just, it shouldn't be there, is what I'm saying. And the fact that there's ancient king lists that mimic Sumer got my attention.
Now this is where he really got my attention when he's saying when we're studying this site, the King's List, and we've always heard about the King's List from Sumer, and for him to say that the King's List mimicked right what was found in Sumer, that's so interesting because once again these places and Sumer is technically they're not close, especially, we don't even know what the hell their travel was at that current moment in time. So I can't say they ain't close. I can't say that. But from what we know today, these places aren't technically close to each other. So for them to have that same King's List, as we spoke on before, bring up some of the same names, and I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, but this is exciting to me. So then to see how some of these names on this list end up being different individuals, once again, that correspond biblically speaking. And the reason I keep bringing that piece up, Cash, real quick, the reason I keep bringing that piece up is because I know so many individuals deal biblically. You know what I'm saying? Like I always tell you, raised a Jehovah's Witness. So if I can lie, hey, well, this is what the Bible was teaching. You understand? So you already kind of have a foundation of how you're looking at things. I think I kind of broke away from it, and it is what it is. But to relate it back to biblical teachings and those type of things, I think that's very interesting.
And so, but I kind of sat there with it. I didn't know what to do with it. I wanted to just talk about the megaliths and talk about how it's a basic mountain over the lake. It's very cool, actually. Do you want to go to the map really quick?
Sure.
I'm going to fast forward some of this. I'm going to fast forward some of this.
How do you spell
VAN. That for a minute.
So this is Lake Vaughn. He's talking about Lake Vaughn.
like that? Wait, what?
In Lake Vaughn, Zernaki Tepe is located at the northern end of the lake, and I had initially not known anything else was there. Nor did really anybody else, I think, to be honest. It wasn't until I started studying the lake. I could not get past it. This is what I stay up at night with, by the way. If people want to know what keeps me up and why I can't sleep, it was Lake Vaughn and Zernaki Tepe.
Couldn't have guessed that, Matt.
And so I'm just sitting there, kept up at night. I'm like, how does this one isolated site have this kind of sophistication and be connected to Sumer and have nothing else? It didn't make sense to me. So I went on old maps and Google terrain, and I just literally searched the entire lake. I went around, zoomed in, and went to every part of the lake looking at images, and then 2 places popped up that turns out related that they don't know are related. And that's what got so exciting about this, is that the first place I want to mention, and I'm going to save the last one for last. Okay. The first one is just absolutely incredible. It's called Cavus Tepe. Cavus. Ironically, there were many people online that shared images. You'll find this funny. That shared images of Cavus Tepe recently in the last month or two that didn't know they were Cavus Tepe and thought they were Peru. And they were using it as an example to say, look, this is the best sophistication of any megaliths in the world. This is from Peru, not knowing it wasn't Peru. It was Cavus Tepe, Turkey, and part of this unknown civilization they didn't know.
All the way across the world.
Yes. God. So when I discovered Cavus Tepe, that's when I knew. And then there was another one after that brought the whole thing home. But what you have at Cavus Tepe is, and that's the image I had handed you to.
Yeah.
Is that Cavus Tepe?
Well, this was Sharupa.
Yeah. Do you have yours really quick? It's on they're double sided here.
This one over here.
Yeah. Hand me back that for a second.
Okay. This says excavations of Sharupak.
Hold on to that one in your hand. Right. That's it right there.
Okay. This is the one
that's
from earlier.
It right there.
I will put this in the corner of the screen, and you're going to send me the digital file.
Now, and I want to talk about this while you're looking at it, because I think it'd be good. Do you see how there's stones that look like the dark stones in the top left of that structure right here? See these?
Yeah.
That's the Eurasian civilization. Now, notice they didn't build out of the same stone.
Well,
you see that?
Yeah, they look different than
because the other one's limestone. Limestone is one of the softest stones in the world. It's easily manipulated. The stone below it is basalt, and basalt is, if not the hardest, one of the hardest on Earth.
So it's above it and below it, right here in this lake.
And I'm going to tell you why that is in a second, which is very unusual. We actually don't have any other sites in the world where we have young stuff underneath, and I'll tell you why in a second. So those blocks are, and I am telling you this as someone, and Brian would echo this, and I'm sure Ben would, but that's among the finest, if not the finest, stone masonry in the world, right there at Cavus Tepe. It looks almost identical to the valley.
I want to pause this real quick and look at the way that these stones are cut, the precision in them, the right angles in them. Matt, Kat, what's your thought? I mean,
did you hear what he was just about to say? It looks identical to the shit that they find in the Valley Temple across from the Great Pyramid, or across from the Sphinx.
Let me finish it then. I stopped it too early. I'm gonna rewind it a little bit so everybody can hear exactly what was said, and then we're gonna play this through.
Do you know how they built the Sphinx?
No, I don't.
So the Sphinx is not built in pieces either. It's dug out of, it's literally carved, or they carved it out of that whole fucking thing of whatever it was that is, or bed, or whatever it's made out of. It's a big ass slab that's right there. So they whatever pieces they took to make the Sphinx, they moved them and built the Valley Temple across from it.
So real quick, I want to ask you this, and I always tell you, Cash, you're more educated than me in these situations. You know, normally I'd be like you out of order, but I can't call you out of order with any of this. in that situation when you have, because my question would be, with Egypt being damn near nothing but sand, and I do have a theory on it. Matter of fact, it's not an original theory. Once again, what's my brother name? What's my black brother name that cover all of this all the time? I think he was actually live earlier tonight. Oh, you know my brother, man. You know who I'm talking about. I can't call it. What's his name, Cash? Come on, work with me.
Who? I don't know.
You do know. Ben Carson. Not Ben Carson.
Billy Carson.
Billy Carson. Thank you. Excuse me. Real quick, when you talk about that being carved out of what was there, with sand being there the way it is now, the desert being what it is, how did they have that hard rock when we don't see nothing but more or less sand in Egypt? I have a theory on that.
Yeah, me too. It was done a very long time ago. Like I told you, shit. It wasn't desert when they built these places. It was green. It was flush. It was different.
It was and in my opinion, just real quick, what's your theory? And once again, this isn't my own theory going off of his, but as far as how, because once again, we understand now, Egypt technically it's in the desert now, technically, right? It ain't nearly what I think it was back in the day. What's your thoughts? Because even when you look across a certain landmass, the whole Sahara, you know what I'm saying? Possibly the biggest desert on Earth. What's your thoughts on how that got there? But before this desert was there, they had all this lush land and all these things to build off of. What's your thoughts on that?
Man, the size of the size of the water of the catastrophe that went through there, it just like it pretty much dug out all the damn land and shit, turned it into some different shit.
So I'm gonna tell you, when I listen, like I say, I'm a fan of Billy Carson. One of his theories on it, and I think we're gonna get into this a little later as far as this conversation goes. I thought it all connected to me as far as what happened to Atlantis and the experimentation with weapons and all this other kind of stuff. One of Billy Carson's theories, if you go over there then and you dig into that sand, then you find glass. You find shards of glass, those type of things. And saying that there was more or less a war that happened in the ancient times that really was what created that piece of desert as far as the weapons that they were using and experimenting with and those type of things. Especially when he brings up the part about the glass and the sand, saying that, well, it got to be a certain temperature. Only way you get that temperature is either, and especially across a large piece of land like that, it had to be what he would call a weapon of mass destruction, right? And
yep.
I believe that the brother, later on, he's going to get into how the difference between the Athenians and the Atlanteans, as far as how the Atlanteans may have been experimenting, damn near killing themselves off with weapons of mass destruction. I thought that was very interesting.
Yeah, one thing on the amount of water that went through the Giza Plateau in that area. Remember, I told you that they found a bunch of seashells. Yep. Way up on top of these up on the Great Pyramid. So imagine the Great Pyramid being submerged, pretty much. Those, if the other pyramids were next to it, imagine those pyramids where only the tip was sticking out. That's how much water went through that motherfucking area, man. If not more, you know what I mean?
They when they were talking about the different mountains, and they're gonna get into it, but they found seashells on some of the highest peaks as far as the mountains go. So yeah, I would agree with you. I would agree. All right, let's keep it going. Let's keep it. And hold on. I think this is an interesting part right here. So we'll let this play and then we'll kind of move forward. We can't listen to all of it. We might have to do 3 shows on this motherfucking Cash, respectfully.
Temple in Egypt, and the way that the stones are, if not the finest stone masonry in the world, right there at Kavis Tepe. It looks almost identical to the Valley Temple in Egypt, and the way that the stones are fitted, and it also looks pretty similar to some parts of Peru, with the type of stone fitting. Although I will say, and we're going to get into this in a second, the nature of the building in Peru is a little bit more organic, and it actually looks more similar to Zernaki Tepe. Whereas the building in Kavis Tepe looks like Egypt, which when you find out, you'll find there are 2 different people and they went different directions in the world. Mm-hmm. But what the point I'm going to make, and we're going to get to in a second, is that this was the starting point of an entire new civilization that became the most advanced civilization in our planet's history. Starting here.
Now,
and I call it the Ararat civilization.
How long ago did you come to that conclusion?
About a month and a half ago.
And what,
or less,
outside of tying these together,
and I've been trying to get this before someone else does.
Outside of, and now we got it on the record, outside of tying some of the rock to like Peru and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, we got a lot more. That's only scratching the surface.
Hey Picasso, I ain't got no problem with you saying anything about the volcanoes reshaping the climate of the planet, those type of things. All I'm asking, if that's the case, and that's fine, I have no problem with it. Where did these structures come from? That's what we're speaking on. If you want to say that it was a volcanic, if you want to go that route, okay. Explain where these structures came from first. That when that eruption happened and this climate was, according to what you're saying, the climate was reshaped. How did the seashells end up on these structures? How did they end up there? That means that before the climate was reshaped, that these structures had already been built. Who were the individual behind them? He said the structures are out of order. Shout out to our brother Picasso, man. Shout out to Picasso. All right, here we go. Once again, YouTube, hey, educational purposes only, man. We don't own the rights to these videos. We trying to do our thing.
I have other questions here, but I want you to continue. I don't
understand. And what we're going to do is we're going to provide so much evidence by the time I'm done, you are going to have a hard time refuting this. And I want you to try.
Try me.
Okay. So the first thing that was strange to me was that we saw the same architecture here as we see in Egypt. And not only that, but there was a king's list found at Kavis Tepe that mentioned that it was ruled by a king named King Hayk. And you can, if you go look up King Hayk on Wikipedia, you can find him right now. Hayk.
I'm American. We don't know how to spell. All right, I'll bring it over here.
There he is. Now,
the Robin Hood motherfucker?
Not really Robin Hood. Scroll down.
He said the Robin Hood motherfucker.
Right there. Stay on that.
Wait, where's this king from?
He's the king of Kavis Tepe.
See, I don't picture the kings of this part of the world.
All right, now remember who this is. Hayk. They're talking about Hayk. And then they're going to go into his bloodline. And he's supposedly the king of Kavis Tepe, right? New civilization, Megalithic civilization that's been uncovered, according to the king's list, that once again were found in multiple areas, right? And I say respectfully, hey, you got to write the damn kings down. And we done heard the kings list in Egypt. We done heard it in Samaria. Now we see it in Kavis Tepe as well. So let's listen to this.
World looking like, okay. All right, go ahead.
Well, he's like just that's how he's depicted.
Yeah, he looks like.
Okay. So just on Wikipedia, like you don't even have to have me say it, but scroll back to that genealogy chart. Go back down.
Here we go down. Here we go.
It said, I was like, I almost had a little mini heart attack. I almost had a little mini heart attack.
Oh shit! Is this what I think it is?
Yeah.
Go.
The bloodline. He is a direct descendant of Japheth, who is literally a son of Ziasudra.
Noah.
Yes. I was like, oh my God. Now, we got to pause there.
So there you go. Now we hear brought out here that the king of this supposed megalithic structure that's been found, and the king's list that's been found in this structure, is saying that this individual King Hake, is a direct descendant of Japhet, right? Who they're calling, whose father they're calling Zayasudra in this situation, biblically known as Noah.
You know,
this is what we're talking about. Go ahead.
You know who he's the grandson of. You know who Japheth's grandfather is.
Who is that? Who?
Enki.
Supposedly.
Yeah, all right.
well, hold on. And the only reason I say supposedly, is because this what I always say, it started to get, and then I have to ask the question, who was Enoch? It leads into it, and this is why I say I want to connect it biblically, but at the same time, I don't know if it's so many pieces to the puzzle, if that makes sense, that I don't know if it all the way connects. But
see, to me, it's like they held on to these. The Bible kind of held on to certain ancient bloodlines, but they still scrambled up the damn timelines, and they scrambled up the whole story. So,
and that I think I more or less agree with that piece of it, and even with the whole and with the whole monotheism thing, and well, if you got to say that is monotheism, then who else is out here? Anyway, that's a whole nother story. I don't want to get too deep into that.
Yeah.
That kind of throws it off. But this is how my mind, this is how I'm thinking about it. And so, but we're gonna continue. And it's interesting how he breaks down who Enki and Enlil was, the snake versus the eagle, and then how we continuously see it. It's just a lot of this is very interesting to me. That's why we got to play the video. To even try to explain some of it the way that he explained it. I'm gonna tell you, Kaz, you see, I struck, and normally I kind of, when I get a grasp of something, I can kind of speak through it. This is deep right here. I don't have a good enough grasp to speak through this all the way, but I love what I'm listening to. So once again, this is the fourth time I'm listening to it right now. All right, here we go.
For a second, because we got to fill in the story, because people have no idea why that's so significant. In the Atrahasis, again, I'm not talking anything biblical. In the Atrahasis, remember, Zayasudra Untapishtim.
And mind you, he's not talking biblically. I'm connecting it biblically. I am.
Yeah.
And he is to some degree, but that, and I understand exactly why he's not doing it, because of kind of what you just said, Cash. But what he's still kind of doing it biblically, but he's doing it from, and when he say it, the Draja, how you say it? The Atrahasis. It's a flood. He talking about the damn flood. Okay. I just want y'all to understand it. So all right, here we go. We're gonna keep playing.
Is the son of the last king of not talking, no idea why that's so significant. In the Atrahasis, again, I'm not talking anything biblical. In the Atrahasis, remember, Zayasudra Untapishtim is the son of the last king of Shuruppak. He's a great bloodline ruler king. Yeah. In the story, in the Atrahasis, as well as the Epic of Gilgamesh, there's a great destruction event that occurs on Earth that the gods supposedly created. They wanted to wipe out everyone here. Seriously.
Take two of every kind, get on a fucking boat.
Well, no.
I know.
Yes.
I'm kidding.
So what happened was,
that's just how they changed it.
Zayasudra is this great king that ends up becoming secretly warned. That's the thing, is that the Anuna supposedly made a pact in the tablets that they're not supposed to tell anyone that this.
If anybody don't know who the Anuna is, so Anu was the father, supposedly the king of, and the father of, and I mean he has a whole bloodline himself, but more or less the father of Enki and Enlil, the individuals in the Sumerian tablets who were the ones to come down and have these whole battles and conversations and different things. So. And real quick, we got my brother in the building. I didn't even know, Peter. Peter, I missed you earlier on the political talk, but I didn't even know you interested in these type of conversations. Welcome to the show, my brother.
Oh, bro, I was listening to your show, man. I can appreciate everything you're doing. Seriously, man. I mean, that's some cool stuff. In my opinion, man, it all comes down to money. And that's what it always came down to, even back in the Greek days. These guys, I mean, when you go to the Sumerian law books and you start looking at that stuff they were writing on stones, it's all common law. It's all, reasonable common law. And money's been held. The money is always going to stay in the same place. And they don't like us that much. I mean, we're just regular guys.
Hold on, real quick. When you say they and the money is standing the same, who is they and who are we speaking on, in your opinion, respectfully?
Well, there's families. There's families in this, deal, and they hold the cash. I mean, they hold all the doggone money. They control as many trade routes as they can. It's an empire. They control the trade routes. They, control the banking, everything. They could, I mean, think about it. We're sitting here being, regular guys, and they could cut our bank accounts off, in a heartbeat if they want to. They've done it to me. If you tried to take $10,000 and invest it overseas or start up another bank account, the SEC might come in and say, hey, look, we saw that money go there and you can't do that. And you'd say, well, they even, the United States even has a bank there. Well, it doesn't matter. You can't have a banking account there. And that's how they are. They control the money. They've been controlling the money ever since the beginning, through the post office, through banking. When people think, oh, well, high technology, they can, oh, yeah, okay, it might be a little bit easier now, but they've been controlling us through banking and money ever since we've been alive. And they don't give a shit they don't even care who we are.
Now, I got to ask you, in your opinion, as far as how this relates, and I think you can kind of relate it back, but how would you say it relates to the ancient civilizations? And I think I know where you're going to go with it, but I'll allow you to elaborate. How would you relate the banking system today, the control today, those type of things? How would you relate that back to the ancient civilizations and those type of things?
Well, I think it all goes back to the Pharaoh. If you go over there and look at London, which actually London isn't even part of England, they're just a separate block on themselves. Everything is Pharaoh stuff. It goes way, way back, man. That money has been back there. It's so old. That money is so old. We're never going to see it. We're not in that clique. Those are some weirdos, man. We're regular folks out here, trying to make a living, and we're walking in. But that whole clique is way different than we're subject to.
Amazing.
Go
ahead, Cash.
No, I was gonna say, although I agree with the whole the banking and the control system going back, I don't think it was the pharaohs. I think it really started when with the Holy Roman Empire, when they came through and crushed everything, and that's when they reestablished. That's when they established this whole control mechanism. That's when all the control shit really took hold. That's just my opinion on, you know what I mean.
That's cool.
And now my thing is this, because I love how he's speaking on bloodlines, right? And Peter, you just came up speaking on the bloodlines as well. My question is do y'all think that these bloodlines that we always and people use the terms, they use the term Illuminati, and they use the different terms as far, whatever. Do y'all think that these bloodlines relate back to these individuals that we're speaking on? The Zaya Sutras, aka Noahs of the world. I know you saying the pharaohs, but even if you look at Egypt, a lot of times until later on in Egypt, they would show pictures and look at the pyramids, all of those type of things of these beings that was walking among them, that was triple their size. You understand what I'm saying? Had powers that really wasn't able to be explained. And so, do y'all think those bloodlines connect back to those individuals, as far as what he's speaking on, and what we would call them, the Anunnaki, the gods? Do y'all think those bloodlines connect back?
Personally, if they do, it would be in Lil's side. It would be in Lil's bloodline, because Inky was more of a
war god.
But he would. No, that's what they want us to think.
No. I'm sorry. And Lil was. Go ahead.
Yeah, and Lil was the war god. Inky was the one who saved our civilization. Basically, saved us by giving the heads up to Sai Suja to to get his family out of there. That way, that we would live on. So, yeah, man, it's possible.
I would say it because and Inky said, even when they'll go and when they came down, he was like, I told Zai Sudra this. I'm the one who let him, and he's a direct bloodline of mine. You understand? It's interesting when that's said, because if you read the book of Enoch, what they tell you, angels came down from the heavens and made it with or took the women on, you know what I'm saying, as their own, and was having sex with the women, those type of things. That's where you created, biblically speaking, these giants and these unpure bloodlines, these type of things. And then when you listen to why Inky and why they, of course, they say that they wanted to get rid of all of mankind, but at the same time, it was because, in my opinion, is because you had these Herculean beings, and with Hercules, the story is he was half God, half man. You know what I'm saying? You had these type of beings that was out of order. They was out of order. I don't know that to be a fact, but I believe, and biblically speaking, what they say, well, the flood, the reason God brought the flood was because the giants they had became bloodthirsty, and they had started being out of order. You had all type of unnatural beings running wild, you know what I'm saying, among mankind. And so, go ahead.
No, just because you brought the giants up, have you ever seen some of these videos that people have taken in our time of these?
Absolutely.
Of these
the giants
that are hella far away, and they look like human figures, and they're fucking huge, and they're moving, and you can see their arms and their legs. You ever seen those?
Yeah, I had. And
one of those guys.
Yeah, even up here in Wisconsin and Minnesota. Yeah, up here.
They killed one of the dudes who was posting some of that shit on TikTok, man. I got a bunch of those clips of those damn. I'm gonna send them to you when I find them some other time. I think that these giants are still alive, and they just live inside the earth. They live under the earth, or in these places that are underneath the earth that we don't know about.
They might be, for all we know. Yeah,
and that's why, even when you say that, one of the reasons I got interested in Antarctica is because of some of the things and supposed findings that they had, and the Middle Earth thing, the under Earth thing. Like, I'll be honest with you. I'm gonna be quite honest. It's hard to believe, but in my mind, ain't nothing too far from or the things that they tell us is as far from reality as possible. All this is myths. Shit, ain't nobody just come up with their shit from just off the top of their head. They seen some of these things. Dragons. I ain't saying dragons was what they tell us to be, but the same way we see the serpent out there. Well, yeah. Who knows what the size of these things were back then? So I think in every myth there's a tad bit of truth. What they always tell you, In every joke, anytime a motherfucker joking with you, it's a tad bit of truth in that joke. If it
Like
ain't,
y'all remember Indiana Jones when he'll go on those crusades and he'll be like going into some a cave and it'll have like a stone that rolls
trap.
into place.
Yeah.
That
Next
stone,
thing you know, you're trapped
circular
forever.
stone, that circular stone that rolls into place.
Yeah.
There's places where I'm gonna find it where it looks like there's a big ass circle in the damn mountain right there, bam, and it looks like, man, a giant could literally roll that motherfucker to the side and come up out that bitch, man. Like, man, we just can't do it because we too damn small.
I don't know. And
Joe ever check out Smithsonian? There's a lot of old art, newspaper articles from a long time ago, and they went ahead and submitted all that stuff to the Smithsonian. And then it went into the Smithsonian and it disappeared.
Yeah, well, about giants.
It didn't disappear.
See what I'm saying?
It didn't disappear.
See what I'm saying?
It didn't disappear. It went to it's underneath the Vatican right now. It's still there. It's still there. I gotta tell you a true story. Got a chance.
Big old watermelon head dudes sitting they're sitting in the graveyard. They dug them up. Big old heads on them like a pumpkin.
I got a chance.
They went in, took them away.
I got a chance to take a trip to Rome, right? And got a chance to see the Pope come out and speak and all this. And at the time, our tour guide, and mind you, I'm a sophomore in college at the time. Matter of fact, I had just finished my my geology. I was a sophomore, about to be a junior. I had just finished my geology year. But one of the things that our tour guide said is, if y'all only knew, and we really don't know, but what they hold up under the Vatican is wild. They have everything under the Vatican. If we got a chance to go under there and see the archives and this and that, they have the history of mankind under the Vatican. Why are they? And mind you, this is respectfully an Italian who speaks English. You know what I'm saying? And mind you, it's me and my partner and his father. He played football. His dad is over there. I always say his dad part of the CIA. The man tell me he do logistics for NATO. That's what he always tell me. I'm like, what the hell is logistics for NATO? Anyway, that's a whole nother story. But while we over there, you know, and mind you, I'm a basketball. I'm 6'5", my partner 6'4", his dad probably 6 foot, and the dude he telling us, man, y'all are more the size of some of the stuff that they have under the Vatican. I'm telling you, and he's speaking with a little Italian accent, but he was so serious about if y'all could only see what was under the Vatican. And I'm thinking to myself, and mind you, once again, I hadn't researched all this anything. I'm like, but this dude wild as hell, man. He was cool. He was cool as shit. You know what I'm saying? Cool as hell. But and you know, I'm laughing. I'm like, man, bro, why? I'm tapping my partner. I'm like, bro, wild as fuck, man. He wild as hell. And then after I started looking shit, I'm like, shit, he might be, he might be right on point with what he was telling us.
No, he ain't lying.
Like
they probably got the whole Library of Alexandria in there. They didn't burn that library. They just moved it and set it on fire, made it look like they burned that bitch. They got all that shit under there.
It was crazy work, man. And for him to be saying it though, the way he was saying it, and like he had such vigor, and like, you know, when you talk, and when you talk to somebody, you could tell when they believe some shit. Like he was like, man, if y'all are more their size than anybody else here. Y'all are more the size of the people who were here, and they have it under there. And he ain't nothing but the damn tour guide. He that's it. But I thought, man, at that time I was like, he crazy as hell. But then now I look back and I'm like, shit, he might have been, you know what I'm saying? He might have been on point with what he was talking about. He might have been on point. So, all right, we're gonna keep the video going. My bad, y'all know I get long-winded.
There's a whole bunch of stuff we don't know about. They don't tell us nothing. All they do is lie. They're nothing but damn liars, man. They lie to us, and they expect us to believe it. And those of us that investigate, well, it's a different story.
See,
but and then you try and tell your friends about it, they look at you like you're crazy.
I done been a conspiracy theorist since college.
Yep, me too.
So it is what it is. And I'm gonna still talk the same way. I ain't got no problem. You ain't gotta believe me. We're gonna get back into the video. I wanna get to this next part that he finna get into as far as hate and how all of it. He done kind of connected it so far, but I want to get to a little deeper into it.
I wanted to wipe out humanity. I'm not joking. Sudra is this great king that ends up becoming secretly warned. That's the thing, is that the Anuna supposedly made a pact in the tablets that they're not supposed to tell anyone that this event's coming. They literally wanted to wipe out humanity. I'm not joking. It says that. So they created an event to like destroy us.
Quick question: how reliable is this genealogy?
I didn't think it was reliable because I wasn't I'm not a biblical. I'm not a religious person. I don't follow that. But
you see how he keep going back. I'm not a biblical person, but it lines up accordingly. That was what was so interesting to me.
You know what the archdeacon is?
Say it again.
Archdeacon.
No, I don't know what is archdeacon.
It's supposed to be high up in the I don't know if it's one of the damn religious sets, you know, and it's supposed to be a high place you can achieve.
Opus Deus or something.
Well, he has one of his friends was Paul. His good friends was Paul Wallace, who used to be an archdeacon. You know what I mean? And he helps him with all this relating it to biblical, you know what I mean, terms and shit like that. Nice. He's also a good friend of Billy Carson. I need to send you this video.
I think they wrote a book together, didn't they?
They might have.
I think him and Billy Carson wrote a book together.
Oh, Billy Carson and who? Paul Wallace?
No, and Matthew.
Yeah, Matthew LaCroix. Yeah. Definitely.
All right, here we go.
There were some aspects of it that I needed to pay attention to.
So if he's one to
realize, I'm not a religious person. I don't follow that, but I ended up realizing that there were some aspects of it that I needed to pay attention to.
So if he's 1, 2, 3, he's fourth generation from Noah, Ziasudra, same person.
So
if hypothetically, hold on.
Yeah.
Now we know the two of every kind.
So it means he's even ancient for his time.
Right, but we know the two of every kind thing. That story got fucked up. But if like Noah, Ziasudra were due to forces of happening on the planet, godlike whatever, were one of the few humans alive at that point. This person, Hake, is only the fourth generation, which means we have a very depopulated planet at the time of his quote unquote reign.
But I think they were having sex with people that survived too. I'm not.
So they're massively reproducing.
There was definitely other groups of people, but they weren't on that level. They weren't like him. They were just like, there were groups of people that had survived the catastrophe and probably didn't even remember their heritage and were like living in isolated places. And like had come out, and they described the world as being in chaos. And they had to bring order to the world after that event. That's why Enki and the World Order is called that.
I want to ask real quick, and when we talk about the flood, and we always say it was worldwide, right? Do you believe it was really worldwide?
Hell yeah.
I don't know if it was worldwide. I don't know if it was world. I think it was more of a centralized location versus it being, because although you hear and you see different stories and things like that, but you don't hear about it nearly. You don't hear about the flood nearly as much in what we would consider the ancient Incans, the Aztecs. You know what I'm saying? You don't hear about the flood nearly as much as you do in that area of the world as far as those stories go. What's y'all thoughts?
They all talk about it. They all talk about it. You know, I mean, they're all every culture you look into, they're all talking about it. And the thing about it is that I don't know who survived, but I can tell you one thing: there's some people that survived. Yeah,
absolutely.
Damn giants survived. Yeah.
Go ahead.
You talking about like Mesoamerican, right?
Yeah, Mesoamerica.
They definitely have flood myths, bro.
Okay. I don't think it's as well. Okay. I might be out of order. That's fine. I ain't got no problem being.
I mean, maybe the floods affected parts of the world more than it did the others, depending on how high your elevation was, or something like that. But I mean, in my opinion, that shit was global, except for if you were in places where, like at Mount Ararat, where he's going to talk about super high places where you literally you need a bunch more water to cover that shit up. But man, that shit affected a lot of this world, man.
One other thing I want to ask is when I'm all over the place. When Picasso brought up how volcanic eruptions, things like that, change and reshape the climate of the planet, one of the things that came to my mind is how they talk about global warming. And I'm not me personally, I'm just be honest, I'm not a big global warming guy. That ain't my lane. But I do know that there have been times where certain and once again, shout out to Dr. Grozos. We talked about this as far as when certain volcanoes erupted, and when they would erupt, they would cover thousands of miles as far as the debris that they would spew, right? Or as far as the what would they call it, pyroclitic debris and those type of things. But do you think that those type of eruptions could have happened, and then especially with the shifting, we know that the shifting of tectonic plates, that's usually what would create these volcanic activities. Do you think it could have been a time where you had that happen? And I know they always say that it would cause the climate to drop, but before the climate dropped, the heat and everything that came from that eruption may have melted those polar ice caps, something like that, and then that's what caused the actual flood. What's your thoughts on that, as far as what Picasso is saying with the volcano eruptions changing and reshaping the climate of the planet?
I don't think it had any. I think it was. Although I do believe in global warming, I don't think it's caused by what they tell us. I think it's caused by the sun, the interaction the sun has with the dead star. That I tell you that comes in the perihelion with it, and on certain times in the great year, on the cycle of the equinoxes.
You believe we're in a binary star system?
Absolutely.
Agree. I ain't gonna say agree, but I have seen a lot of evidence for that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Go ahead.
We're just a little dust. We're just a little speck of dust out here on the edge of on the edge of the galaxy. I remember when St. Helens erupted, and I was sitting over. Okay, that's Wisconsin State, right? I'm sitting over here in Wisconsin. That shit's coming down over here. I mean, you think it's a small planet, but it really isn't. I mean, it blew it right over here, and we had dust particles coming down here from Mount St. Helens when it erupted. I don't know if y'all remember that, but
yeah, I
remember when it blew up? Yeah. So, I mean, as far as the flood goes, wouldn't be a problem if it came straight out of the ground, and there's a lot of groundwater down there.
W, remember I told you about the Pioneer 11, Pioneer 10, right? The probes that they sent out that found the dead star in the 9th or 10th planet, whichever number you want to give it. They also started digging those deep underground military bases a little bit after that I told you that Phil Schneider was talking about. Since I've been trying to line up all this shit where they found out about these events that take place on this cycle. And they've been building these deep underground bases or places ever since, getting ready for one of these cycles to happen.
That's incredible.
He's right, man. You can drive a damn semi into some of those underground highways. They go from one end of the country to the other.
Oh man, they go further than that too.
Yeah.
Hold on. What you mean to go further than that? What you mean?
I mean, it's said that these places Some of them go underneath parts of the ocean and go to different countries, my niggas. Like, literally.
They go up to Canada, they go down to Mexico, they go all from one end of the United States down to the other.
But hold on, but he talking about under the oceans to different countries.
Well, yeah.
Bro,
that's
you know
crazy
how
work.
You got, I mean, the oceans only go down so far. There's so much earth. There's so much earth to dig down underneath the ocean and keep going and keep going and keep going and keep going. Man, there's so much room inside this earth. Man, people, I mean, there's a lot of space under that motherfucker to do whatever you want.
Hey man, they still tell me that I still got folks telling me the earth is flat, man. I'm just telling the truth.
Shit.
I'm just telling you. I'm telling the truth. I
know I was on here with you.
You see it. You didn't see it.
Think about those salt mines over there in Michigan. They're underneath the Great Lakes. That's where they're getting salt, underneath the Great Lakes.
Amazing.
You know, they get way down there. Way the hell down there.
That's incredible. That's incredible right there. And I always say, hey, reality is more interesting than anything we can imagine, in my personal opinion. Respectfully.
Me too.
We're gonna keep it going. We're gonna keep it going. We're gonna finish with this brother right here. I want to hear this.
They created domains so they could bring the world back.
Continue, sir.
So in the Atrahasis story, and this again, it's echoed by the Epic of Gilgamesh, and it's important because you can't just take a story from one place. Is if it's echoed by thousands of years later on another culture, and it's the same story, then you gotta start paying attention to it.
Skeptic.
Thank you, and that's one of the things that I always love when you listen to anybody. If we're gonna connect it, then we have to connect it all the way around. And this is what the brother is doing, in my personal opinion, when he's saying we done heard these stories thousands of years ago, but now more recent civilizations echo the exact same stories. Let's continue.
Society over here. What if it is just a, first source had a bad whisper down the lane and the next sources just follow that whisper and follow it somewhat closely?
Except that we have about 4 different sets of tablets. There's even one called the Legend of Itsubar. I'm sure no one's ever even heard of. It's the same thing again.
Real quick, Cash, have you heard of that tablet? Itsubar?
No, I haven't. That's what I tell you.
Sumerian. It's a Sumerian tablet.
Hold on. Itsubar is hold on, real quick, Peter. Itsubar. It's a Sumerian tablet or a Somalian tablet? Which one?
Sumerian.
Okay.
If you look at those tablets, they even have common law written on those tablets. Oh, even before most civilizations were even, established, they had common law written on those. Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's amazing, man.
All right, hey, I ain't got no problem with it.
The tablets are extensive. They got a lot, man. There's a lot of shit.
And real quick, the funny, well, I ain't gonna say funny. The wildest thing, even like we were just talking about, what may be under Rome and what the church may be hiding, is so crazy to me. If these are the tablets that we know of, what don't we know of?
Oh man, I can only imagine.
Man, that's the most. Like that. That's where I start to. Even if you want to tell me these tablets aren't true, right? Even if you want to tell me that, what the hell are they hiding? What the hell do they know? What the hell do they have? And even real quick, I just gotta say this. One of my favorite movies, and once again, I told you I became a conspiracy theorist in college, according to the people. One of my favorite movies, one of my favorite series. I don't think it's all true, but the Da Vinci Code, Angels and Demons, all of that. I love all of that, right? I love it. And I don't believe everything that they're talking about, but when you listen to the individual played by Tom Hanks named Robert Langdon, for him to finish as somebody studying these things, for him to finish his book, he said, I had to petition who? The Vatican. I got to petition the Vatican just to get a view of these archives so I can finish speaking on what may be true and what may not be true. I understand it's a movie, but I keep telling y'all, they put it in our face. They put it right in front of you. And and then they expect you not to believe it when they put it in front of you. It's just a movie. It's just whatever. And my thing is for him to say, man, when the Vatican pulled up on him, right, and he said, man, I'm glad y'all finally done responded back. Now I can finish my book and I can get the actual fact. And what they said, well, we ain't gonna allow you to do that, but we need your help with this. And so they put it in your face, in my personal opinion. Go ahead. I apologize.
Now you're talking about what we have with the records that they hold and all that shit. Yeah, but on top of that, you remember those two ancient artifacts that I showed you? They have the built-in Mona Lisa effect.
Absolutely.
And that when you light up one of them, it turns into a damn 3D projection type thing when you put a candle up under it.
I believe we put it on the show. I believe we put it on the show.
Imagine the big things that they have that have that type of technology or that type of sophistication built into it, like the shit that we never get to see, man. Like I can only imagine, man. Like, man,
that's incredible. Go ahead, Peter.
Well, the only thing I was saying is that I probably have less than 1.000% of all the knowledge in the world. You know, I mean, if our brains could actually, decipher what was actually happening in this world. But I know one thing. I do know one thing. Money makes the rules. And when you start following the doggone money, you start finding out who's pulling the bullshit. And that's where all the propaganda comes from. That's where all the manipulation comes from. They're always going to try and manipulate you that way because they're going to keep control. Because that's the whole deal. They want control, and that's the thing that really irritates me because they even go against their own law. I mean, you can't even make a good argument in a court of law. You're sitting over there with opposing counsel, and the judge has already got it against you. Because, they think, well, he's not going to ask for due process. He's not going to ask for discovery. He's not going to do anything like that. He's just going to go ahead and pay because that's all they want us to do. That's what really pisses me off. It's like they think we're a bunch of blathering idiots out here that don't know how to make an argument. Man.
It's incredible how little they think of us. I want to continue, though, with the video. Let's go back into the listening to what the real quick, Peter. I agree 100% with you. I don't want to get too far into the weeds. I did watch.
It's a little bit frustrating. It's a little bit frustrating.
But I just watched the individual. And we're gonna talk about that next time. I don't want to get too far off into the weeds because I'll talk a whole. Y'all know how I am. I go on a tangent, and next thing you know, it'll be 4:00 in the morning. I want to get through at least some of this. Now. We're gonna have to do, like I said, Cash. It's probably gonna be 3 shows.
Yeah, for sure. I already know.
Here we go.
Okay.
And so George Smith realized that in his books, and he realized that all these stories of the flood were the same event told.
And real quick, YouTube, this is for educational purposes only. We don't own the rights to this material, man. Shout out to the Julian Dort. You know what I'm saying? Doing a hell of a job with interviews. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to the great brother up here. I'm going to mess it. Matthew, say his last name for me, Cash. I'm going to mess
Matthew LaCroix.
I'm always going to say LaCroix, respectfully. But shout out to the great brother, man. We don't own the rights to this material. Educational purposes only.
By different cultures.
And George Smith is 1800s guide.
He's the guy that cracked the code of the Sumerian.
Skeptic society over here. What if it is just a, first source had a bad whisper down the lane and the next source is just follow that whisper and follow it somewhat closely?
Except that we have about 4 different sets of tablets. There's even one called the Legend of Itsubar. I'm sure no one's ever even heard of. That's the same thing again.
Okay.
And so George Smith realized that in his books. And he realized that all these stories of the flood were the same event told by different cultures.
And George Smith is 1800s guide.
He's the guy that cracked the code of the Sumerians. Yeah. Okay. So in the Atrahasis, Enki, again, the patron Sumerian god of Eridu, is supposed to have this pact that they're not supposed to war any humans. So he does it cleverly. Again, they literally had a pact like, we, the great Anuna, had an agree. This is what it says. We, the great Enuma, had a plan, and you broke that plan. You, like, a man survived, blah, blah. That's what it says. Enki says he did it because Ziusudra was his bloodline son, because Enki had slept with women.
Mm-hmm.
And their bloodlines were like, they had gifts and powers.
Half holy.
Yeah, so they were trying to wipe them out and clean the slate. That's essentially what it was.
Oh, they're trying to wipe out that blood. Oh.
They're trying to wipe out, they called them abominations, because they were like half god, half gods.
Biblically speaking, if you go back and look at when the flood, they call those individuals that the quote unquote angels had slept with, the offspring, they called them an abomination. Go ahead, here we go.
But they called them abominations?
Later on they did. They ended up being hunted down.
But they're supposedly more powerful.
We're going off on a whole thing, but we can go down and talk about the sons of Anak another day.
Pull us, if you want to pull us back, pull us back.
I will for a second. I just want to say there ended up being a later time period where they were hunted down.
Okay.
And then the last of that group was known as the sons of Anak. And they were in the area that it relates to the story of Moses.
Moses,
not the story we know. If you read Deuteronomy and the Book of Numbers, it's like,
and once again, he say Anak, we call him Enoch. But and if anybody has read the Book of Enoch, I have. That's a very interesting story, especially biblically speaking. And to hear him speak on the sons of Enoch, very interesting.
Have you read Deuteronomy?
Absolutely. What do you mean?
All right.
I'll be quite honest. I had no choice, and I'm probably at the time 9-10 years old. I had to give biblical readings at the theocratic school. As far as Enoch went, I done did readings on Kings, man. And I gotta say this: my first Bible reading, the craziest thing is I had to go through a lineage of one of the kings. And now, mind you, the majority of my biblical reading is naming off these old ass names. What, mind you, I'm 9 years old at the time. So yeah, nigga, I'm out here trying to name these old ass names and I didn't practice this for a month, and I still can't say these names correctly. Manasseh was the king at that time, and I got to go through his entire lineage. You know how, as a 9-year-old, you know how crazy that is. It's crazy work, bro. It was crazy work, but I plead the fifth on that one. Let's move. We'll move forward, but I done had to read a lot of this shit. Respectfully.
I wish people would read their own books. It's like insane to me. It comes right from there. It talks about how Moses was commanded to destroy the bloodlines of the giants of sons of Anak, and that he conquered 60 walled cities.
60 walled cities?
I'm not joking.
Is that like
castles?
Oh.
To kill, it says, and then he was ordered to kill every woman, child, and person in these places to wipe out their bloodlines.
Oh, that's wonderful.
It's insane. Guys, if you're religious, please read your own books. Deuteronomy and Book of Numbers, guys. Anyway.
Yeah, they are. Look, the Bible is a vicious book.
Yes.
It is
Old and New Testament. And okay, so in the Atrahasis, I don't want to lose track too far.
Yes.
Enki secretly warns Ziusudra because he says that it was his bloodline. That's why. That it was like his son, almost like one of his ancestral sons. Okay. He instructs him to use what's called bitumen, which is so bizarre because we use bitumen in all kinds of construction operations and building today. But he knew about bitumen so far back that it brings up questions like, how could they possibly have known about bitumen? Do you know what bitumen is?
Nope.
It's a combination of different things that create like a type of adhesive that is the toughest thing you can in the world. It's what they use
for. What does it use? Yeah.
Basically they use it to blacken out and seal things so that nothing can get in. It's like almost like a tar. So he commands him, he has to build something to survive what's coming. That really is true. He tells him he must build with cedar planks because cedar planks are the only thing that'll survive this type of event. It was just funny because I I'm a farmer, believe it or not. I grow vegetables. I grow vegetables. I love growing crops. Vegetables.
You do a lot of shit, man.
Bro is a farmer and a miner at the same time, as well as a researcher. Shout out to him. Shout out to him, man. Shout out to him. I'm just saying.
And I had to build raised beds for gardening. And in building raised beds, you find that if you use the wrong type of wood, it rots like right away. And it doesn't do anything. And so what you find is by far the most high quality thing that exists for wood is cedar. It's like a super wood. It never rots. And so they had the cedar growing there, and he commanded him. He's like, the only way you will survive this event is if you do exactly what I tell you. This is what's so wild about it. This can't be just nothing. It's a real being talking to him. He says, build it exactly these dimensions. Seal it with bitumen like
those dimensions are given in the Bible. They are given in the Bible as far as how to build this ark. I'm just saying. I'm telling the truth.
Different ark though.
Like the darkness or something. Like basically the absolute he says. No light can get in. He's anticipating an event that's so crazy that it's like everywhere. It's above, it's below. They have to like isolate themselves in something. That's what he's talking about.
Okay. I'm tying this to something you said. Go ahead.
Okay, so he tells him very detailed descriptions on how he has to build something to survive a coming event, and that he has to bring his entire family and then just his local animals. So that's where they manipulated the whole thing into like a stupid story later.
Remind me the approximation of how many years back we are with this.
That's the hardest thing. We know it's not right before the Younger Dryas. And that's what the hardest thing I've come to realize is that.
So it could be way back.
This is like 50,000 years ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, but
or maybe older. Like maybe
50,000 years is crazy work.
He said 50 to 100 or even older, man.
Even older. Even older. That's crazy work. That's crazy work. All I'm saying is, I mean, I can't prove none of it, me personally. But once again, historians of the Bible, they're going to tell you the Bible is, this shit happened 6,000 years ago, 7,000 years ago, right? This man is talking 50,000 years ago, possibly 100,000 years ago, somewhere between that time frame. And once again, my only thing is, and the way I got it, when I looked into, and even when you look biblically speaking, they tell you, once again, where was Abraham from? Does anybody remember where Abraham was from?
Ohio.
No, he was from Ur of the Chaldeans.
Just kidding.
He was from Sumeria.
He was from Dayton.
He was from Sumeria? He was from Sumeria for real?
Look, I'll pull it up for you.
No, I believe you. I'm just asking you. I don't know.
Well, biblically speaking, he was from Ur. And we know Ur was in Sumeria.
Okay.
And that's why I always tell you, one of the reasons I love Sumeria is because, well, shit, what the hell what? And when we talk about the Abrahamic religions, right? We talking about Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. Those are the three Abrahamic religions, right? The three main religions of the world at this current moment in time. So when I was and they say he from Ur, well, what the hell did he believe in? That's how I got into all of this, because I'm like, okay, if he's the progenitor of these religions, what the hell? What did his people believe in? Where was he from? And then you find
Abraham wasn't no Jew. He wasn't no Jew.
Well, you find out where he was from. He was from Ur. He was from Sumeria.
Yeah.
And so that's how I got into the whole Sumerian text, the Sumerian tablets, all of that, Enki, Enlil, all of it, because I was like, well, if he's the progenitor of these religions, supposedly, these are the main three religions in the world. Well, where was he from, and what was his background? What was his parents teaching him? And that's how I got to Samaria. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just saying.
Actually, it wasn't even a religion. It was just tablets and information. wasn't no religion to it, really.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't necessarily the religion. It was what did he believe in. Shout out to my sister Foodie in the building. Shout out to my sister Foodie. But at the same time, that spirituality that he was raised on is what created the three main religions in the world today. That's a fact.
Yeah.
That's a fact.
Yeah, they seem to always go back to them, don't they?
Yeah, you ain't got no choice but to. And so that's why I end up looking into Sumerian the way I did. Once again, shout out to my sister Foodie in the building. Foodie, what's going on, sis? Much love and respect. We on our conspiracy.
You gotta look over there at those. You got to look over there at those Greek folks too, because over there in Greece, man,
they
have all kinds of.
But you out of order.
All kinds of different gods going on.
I said you out of order though, because the Sumerians came before the Greeks did.
Well, yeah, I know they did, but I mean, when you go out to Washington D.C. and walk through the Capitol, what do you see? Bunch of Greek gods.
But where did then the question would have to be asked? Where did the Greeks get their religion-based system from? And once again, it all would come back to the ancient civilizations. It always comes back to it. It's a little different for Greece because even with Greece and the whole, and this is why I always say the reincarnation thing. I listen, and I think the brother's gonna break it down here as far as who Zeus was. You know what I'm saying? As far as the Greeks go, and the difference between
Leo.
Well, exactly. But the difference between what the Greeks believe, why the Greeks didn't rock with the Athenians, why the Athenians didn't really rock with the Atlanteans.
The Greeks weren't around yet. Athenians are the pre-Greeks, pretty much.
Yeah.
Technically. Well, I agree with it. I agree 100% with it. I ain't even gonna say technically. I agree 100% with it. But just their structure and their base, what you end up seeing is all of this ends up coming down to the same individuals dealing with these individuals. The brother, I believe he's gonna break down the process of when you hear the Titans versus the Olympians, supposedly, right? I think he's gonna break that down. And I mean, it's just a beautiful breakdown, and it makes sense to me as far as there were outside influences. There were things going on before these people even understood what was going on, if that makes sense. So, and the same thing I think with the majority of these civilizations, you know what I mean? Especially the ancient ones. So I may be out of order. But it is what it is. Foodie said, shout out to Foodie. Who do you believe in? I put my faith in God. Blessed, still breathing. Tupac. Shout out to Tupac, man. Shout out to Pac. But and shout out to my sister Foodie, man. If y'all don't know Foodie, she a dog out here, man. And I say that respectfully. She'll get on your motherfucking ass if necessary. We're gonna keep moving. Let's keep moving forward with this video right here. Here we go. And once again, YouTube, educational purposes only. Educational purposes. I don't know how many times I can say it. I don't know if they're gonna believe me, but here we go.
100,000 years ago. I know I'm like gonna lose people. It could even be older than that. I know that's insane, but
you know what theme I was tying it to my head? Because I figured it was unrelated. I figured this was on a way different timeline. But when you were talking about it's getting all mixed up right now, but I think it was Göbekli Tepe.
Yeah.
Where they had the stone that could close in.
Yeah.
Above. Like they were going into a bunker.
Yes.
This is a very similar theme.
It is because they later had to do that to survive. Because not every event was the same. Some events were different than others. It had to do with the interaction of the earth with different things. But this event in particular was related to more of a catastrophic flood. And it's always called that, the Great Deluge. Now, I don't believe it was based on rain entirely. I think it was based on like a tsunami. Because look at Eridu's got seashells on top of it. Persian Gulf is right there.
Yes.
It makes more sense that we had tectonic movements and enormous amounts of water. Now, where are we in that region? If you go look at a map, we have the Black Sea right above it, and we have the Persian Gulf right below it, and then the Mediterranean on the other side. If you were to get a massive influx of water, all three of those water bodies would flood.
So I just type in, can I do Black Sea? Is that good enough for you?
And then just zoom out.
Yeah.
So here we are. Here's Iraq, and here's Iraq right there. I can't talk and point at the same time, I guess.
Yeah, no, it's good.
And then here's Eastern Turkey. Now notice it's surrounded by massive inland lakes and different things like that. I think that's why that region talks about the flood so much, because I think what we saw is that
the lakes are the result of the flood.
Combination of a lot of different things. But we're talking about what it states is that there was so much water that's why there was 45 feet of sediment on Sharupak. Because if you go across an arid land with a massive event like this, that arid land is not going to have a lot of vegetation, and it's going to pull all its material with it. It's called sedimentation. Okay. And so that's what we're talking about here is that so Enki tells him how he has to build this craft that is the only way that they're going to survive. And he tells him he has to survive. He tells him that it's like critical for humanity.
Yeah, but he's also like giving him the keys ahead of time as to how to.
But if it wasn't up to him, Enlil, his half brother, the eagle, he's the serpent. He wanted all of humanity wiped out.
I wanna. That was so interesting how he threw that in there. Enlil, he's the eagle, and Enki's the serpent. Did I say that the right way?
Yep.
The way he threw that in there, and I think it was very sly how he threw it in. And I think it was strategic, to be quite honest. The way he threw it in this situation, right? And the most interesting thing, and it's going to come up later in the conversation. I don't know if we're going to get to it tonight, but when you start to look at flags, right? When you start to look at, and I thought it was so brilliant and how they put it right in front of you. If when he brings up how the quote unquote eagle that was Spain goes and takes over the quote unquote serpent, because at this current moment in time, according to Tia, say it for me, my brother. Teotihuacan, or however you say that.
Teotihuacan.
Thank you. They always represented the guy who brought them. According to them, it was a serpent with feathers, right? According to them, same guy was in the Aztec area as well. And when you look at the Mexican flag today, I'm gonna ask real quick, Peter, do you know what the Mexican flag is today?
No, I really don't.
It's an eagle eating a serpent.
Yeah.
This is a fact. We can pull it up if necessary, but this is why I always say they put it right in front of you.
They rub it in your face.
They put it right in front of you, bro. And that's the craziest thing to me when I start to look at these different things. And I'm like, wait a minute. So now on just the Mexican flag, especially when we understand how Spain came over and took over Mexico the way they did, right? And when I'm saying Mexico, and it's not what they called themselves at that time, but I believe it was Cortez who came over supposedly with, and this is the story. This is the story. I don't believe it, but I may be wrong. But he came over with less than 200 troops, and then took over some shit with or where these they got thousands and thousands of troops, but was able to take it over the way that they did off of cunningness and those type of things. And they're gonna get into it, but I just think it's so interesting as far as the symbolism that's used today, and then how these stories end up relating back to all of it. I think it's interesting. Shout out to my brother Raider in the building as well. Salute, Raider. Much love and respect, my brother. You know what it is. Real quick, anybody got anything on that before I move forward?
Nah, we've been under control for a long time.
It's crazy work. All right, here we go.
Have you? Now I'm getting mixed up in my head as to what we talked about off camera versus on camera. So just because we're on camera, I want to make sure. Have you gone through the eagle serpent thing today on camera?
No, not with you.
Not on camera.
No.
All right, so can you do that now? If you're gonna say that.
Okay. We won't go too.
I didn't remember it was gonna happen exactly this way, but shout out to the bright side for being in order in this situation.
Too far, but because we got to get back to this, we Julia just scratched the surface.
And what part did we leave off to?
The end of the Adrahasis.
End of the Adrahasis. Okay, go ahead on the eagle serpent.
I do love how talk about rabbit holes we're going down. One of the things that I did get known for in my last book, The Stage of Time, not the one that I'm releasing with Billy Carson, Epic of Humanity, but right before, and I did include some of that in there, but my previous book called The Stage of Time, one of the core concepts in there I talk about a lot is that I realized that there seemed to be a competition with civilizations all throughout history with certain symbolism. And the symbolism seemed to be shared, that it goes all the way back to these Anuna gods, because they seem to represent themselves with very specific symbols. Now, I thought it was fascinating because remember I showed you that mural where they're passing the knowledge of the...
Yes.
There's other murals that depict them, but with an eagle head.
Well, there was an eagle on the top.
But this is different with an eagle head, like their mentality.
Yes.
And what they were passing wasn't the same thing. I've come to the conclusion that what they were passing, because they were depicting that, they never do anything by accident. They were depicting the knowledge of war and about how to create a different kind of civilization. Because what we find out is that Enlil had a son named Ninurta. Ninurta is the same person who became Nimrod in the Bible and is also the same individual that became the Byzantine eagle of the Roman Empire.
I want y'all to hear what he just said. Mm-hmm. And the reason I want you to hear is because we know who Nimrod is in the Bible. Biblically speaking, anybody who knows, respectfully, I say that respectfully, we know who Nimrod is, right? We know the things that Nimrod was damn near a warmonger, respectfully. And when you listen to how he's depicted, as far as the way the brother just broke that down, I just thought that was very interesting as far as passing on the war gene. You know what I'm saying? The war gene in this in that situation, and Nimrod being who Nimrod was in the Bible. I want to keep playing it though. Did y'all have anything to add to that real quick?
No. Only that the Bible kind of mixed it up, didn't they?
The Bible mixed a lot of things up from what I'm starting to figure out. Respect.
I'm pretty sure it said that he was like the great grandson of Noah or something like that, but this is irrelevant. Yeah, you keep going.
All right, here we go.
There are these powerful influences we seem to be able to trace around the world of these specific mentalities, and it can't be a random coincidence because there ended up being this almost war against the two. And we know that especially with the Americas. Now, in the Americas, I want everybody to wrap their head around to think that there was a much older version of those civilizations there than we're taught. Like, for instance, the Aztec that were practicing blood sacrifice and the Maya that were doing all that, that's not part of the group I'm talking about. That was, again, a later iteration of those regions that had no one guiding them and sort of went on like a chaotic place evidence shows that they were in extreme drought for like 500 years, and they were getting to such extreme aspects that they were sacrificing people because they didn't know what to do. They still had the knowledge that the gods played a role in the world and them, and they didn't understand, so they started like freaking out because they were all dying out, and so they started sacrificing like 1,000 people a week. I'm not even kidding. It was horrible. Mm-hmm. They didn't know what to do. But what historians don't tell you is that I'm not saying this was justified at all, but they were in such an extreme drought that their maize crops, corn, were all failing, and they had nothing to eat. So they were trying. Anyway, that's a long rant, but I have to always say that because whenever I talk about the cultures of the Americas, everybody's always like,
What happened?
I done did all this talking. I'm out of order. Man, I got one of the greats in the building. This is my sister. She finna come. I already know how Foodie gonna come with it. We got Foodie in the building. Sis, welcome to the show. I believe this might be your first time pulling up on the show. You know what I'm saying? But I ain't got no problem with it. Welcome to the show, sis. Give me your opening statements. You're on mute. Oh, there we go.
What up, everybody? I'm actually just like trying to pick up what you guys are talking about. I saw the title of the show and I decided this is kind of something interesting because I'm going over the book of Revelations again in the Bible. So what are you guys talking about again?
So I'll break it down. I'll give you a short synopsis of it. Basically, the brother that we have on the screen right here been going around finding these quote unquote megalithic sites, right, and has connected them back to previous civilizations, those type of things, some of the most ancient civilizations. And it's interesting when you say you're reviewing Revelations right now. Shout out to Revelations. But what we're doing now is going through how he sees some of the more ancient texts, specifically the Sumerian texts, the text from these other megalithic sites that have been found, and trying to apply it, not necessarily directly to the Bible, but giving the explanation of how he sees things and then saying, well, this is how, biblically speaking, it would be playing out. So I'll give you a quick synopsis as far as the situation would go as far as some of the kings lists and those type of things. Basically, the brother is saying that Noah, biblically speaking, had a different name in some of these other texts. Some of his offspring were kings of these other megalithic sites that we're never speaking on biblically, but now he's trying to connect it all together and giving us more or less a history of where we came from, who we are, and what was happening with these megalithic sites.
That's the sugar-coated version.
Go ahead, give a raw version. Get a raw version in. Give it a raw version.
In a nutshell, he's debunking the Bible.
I just want to say one thing. I find it highly unlikely that because those people were having a drought, that they would kill innocent people. Now, criminals I can understand. Okay, you can't sit there and tell me that these guys, that were down there in the Mayas were so crazy that of a low IQ,
but before we get back to that,
kill innocent people because their land was in a drought.
But before we get back
they
to
would have
that,
moved.
Hold on,
they would have moved.
Hold on. But before we get back to the video, we just giving a breakdown to Foodie as far. So we trying to catch up as far as before we get back to the actual video. So Cash, I think Cash said that the brother is debunking the Bible.
You're saying megalithic sites? He didn't discover, but he's other people are discovering these old cities that are in the Sumerian tablets, and they're accrediting them to different civilizations, the wrong civilizations. So he's pretty much discovering these the 5 major cities that are in the Sumerian tablets, like Eridu, Sharupek, and the other ones that they want you to think is myth, pretty much.
Okay, go ahead, Foodie. Go ahead. That's pretty much what we on.
No, I got it. Like when you said trying to debunk the Bible, I get it. I'm always open. I mean, I believe in the Bible, but I'm also open to other conversations that may debunk what my beliefs are. So I'm open. So I'm listening.
Well, I think the most interesting thing about it is how he's made the comparison now, and I would go back to the but how he's made the comparison, and as far as Noah goes, Noah's 3 sons, the ark, all those type of things. Now he's making a connection that although Noah, and we all would, well, biblically speaking, we would all agree Noah was the one who went through the flood, supposedly saved human civilization, those type of things with Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Now, what he's speaking on is one of these megalithic sites, and one of these, like Cash was saying, one of these 5 cities that ancient Sumeria speaks on. It seems that I believe it's the grandson of Japheth was one of the kings of one of these ancient civilizations or one of these ancient cities that we're speaking on right now. They call him King Hake, and just connecting the pieces as far as how, and he's calling Noah in this situation, correct, respectfully, Cash, respectfully. What he's calling him, just what's the name for me, my brother?
What are you talking about?
What is he calling Noah?
Zaya Sutra?
Zaya Sutra, thank you. I was going to say Jezza Sutra. Zaya Sutra. But he's basically saying that Zaya Sutra, his offspring was Japheth, and then Japheth's grandson ended up being King Hake of one of these major 5 cities. And now kind of breaking it down and bringing it together as far as how these cities interacted with each other, and just those type of things. Just those type of things.
So does ancient Sumeria? I mean, I know a little bit of it. Does it predate the Bible?
Yes.
By a long time.
I brought it up. If you would have asked Abraham, and I think we would agree, biblically speaking, Abraham is the progenitor of the 3 major religions right now. Abraham was from Ur of where? Samaria, right? Ur the Chaldeans is what they would call it. And so this definitely predates biblical teachings, technically. Go ahead.
If you add up the reigns of the kings on the Sumerian tablets kings list, their reigns add up to 432,000 years, give or take.
And the Bible is how old?
6,000, 7,000 years old.
In text, right?
In text, right, from what we know. Right. From what's written.
From what's written, exactly, right. In text, yeah. So, okay, so he mentions Abraham named as another name, or?
No, he didn't mention Abraham. Okay. I just brought up Abraham when you asked if, Abraham being from Sumeria.
Right.
That's the only reason I brought that
okay.
out. We in order? Are we in order?
In order.
We in order. All right, here we go. We're going to keep moving. Here we go.
Well, how can they be so good if they're doing all that? And that's what I need to lay down, is that the original Maya, the original Olmec, the original pre-Aztec, the Toltec, the ones who created Teotihuacan.
And real quick, sis, I got to tell you. So what the brother is talking on, what he's speaking on now is how these ancient individuals were moving throughout, not directly, but, or he's not directly speaking on it, but how they were moving throughout the world and creating different civilizations, giving different civilizations different knowledge, those type of things. That's kind of what he's speaking on, kind of going down a rabbit hole right here. And we might fast forward a little bit through it, but I do think it's interesting.
Teotihuacan, Tenochtitlan, created Chichen Itza. Those are part of an ancient story that directly relates back to Sumer. And the idea is that there were these great sages, and it gets back to the story of the Dogon. There were these great sages
in Africa and Mali. We talked about already,
that are described as traveling around the world and creating civilizations. But those original sages were part of that Enki side with the knowledge of creating temples and higher consciousness. But the other side with Enlil and Ninurta, they didn't find any value in that. They didn't want that to be part of any of our structure of us. And that's where this competition began, is how do you rule humanity? Do you rule humanity through an iron fist and being a war empire and disciplined? Or do you rule humanity through ancient temples and being creative and showing all those aspects? And that was what this great division became, because
left and right side of the brain,
right? And That's what it is. The eagle represents the left side of the brain mentality, and the serpent and dragon represent the right. And the right brain has always been associated with the divine feminine and creation. Always.
So, and that's what's interesting there, because.
And I think that's very interesting that he just said that. So the serpent is associated with the right side, the eagle with the left side of the brain. The serpent being, in this situation, the more creative feminine side, the left side, the eagle being the war side, the more masculine side. And
not
I
the
think
more masculine, and not necessarily the more masculine.
I'm just going off of what he said.
Well, yeah, I understand what you mean, divine feminine, or divine masculine, but I think he means like the more what is considered to be the not intellectual side, but the more math, arithmetic, logic.
The more logical side.
Logic. Yeah, right.
And so, but in this situation, what he's saying is that one individual is coming from that right side to show humanity a different side as far as the buildings, the architecture, the creative side of the brain goes, versus and it's interesting when it goes back to the Garden of Eden. Who tempted Eve, supposedly? It was the serpent, right?
The serpent, right.
But this is also, in my opinion, it goes into, once again, him being that or having that more artistic, that more, how do we rule as far as not necessarily with an iron fist, but us being creative and those type of things. I think that kind of aligns with how men and women are today. And so, go ahead.
I think that's just where society creates a divide when in actuality we all possess both sides. But each side is trying to, no, you need to be more this or you need to be more that. We haven't found a balance. And like I said, I believe in the Bible, God is balance. You know what I'm saying? So if you say you believe in God, you believe in balance. We can't lean to one extreme or the other and survive. If one side wins more than the other, then you're going to destroy the other side.
But that's not the argument. The argument in this situation is that you have two individuals who have, and even when we're talking about God being balanced, I agree with that. And this is the balance that we're talking about. You have the artistic, the more peaceful side of things, and then you have the more warring, hard-headed side of, I ain't gonna say hard-headed, the more rule with the iron fist type individual when we're talking about these two individuals that's spoken on in the Sumerian text. And so it still represents that same brain, the right and the left of the brain. It's still a balance there. And I think they'll get into later on in the conversation as far as what that balance is. But it's always going to be somewhat of a balance there. Real quick, Cash, I think you could probably. I think Cash could probably explain it better than I could.
No, I agree with what you're saying. Is what I'm saying is that human beings, all of humanity, is always warred against what side is better. But both of us, but all of humanity holds both sides. You know what I mean? Like,
agreed.
Men and women both have male and female attributes, just from inception. You know what I'm saying? So.
But I will say this now. I want you, because even though I agree with that piece of it, it's always a battle there. And right now we're technically in the symbolism piece of it. You understand what I'm saying? And I think the symbolism piece of it is very interesting as far as what we've seen throughout history, and the different tribes and different cultures, those type of things. I think it's very interesting what he gets into. I'm gonna keep playing it though.
Because the serpent, like, I'm very good friends with Paul Rosalie. Love him. Paul, you do amazing work. I don't fuck with snakes though, right? Like, that guy fucking loves snakes.
Not
and
real
everything.
Snakes though.
I understand,
Okay.
but like, where my head goes.
Okay.
I think serpent. I think literally, devilish shit, right?
Yeah.
What you seem to be saying is that it's the other way around.
They ended up inverting almost every symbol after around the Holy Roman Empire period. That's where I've traced it. Is that people don't know is that the Roman Empire used to be a non-monotheistic civilization, meaning that they didn't believe in a single god. That's called monotheistic religion. Romans used to believe in the planets being gods, and they used to worship them. Okay, and they believed in like more of the old ways, blah blah blah. But the point was that when the Roman Empire was collapsing, there was a man named Constantine. And Constantine ended up having this brilliant idea where they would restructure the Roman Empire in where? Istanbul, Turkey.
Son of a bitch.
That's where it started, was Istanbul with Constantine. That's why it was called Constantinople.
Constantinople, yeah.
Constantinople, thank you. And so Constantine was brilliant. He's like, okay, so how do we control everything? And they were like, well, if we rewrite history, we can write the future too, because who controls the past controls the future. And then they also realized, well, we can't really have people like reaching higher states of consciousness through spirituality and through these teachings. So let's also take over religion. And then we can have the trifecta of what was supposed to be is in that mural. Remember? The priest and the king. It's exactly what they did.
Remember we were having that argument?
In a completely different way. And what they did was they then turned into a monotheistic religion.
Go ahead, Cash.
Nah, you remember, like, I don't remember how many episodes ago we were arguing something. We were arguing something along those lines. I was like, man, you guys are believing this fucking history that they teach us in school and all this bullshit. Like, they could just tell us fucking anything. Like, literally, it could not be 2025 right now, and we wouldn't fucking know because we're on their timeline. Straight the fuck up.
Amazing. I can't disagree. I can't disagree with it. You only know what you done been taught.
Yeah, but in my opinion, I think that time, it is a social construct. I do agree with that. But time is irrelevant. What is real, and what is fake is fake. I think the only way that you know is if you're guided through spirit. The only way you're guided through spirit is if you accept that the spirit realm does exist. There are too many people that don't believe that. They're just so stuck in text. You know what I'm saying? They're trying to find their way. I understand that. I agree. But you can't say that human beings are lying to us and then only believe what human beings have given us so far, which is text.
Amazing. I'm not saying that anybody is lying. What I'm saying is that the whole construct of time, and even like you say, time. I think time does matter because when it comes to, and I didn't think this way a while ago, but when it comes to certain alignments, certain things that happen, when you see eclipses, and that's all time. You understand? So I think time does matter. At the same time, I don't understand exactly what's true and what's not as far as the time frame that's been given, if that makes sense.
I mean,
I'll tell you what's true. Your neighbors, start talking to them. This is a great podcast, really. I mean, this is a great channel. And I'll tell you why, because we're all getting to know each other. But I guarantee you, they've been lying to us, and they're going to continue to lie. Everything you hear is a goddamn lie. Let's face it. I mean, what have they ever told us that was true? All they're trying to do is get into your bank account and screw you. That's what they've been doing since the beginning of time. They're going to come for it all because they want more for themselves and less for everybody else. Let's face it.
I mean, the people that are really in control of the world, they don't give a fuck about money. They own everything, so they more can care about control. Period.
Control.
Absolutely factual. Absolutely factual. Since the beginning of time, no matter what civilization you believe in, it's been about controlling human beings, controlling through manipulation, religion or non-religion, whether it's astrology or, well, I do believe astrology is non, controlling. It just is what it is. It just paints out what really is there from what we know. And I just like, whatever I believe, whatever I hear, I just try to associate it to what has happened and what is going on right now. I don't really focus on too much of what has happened more than how does it apply to what's going on right now. And so that's why I believe in the Bible, because the Bible is prophecy. Like, it's told us so much of what has happened and what's going on. Because I also do believe that history repeats itself, and there are things that we can change in the line of history moving forward that we've already seen happen if we just pay attention to what's happened. That's the only thing that history applies to for me. Like, what's happened before when people have gotten certain levels of power versus what could happen.
I ain't got no problem with it.
I mean,
but go ahead, Cash.
No, I was just going to add on to that. Well, in my opinion, from all that I've dug up, history repeats itself because we're on a certain great year cycle of the equinoxes or the zodiac signs, whatever you want to call them, and certain things happen during those certain periods of the equinox of the great year. So that's what I think that falls into more than anything.
Yeah, I mean, like, people believe we are in the age of the Aquarius, like we are in the divine feminine, like we are in a major shift from where men have been in power up to this point, and now
I think we're in Pisces
feminine,
right now. I think we're going to be going into Aquarius, but I think we're in Pisces.
Well, people have been saying that for like 5-6 years. We're going to be going into the age of the Aquarius. Some people believe we are in the age of the Aquarius. But either way, it doesn't really matter. Those are just words, in my opinion. Like what I say is like we just have to see where we are right now and what's happened in the past and how it compares. And the bad things that have happened, we can change them. We are individual thinkers, all of us on this earth. It's not just like whatever the moon is whatever the moon cycle's in, that's what we're going to be going into. No, we're independent thinkers. We have independent choice. We're the only species on planet Earth that has, the ability to have independent thought and make our own decisions.
Yeah, but at least we're talking. I mean, think about it. We're actually having a conversation. There's people in power that ain't even having a conversation.
Right. They're not having a conversation, but they already know. They already know. If they have those conversations, it would spark conversations that they don't want to, questions that they don't want to answer because they don't favor them.
Are we really making our own thought? Are we really making up our own minds? If we don't even know the truth of the past, shit. If we don't know the truth on everything, what do you really know then? You just, man.
You don't need to know all of the truth of everything that's happened in history. I mean, like, I've had 45 years on this earth. I can see things repeating themselves. I can see just, in my little time on this earth, not knowing how much time I have going forward, I could, God forbid, pass away as soon as I click, off of this link. I don't need to know that.
We hoping that don't happen for you.
I look at it like this. That's an interesting way to look at things, because if some of these, if for instance some of these ancient stories are true, which y'all want, or some people want to believe they're myth, if we have certain powers that we're unaware of, wouldn't you want to know how to tap into those powers?
Well, I do.
You're just cool. You're just cool being controlled until your life's over.
I'm not controlled. That's why I said I believe in the spirit realm. I do believe in the power of the spirit realm because we are spiritual beings living a human experience. Some people don't understand that because a lot of people who are taught to believe in the Bible and go to church and believe in Pentecost or baptism or whatever it is that you were taught to believe in, that's a religion. That is not actually
so you're spiritual. You're not religious.
I'm not religious. I'm spirit. I'm born and raised Christian. My name is a Christian name. I do believe in Christ, but I do believe in the Holy Spirit. And so anything that I approach, anything I don't understand, I ask Him for understanding. I don't rely on God. I mean, I don't rely on man in anything that He's told me. I don't believe any of that, unless it's revealed in the Spirit to be true.
Real quick, man. Shout out to Corey in the building, man. Salute to my brother Corey Draper in the building. Corey DeMarcus. Let me put respect on the brother name. Corey DeMarcus Draper in the building. Salute, fam. I'm gonna tell you, I always look at things with open. At the end of the day, I can't tell you exactly what's going on. I can't tell you. But what I can tell you is what's going on in my life. And I'm gonna be the best person I can be. But I'm always gonna be trying my best to find what the honest answers are and what the truth is. And biblically speaking, hey, God tell you, hey, you need to ask questions. You need to focus or seek the truth. The only way you can seek the truth is what? Ask questions. So I don't think any of this is in any way anything against any God against anybody. I think that seeking the truth and trying to be as pure about it as you can be, I think that's the best thing you can do, and that's what we're trying to do over here. Go ahead, Foodie. I see you came up. Go ahead.
No, I mean, well, in the Bible, it says, "Seek ye first in the King of a God and His righteousness, and all these things shall be added unto you." So I'm not asking any human being,
but
because
ye
I
are
don't worship
gods.
any human
But
being.
ye
Yeah,
are
only
gods.
ask God. Yeah, I only ask Him.
But ye are gods, right?
No, I don't believe in that.
Biblically speaking, hold on. Jesus didn't say that ye are gods.
No.
What did He say?
In regards to what?
When hold on. In regards to, and I believe I could be wrong about the exact scenario, but I believe it was Peter who was asking the question in this situation, and I believe that one of Jesus' responses was, "Ye are gods."
Ye are gods as far as like human beings. All of us are gods.
Yes.
Oh no.
Amazing.
I think that's a misinterpretation.
So we weren't made in God's image.
We're made in God's image, but we are not gods.
Okay.
If you dig into
in
the
the mirror,
older,
I see an image of myself. I'm not necessarily the image of what I see in a reflection of a mirror, because that's a man-made thing. None of us know what we actually look like. You ever think of that?
I mean, it all depends on what you want to believe. But if you dig into these stories that are older than the Bible, we were made in other beings' image, not what that book talking about. But
That's
let me
fine.
go ahead.
I don't worship any of them though. I mean, you have to. I mean, I feel like if you want to come into your full beingness of a human being, you do have to surrender to someone or something. I've chosen to surrender to God, the one true God.
So in Psalms it does, and I understand exactly what you're saying, for you, because let me put context on that quote. It said, and this is Psalms. If you want me to go more into it, but it's Psalms 82:6. It says, "I have said, you are gods, sons of the Most High." And so when you say there's only one true God, you're using God with a capital G, I guess. Biblically speaking, if they're saying that ye are gods, then I mean it goes into and this is why I always have conversations and questions about it, but it goes into the Elohim and a lot of different things as far as what the language and what was called gods at that current moment in time. But I do understand exactly what you're saying. Sis. I do it when you say that there's only one true, there's only one Most High. I understand where you're coming from.
And I ask you, is he saying, are you gods as far as ownership, or are you gods as individuals? Is that with an apostrophe or no?
Let's see what it.
Like we belong to God.
Shit, that book is so scrambled. Y'all don't even have all the books to that book.
See,
you guys are reading.
It's no apostrophe. It's no apostrophe. You know what I'm saying? It's God, but it is gods with a lowercase g. So I guess that'll be the argument that'll be made. So, I mean, Foodie, you there? Respect.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, so I think that'll be made on the same level when, like we spoke on Elohim and the different versions of God that's used in the different texts. That's why I always say, man, it's confusing. It's confusing. But at the end of the day, hey, you gotta have, like you would say, discernment to figure it out.
Yeah,
Correct?
because I'm not confused at all.
Amazing.
Satan is the author of confusion. So he's also a god you can worship. There are different gods. I don't believe human beings are any gods. I would never follow after any human being or anything that they have to say or offer. But I just question, like you said, are we gods? Like, we belong to God, or gods? We are individual gods. That was my question.
When we say, okay, all right, that's a whole nother conversation to get into. And so we trust me, we don't mind having that conversation. We'll have that conversation on another show.
No, I was just speaking on the comp. I wasn't trying to get into anything.
No problem whatsoever. No, and I don't know how much shit. I had planned to go about 3.5 hours with this one. So we're gonna let me see how far we can get. I want to get into. I really want to get into. Man. Damn, that's far down the line. All right, so I'm gonna skip some of this ancient Mayan stuff. I'm gonna skip some of this. I really don't want to. We can play it. We're gonna run a couple episodes on this, so it is what it is. We're gonna keep it going. Oh, real quick, shout out to my brother Tony. I gotta let my brother Tony get his opening bars off. Tony, welcome to the show, my brother. You hear us up here cooking, man. Go ahead.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna hop on because I'm going to bed, but I just want to hop on to say this. In the context of Psalms 82, Jesus is not talking to men. He's talking to angels, because he further after states, "Are ye not gods?" He says, "You will die like men and fall like princes." So he's speaking of angelic beings and not the humans in the context of the verse. So it had nothing to do with human beings being gods. He was talking to the angels and letting them know the ones that turn away from God will fall in hell and die just like men.
Amazing.
Just like it says in Revelations. Absolutely.
Amazing.
But on that note, I'm gonna hop off and go to bed.
Shout out to my brother Tony. Hey, appreciate the clarification, brother. Appreciate the clarification. Like I said, we're gonna do a show on this as well. Hopefully YouTube don't get too mad at us for talking about
Never read it, never will.
Say it again. You said you never read it?
Never read it, never will. Let's go.
Amazing. All right, here we go right here.
Religion. And instead, then they started like persecuting anyone that wasn't a Christian, remember?
Yes, and this is what happens with
and then the Christian wars took off. Yes. But then what they did was interesting, is then they burned the Library of Alexandria. And then what they did is they went around the world and systematically destroyed all the ancient groups that were pre-Christian, such as the Gnostics. And that's the entire reason why the Dogon ended up in Mali, because Egypt was under religious persecution from not only the Romans but other groups. It was like
they went. Okay.
There was a war over the ancient ways versus the new ways of thinking. And so the Roman Empire, the Crusades by the Christian Empire, was not about just converting people to Christianity, but it was about literally destroying any echoes of the past. Yeah. And so to this day, we don't know how many ancient things were really destroyed.
See, this is where I always say this, and I don't attack organized religion. I think most of the people who have organized religion as a big part of their life use it for all the right reasons, and it's a beautiful thing and it's a personal thing. And so I think it gets aggressive to do that. But for whatever reason, and it was heavier in the older times. I think today it's lighter for the most part because of civilization moving forward with
more
some things.
Acceptable and everything.
But there's that back 10% of people who just use religion for power.
Yeah.
And they ruin it for everyone else. And it just, every time you learn about it in history, you just get frustrated because it just repeats itself over and over again.
Yes.
But anyway, so thank you for the context.
But I'm actually really glad you brought that up, because without that religious context, now it makes more sense to people maybe why Eridu is treated the way it is.
And I do just want to say as a note for the people listening right now, I can tell looking at the clock, we're in the second podcast. So I want to say something I said in the first podcast just for context, but there are times today, again, where I'm stopping you on some things to define stuff.
Yeah.
And there are people out there who are experts on this stuff, listen to a lot of it, who are going to be like, God damn it, I already know this. But for the people who aren't listening, I'm doing that. So my apologies if I'm cutting Matt off sometimes to make sure we go through some things, but you and I did talk about that ahead of time.
Yeah. And
so you were at, and I made a note of this, you were at where where the end of the Algecasis.
Hold on. Before we do that, I just want to summarize up what we were just saying.
Okay.
In the knowledge of what I just said, what we find is that there were civilizations that were emerging in the Americas that just sort of came out of nowhere. Graham Hancock talks about this all the time with the Olmec, how the Olmec are this incredibly mysterious group that seems to have African origins, and yet we're told that the only migratory patterns of ancient people came from through the Bering Strait. So there's already the Olmec, because they were practicing rubber extraction, which came from Africa, and they looked at very African-like features as well as other things. It's what we're seeing is an entire narrative and story that's different than we've been told. And what that is that, and I want to just lay this out there. The Maya state that their great sage or teacher that taught them everything, who created their civilization, his name was called Kukulkan. Okay. Now, Kukulkan was shown as what's called a feathered dragon. It's not really that. It's a symbol. But remember, getting back to
Cash, that's who I was looking for earlier, Kukulkan.
Oh yeah, Kukulkan.
To reference with Tia, I can't say the damn name.
Teotihuacan.
Thank you.
Enki. Enki's symbol was the dragon and the serpent. It was his symbol. It goes all the way back in the Garden of Eden, where the serpent tempted Eve. That's him. That's just written from that perspective, because Enki he's Prometheus. He gave fire to humans. He's the reason why we all the forbidden things that we became was him. And he became demonized of the greatest degree. He became this Satan demon figure.
That's what I was going to say earlier.
Because, remember I told you they assumed roles in different...
Go ahead. Say it again.
No, that's what I was going to say. The more and more I think about it, the more and more I learn. It feels like they mixed the Bible up to make you think Enki's bloodline was really in Leo's bloodline when it wasn't, and like the Enki was the evil person when everything's opposite. Like it's like they just fuck y'all all the way up. But go ahead, my bad.
Enki was in whose bloodline?
So, do you know the story of Enki and Enlil?
Is it Leo or Leo?
Enlil.
Oh, okay. No, I don't.
So Sumerian wise, they reference Enki and Enlil. Their father, first off, they would be called the Anunnaki. Their father would be Anu, and they came from supposedly a different planet. They were given dominion over the realm of Earth, and this is the story that's being broken down right now as far as Enki versus Enlil, who these individuals were, how one was a war god, how the other one, like he just said, was teaching the human beings, you know what I'm saying, supposedly the created kind, about the different things, and showing how life isn't just fighting and war, is much more than that as far as artistic things, and also the individual who was was
right. So they're representatives of light and dark, just like every religion has. Every religion has a representative of light and dark, God and Satan. You know.
The only difference is I agree exactly. That's the representation. That's
every religion.
But every religion, if Cash was to argue, does he tell you every religion came from what here's the foundation that they set?
Here's the difference. Enlil is depicted as the guy that's up above. So to y'all, that's heaven, but he's the evil one, and Enki is the one who's down below. And you know what I mean, down below to y'all is the devil and evil, and he's really the good one. So it's
like
all.
I said, I said every religion believes in it, even Satanism. Satanists believe in that. Satanists believe that up is down and down is up, and we've been taught backwards.
Yeah, as above.
So every belief, as above, so below is different.
Right.
They believe that we've been taught the different, like anything that we believe in the Bible is the opposite. That's what Satanism is. And there's a difference between being a Satan worshiper and being a Satanist.
Man, that's really Hermetic principles, though.
Same thing. Everybody has the same belief, but in different language. Go ahead.
Amazing.
Parts of reality?
Yes.
He ended up going in the underworld alongside his negative counterpart known as Nergal. Now, people don't know this. Now, remember law of correspondence? They were obsessed with it. Remember what the law of correspondence is?
No.
As above, so below. And what that means is not just the stars and Earth as a plane, but realms of reality, meaning that there are like above dimensions and like lower dimensions, and third dimension, our reality is like sandwiched in between. We're almost like in between different realms of reality. And so he's described as going to rule in the underworld alongside Nergal, a very evil, wicked war god, to be a positive counterpart. And then in the above is a negative Enlil, who's a war god, and his positive counterpart, known as Thoth, or there's various names, but it's like.
And real quick, we did a show on Thoth. Was that last week, Ken? I think we did a show on Thoth last week. So,
yeah, I think so, or the week before that.
One of them.
It's exactly paralleled: a negative and a positive, and a positive and a negative. That's what they did. But what that also did was that he became his entire anything related to him, anything related to the serpent or the dragon became so demonized that it was like the ultimate sin. And that was why Eridu became completely abandoned. It's his patron city. But it's not the only reason. There's others as well. That was his patron city.
So you're just saying it all got flipped on its head.
Yeah. Now,
purpose.
Let's get back to the Americas.
Okay.
In the Americas, the Maya created all these civilizations, and they say that they're serpent feather god, right? And feathers just mean ascension to a higher form.
And where were the Maya relative to modern day geography? Where were they located?
Great question. You mean historically, like what time frame?
Well, both the time frame and also what countries that we now know.
So what we find is the Maya really were like the domain of the Yucatan of Mexico, and the Olmec were more like the Veracruz aspect of Mexico, sort of southwest towards.
Got it.
Yeah. Now, so Kukulkan is supposedly this great leader, sage that taught them how to build temples to the stars, and then taught them everything and left. And then you find that the Aztec god Quetzalcoatl is the exact same thing. It's the same feathered serpent god, supposedly teaching them everything and then leaving. And then you find out Viracocha to the Inca, it was a feathered serpent god who taught them everything and then left. It's like at some point you find out they're all the same person. So Kukulkan, Quetzalcoatl, and Viracocha, they're all the same. And you find out that they were just the same influences all around the world. Now, this is what the point I'm trying to make with this is it was all influenced by the same person, a feathered serpent god, teaching them about higher knowledge of consciousness and everything. Then they end up changing the name of it to reference that. So we were told that Americas, North and South America, is named after the Italian explorer, but it's not. It's named after Amaruca, which is the original name that the indigenous people call the region.
How do you know that?
Because they have it, they talk about it all the time. It's like it's well known in South America, especially Peru and Bolivia.
But is it just ancient? Is it like, ancient rumor? People just like to say that, or is there actually evidence to support
There are depictions of Viracocha from ancient times, and that have the alternate name in the region of Amaruca. And it's very well known for those who study down in that region that Amaruca became America. And what it means the land of the feathered serpents. That's what it means. And Kukulkan, Quetzalcoatl, and Viracocha is because that was their symbol. They weren't really dragons, but it was their symbol. And then they moved on. Now, this is where I just want to quickly segue back to this. So think about them as the serpent dragon civilizations, okay? Now think about Columbus, Cortez, and Pizarro. All conquered systematically north to south in the Americas from the Spanish Empire that had the eagle on its crest, just so you know, who sent Columbus to what's the United States now, like the Bahamas area, who, by the way, and I don't want to go on a segue in Columbus, but oh my God, if people knew the truth about Columbus,
horrible.
What he actually did was take slavery in Portugal and the Dominican Republic to mine gold. And they went back and forth for gold. There was nothing about spices or a trade. The whole thing was a lie.
I know people like get on everything as like woke rewriting of history, but the fact that we still have a fucking day after that guy is a disgrace.
Yeah, he basically just took slaves and went back and forth and mined gold. Just if you want to summarize it,
he was a terrible human being.
So he conquers that area, and then what happens is Cortez comes right after him and conquers all of Mexico and the Aztec. And the only reason he was able to do that,
they thought he was a god.
They thought he was returning Quetzalcoatl on the exact anniversary that the ancient people had believed, which means that the Catholic Church knew about that.
What?
It means that the Catholic Church, who was the one who sent him, the Spanish Catholic Church,
knew about what the Aztecs over there even were and were thinking.
That's the only reason they sent him, because they knew that.
What did they do? Have a spy undercover there?
If he went there, the Aztec had 200,000 warriors. He went over with 110 men.
Yes, but he also.
So
well,
what
yes,
they're saying, what happened? I'll tell you the story. I mean, he arrived on the shores of Veracruz, Mexico.
Yeah,
he comes in with horses and all this armor, and he actually told them that he was Quetzalcoatl, and they were like,
"How do we know that?"
Because they said to him, "Are you Quetzalcoatl?"
He just said yes. That's not that hard, though.
Okay, but
he could just be like, "Yeah, sure, call me that."
But he came at the exact time that Quetzalcoatl was supposed to return, as a prophecy from thousands of years ago.
Now I understand that would be a fucking unbelievable coincidence.
The year he's supposed to return.
But how would they have known that where he came from?
Because they'd already been there.
Do we have any evidence of that?
But my theory is that the church and the power of those empires, we don't really. I think they knew more than we know.
Now this is where it get when you say it's my theory,
right?
When you start to use those type of terms, this is where I'll be like, okay, hold on now.
You have to leave it up to interpretation here.
Where's the hardcore evidence? Because and like the brother said, was it a coincidence? Anything like, I don't know, but for him to say, well, it's my theory that the church already knew about these civilizations and these type of things. How
you have no proof of that.
It's hard. It's hard for when you say theory. That brings a lot of questions into the conversation.
Yeah, but he says
it's an untested theory.
His theory is his theory. You know what I mean? But do you have as much knowledge as this guy and about the past and about all the shit that he knows?
Don't matter. I mean,
hang on, hold on, calm down. Do you have enough knowledge of the past and everything he knows about to debunk his theory, or to argue his theory, really, or to come up with a better theory? So, I mean, I'm not going off his theory, but he says it's his theory.
We don't really know what he knows. We're just listening to a man talk on a podcast.
Oh, I know what he knows.
The man knows some
I've been following this guy for a long time. So
I haven't tested any of his knowledge, so I don't know exactly what he knows. I haven't researched anything that he said so far, so I'm speaking for myself. I don't know.
Ain't mad at it. Anything else on that, Cash? Go ahead.
Listening to a conversation. That's all.
Anything on that, Cash?
No.
All right, here we go.
They knew about these old ancient gods. They knew about some of this, and it was only kept, though, in the highest priesthood and the highest echelons.
And you might be right. You may very well be right there. But how that was...
Because they knew that there was tons of gold. Because
but we're also talking about the same people who, and at this point it was past that point, but like they thought they were, fucking traveling to India when they first.
I don't think that the story of them saying he was looking for a spice tree is right at all. I think that's a front. What I think that makes the most sense is because they knew how much gold was in specifically South America. Most of the gold is around Cusco in Peru area, but there is gold in Mexico, and there is gold in, especially like Columbus found it in the Dominican Republic and in Puerto Rico.
Okay, so they knew it by the time Cortez got there in 50.
I got to say this one thing. This is one of the most interesting conversations I always come back to, especially how he brought up gold. And once again, gold, in my personal opinion, I mean, what is gold really used for? And that can be debated. But the value of gold has always been there. And I just from reading from the Sumerian tablets, those type of things, when they speak on having humans mine gold, the reason they were doing it is because they needed to replace the atmosphere. And this is one of the things that, or gold was the one thing that they felt like could help replace their atmosphere and allow their civilization, according to the stories, Nibiru, could allow their civilization to continue those type of things, and hence the reason they had humans mining gold for them. My question would be, with gold being the metal that it is, and once again, I say it respectfully, it's not the hardest metal. It ain't the shiny. It's not the best metal that we have in this on this planet. It's not the best metal. Why is gold so important? And where did the value of gold and how did gold become so valuable? Even biblically speaking, when certain things, the Ark of the Covenant, biblically speaking, God said it need to be built out of what? Gold. And so where did this value from gold come from? Always becomes my next question in this conversation. Do y'all have any thoughts on that?
I think there's a lot of metaphorical emphasis placed on gold from a lot of different religions. I think at some point, a bunch of men around the world decided that that was going to be, like I said, the gold standard. Like we have to place all of our barter, all of our trade on something, and they decided that that was what it was going to be. And some people decided to, relate that to what the Bible said. But I think that the Bible was talking about it metaphorically, because, you could say you could talk about the golden calf or virginity, purity. It's all related to gold. Everything is just related to gold. So not necessarily the actual metal itself.
Cash, anything on gold?
No. We've talked about that a few times.
I want to hit. Go ahead. I want to hit just for the record. For the record.
I mean, what I think where gold true value lies in its most raw form, monatomic gold. I'll just say that.
Amazing. Go ahead, sis.
But as far as anything that's of value, it can all be perverted. You know what I'm saying? Like, what's too much gold? What's not enough gold? We know what not enough is, but what's too much? So who decides what's too much?
But they've done studies on gold and the effects that it has on your brain, on how it helps balance the hemispheres of your brain. If you're taking monatomic gold as a supplement and a bunch of other shit, there's a lot to look into. I'll just say that.
Well, there are a lot of people who may be taking a lot of it in as a supplement or even own a lot of it, and they're the most perverse people that you might ever come in contact with.
I mean, yeah, I used to covet gold. I used to have a large supply, and I found myself getting rid of more and more of it as time goes by.
And why did you do that?
Just the more that I dig into the past, and the more that I learn, the less I care about gold in that form.
Mm-hmm. So you weren't guided by anything outside of you. You just did your research and decided it wasn't a good idea.
I mean, my original love for gold came from my grandma.
A human being.
Yeah, my grandma. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Amazing. All right, here we go.
15-something. They knew it based on the previous expeditions that there was reasonable evidence that there was a fuck ton of gold.
And they probably also knew that there was a prophecy of the return of Quetzalcoatl from already visiting and learning about that, is what I imagine.
Uh-huh.
How else could they have known all those resources are there? Because they ended up finding what was at the time the greatest catch of gold on Earth. Peru was the richest area of gold on the planet. And it wasn't until South Africa they discovered the massive reserves of gold under South Africa that they found other places. But Peru had absolutely incredible wealth of gold. I mean, so much gold that, the ancient El Dorado myth, Cusco was that place. And when they first arrived in Cusco, it literally had gold, just was things were like, not, I'm trying to say paved in gold, but they were like covered in gold.
You called it a myth, though.
Well, because they never were able to prove what El Dorado is.
I know, but like Francisco,
I gotta tell you, I like the way that the brother at least asking the tough questions. I like.
I agree.
I like that.
Obsessed with El Dorado. Francisco de Orellana.
Yeah.
I mean, he reported what he reported.
Oh, I know, and because it's in the thing. I think the reason there's like a complication in that story is because they stole it all, and so the story is that, and I don't want to go too far offhand, but Cortez lands in Mexico, pretends he's Quetzalcoatl, captures Moctezuma, their leader. This is how it went. This is the only reason they defeated them. I don't know if you know this story. He captures Moctezuma, holds him for ransom. Then, of course, all the people realize he's not really Quetzalcoatl.
Yeah, and then they all got sick too.
No, well, yeah, but then he executes.
Oh yeah,
he kills Moctezuma, their leader, and then he subsequently goes to the Aztec at the time were living on an island called in Lake Texcoco, and they were living on an island that only had land bridges across it. It was this huge lake that's shallow. It's where today Mexico City is, and so what they did was they closed off the access and exit points to the civilization on the island and starved everybody to death. And made everybody have no water, and they all died. Literally, they caused a starvation and death.
And I will say, outside of just the interest that I have in these civilizations, also the history lesson. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna lie to you, I didn't know exactly what happened as far as the takeover of, as far as the Spanish takeover went in these situations. So the history lesson is always beautiful to me.
Death. Yeah. I think it's reported to be 100,000.
Say it again.
Yeah, I think it's interesting, especially in the times that we're living in, with the type of leadership that we're under and the things that they're doing. But go ahead.
Amazing.
People in Tenochtitlan. So that was how they conquered the Aztec. Was being very, very clever, because they knew that in open battle they would have lost. So they went to battle after the people in Tenochtitlan were all dying of thirst and hunger. Then they charged in with horses and armor and then just killed everybody.
And at this point, did they have more than 110 men?
No.
They were still...
I think it was 146, if I remember correctly. And they lost like 2.
How long from arrival to starved them all out and came in and killed the rest?
I think it was a couple of years. But I mean, what we're talking about here is imagine an army of 140 or so people on horseback killing like 75,000 soldiers or 100,000 soldiers. They describe them as cutting them down like cattle, like farm animals.
Now, relative to a lot of the stuff we're speaking about today, this is not that long ago.
No,
it's like 500 years.
It's the reason I'm saying all this is that then right after that occurred, Pizarro conquered South America with the Inca. Same thing. They captured their leader, Atahualpa, held him a ransom for gold, but this time he said, because they knew the gold all came from there, he told them he wanted to fill an entire room with gold. Like tons of gold. And they had it. And they knew it because of Cusco. But they couldn't invade Cusco yet because it was still being run by the Inca.
Wait. Hold on. You lost me for a second. I'm keeping it all straight.
Someone saw Cusco. Somebody they were exploring South America. I don't think it was Pizarro. I think it was one of his scouts on a mountain saw Cusco and saw the gold. And then reported back to him. And then they're so smart. They knew, just like Cortez knew, that there's no way they could have conquered the entire Inca. They were just a massive army. So they captured the leader, pretending they're going to be in talks, held him ransom for all the gold, and then killed him. Problem was that Atahualpa was the last of the royal bloodlines of the Inca. And when he died, the entire Inca Empire went into chaos. So then they stormed Cusco and stole all the gold. They came back with thousands of bullion, tons of bullion.
One of the greatest wealth transfers in human history.
And the reason I'm saying all that is, as horrible as that is, but all of a sudden what we saw, remember the crest of the flag of the Spanish Empire was the eagle. And what we saw all of a sudden is in Mexico, the flag of Mexico today is the eagle eating the serpent. Appa and
it's a good place to pause. I feel like it's freezing up.
Hey, Dub, if you're talking, you're on mute, bro.
Yeah.
I didn't did a whole bunch of talking. All right, my bad. First off, I was saying I wanted to bring this up, but it was so interesting to me that I never realized that Mexico flag. And if you look at it right here, it's the eagle eating the snake. That's literally the flag. You know what I'm saying? There you go, right here. And I never realized that until he brought that out. I thought that was very interesting, and the way that he connected it as far as how in Lil Icky, one is the eagle, one is the snake. Then showing, and if you look at the different civilizations, you know what I'm saying? Look at the Roman Empire; they always had eagle. Look at the America. Look at America. What's what? You got the eagle.
The bald eagle here.
You got the eagle. You know what I'm saying? Then when you look at other civilizations, you go look at China, the dragon, right? That's what China is famous for, dragons. And it's just so interesting, that dichotomy that goes on there. And then how you see how the different, even today, how the different countries are utilizing these symbols and technically against each other at this current moment in time. I thought that was very interesting.
It's the elites. It's the elites manipulating the people who are not as intelligent. You know what I'm saying? The non-elites. So
Let me hold on. Let me go ahead. Keep cooking, sis.
Yeah, I mean, so it really isn't hard to figure out that this has been going on since the beginning of time, and the elites have studied all of these things in history to figure out how to manipulate the masses. And we're seeing it. We've seen it. We're seeing it. We're experiencing it right now.
That's crazy work, though. That's crazy work.
It's easy, though. It ain't hard, you know, because people don't really want to read. People don't want to learn. People don't want to admit what's going on right in front of their face. That's something that's just human nature for some people. It's survival for some people.
That's why we gotta have a conversation. That's why we gotta have a conversation.
Like, yeah, I'm trying to. Like I was watching something. Come on, Max. I was watching something about you know, the floods that are going on, like that happened in, what is it, South Carolina? No, West Virginia, right? In some of the very poorest counties, right? And how they need so much help, but they're used to not getting help, and how, you know, the governor has you know, gotten rid of some of the things, some of the orders that are put into the, I guess, the state constitution to help. He's saying, oh yeah, everybody who's asked for help has gotten help. Yeah, but some of the poorest counties that have no representation are not getting the help. They're still trying to scramble together as a community to try to figure out, like they always have been. Sometimes people are so used to struggle that they don't expect anything else. They don't really use their numbers to, you know, really go. Sorry, I just climbed some stairs and I'm old. They don't really use the numbers. They feel desperate, right? Like they feel like we've asked for help so many times, we don't get the help that we need, and we're just used to that. We're just gonna figure it out on our own, you know, like people in poverty do, of all races. Most of these people voted for Trump, and they're like, and so when the man who was interviewing them, who was from South Carolina, I mean South or West Virginia, he said, so most of you guys voted for Trump. What do you guys think that he's going to do to help you? Because he's getting rid of FEMA. Like he's not a huge proponent of FEMA. They really need FEMA help right now, and they're saying we hope that he's going to, you know, hear our cry and, you know, help us out and yada yada yada. He's been out there. He listened to those people. These people still don't have the aid that they need, and I understand people voting because they want to see change, and they felt like, you know, the options that were given to them are more of the same or possible change, and you're going to vote for possible change. But you kind of got to look at history and see what happened before when this person was in office. And you guys are still in the same position. So that's all I got to say.
Anything on it?
Respectfully, fuck Trump.
I ain't got no problem with it. That's it? That's all you got?
I agree. But for specific reasons, not just because he's who he is or what he looks like or whatever. I have specific reasons and the evidence to back it up. But like I said, I'm not mad at the people who voted for possible change. You know, when you're in a dire situation and you want to see change, you're going to vote for whatever you think is going to give you change. Even if it's
kind of fucking ridiculous that we're in the age of where you get a majority of the population will vote a troll into the White House. So I don't know, man.
It is absolutely ridiculous, but I'm not
says a lot about the time we're in.
Yeah, and I'm not going to knock all of them because, like I said, these are desperate people looking for change in desperate measures, not realizing they don't understand. Like I said, a lot of people who don't read the Bible, who don't read, they're not looking at podcasts like this. They're just living a day-to-day life, hoping that somebody who says that they're going to create change is going to create change. Not looking at their, it's desperation. Like they're not looking at their past record. They're not looking at how able they're willing, they are to do this, who's backing this person. They're not looking at any of this. It's just like playing the slot machine for them.
I'm playing the damn podcast, and we're gonna have a political. We had it earlier. We're gonna have it again. But yeah, I voted. Shit, I think I wasn't looking for no. Anyway, that's a whole nother story. I'm not trying to get into that conversation right now. We will definitely have. And y'all know I don't mind having that conversation.
You were looking to throw a wrench in the system, but you got to realize that the whole system is fucked up.
Right.
And maybe I'm out of order. And I think I done had this conversation with both of y'all. So I'm in this one. I'm gonna back. Normally I'm not gonna bow out, but I do want to continue this video. Now y'all know I argue out, motherfucker. Y'all know how I am, anyways.
Yeah.
I say that respectfully. I got a lot of love for y'all. All right, here we go. And really, I want to get to the next part because, this ain't even the most interesting part of the damn podcast, to be honest.
Yeah, this part, I don't really care about.
Yeah, I ain't trying to rush you, but I'm like, I got.
All right, well,
and I got to go to work, so I'm trying to.
Yeah, we'll skip.
I love this conversation, but let's go.
Well, and that's why I say I think we're gonna have to do it in at least 2 shows, I think. But I'm a move forward to man, it's hard for me to move forward because all of it connects so well the way it's broken down.
Yeah,
but it because it connects so well, I'm gonna let it play, and we'll do next week. We'll finish the video next week. And
well, hold on. Before we finish it on this panel, maybe you might want to just finish it yourself and take some notes.
No, I don't already. I don't watch that. I don't watch it like this is my 4th time watching it. The problem is it's so much good information in my opinion. Like even now I want to stop and start it and not stop and start. I want to skip through.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, go ahead.
No, what I mean is like just this is your show, so you can just make the bullet points that you want to discuss that you find interesting. We don't have to watch the whole thing.
The whole interview is interesting.
Oh well, you gonna have to break it down, man. You can't just like every single part of every single interview is not gonna be interesting. So you're gonna have to watch it.
This is the first interview I ever played. I ain't never played no full interview.
I'm not saying you shouldn't play full interviews. I'm not criticizing your technique. I'm just saying like maybe you just want to make bullet points.
I got you. All right. What we'll do, we're gonna move forward. Let's do this. Let me see if I can find universal laws. We'll skip through that.
We're probably not gonna get. Remember the part? We're probably not gonna get to the. I don't remember where the part was. Probably towards the end. Remember where he talked about the elongated skulls?
See, this is why I don't even watch podcasts that don't break it down into bullet points anymore because I ain't got that kind of time.
No, it's in bullet points, but
no, I mean like they'll have it by chapter by chapter. This is not segmented. He should segment it.
No, it is. It is like if you look, it's segmented. It's hard. So I want to go here. Let's do it this way. This is where I think things really start getting interesting for me. Let's skip to here. and we'll cook from here. Let's see what this is about.
The same as Enlil.
Are those eagles up there?
Yes.
Son of
Here we
We're
go.
perplexed at the ruins because they're underwater. They mentioned in a separate study that the lake was last low enough, or at its lowest maximum, 15,000 years ago.
No, I don't want to do it that way. I'm gonna do it the way I want to do. I'm gonna do it this way tonight. I'm sorry, y'all, but only reason because it's so much information. If I skip ahead, then shit is missed, and it don't connect the way it should connect, in my opinion. So I'm just play it like this, and then
I think
we'll
that's
do
what they
another
think.
video on it.
And so they put it right on their flag and crest to say, like, look, we conquered all of you. That's what it was. Literally, the eagle is saying, we conquered all your serpent civilizations, so grand in your past and all those things. We just conquered all of you. And then the eagle went on to basically dominate every war empire throughout history. And we became largely a war and empire civilization after that point.
I mean, what's to say we weren't before that in a lot of ways, though?
We don't see evidence. So before the Younger Dryas,
I mean, how do you explain Cortez? All
before the
way.
Younger Dryas, in ancient writings and text, we don't really find evidence of much war.
Right, but I'm saying like before this eagle serpent switcheroo happens in 1600 area. I mean, it was all war.
Oh, that's the thing, is that, of course, and by that point, remember we talked about the energy of a cycle? Remember last night? The energy of cycles? Yes. Even the Aztec and the Maya were just a shell of their former self by that point anyway. If Cortez had tried to conquer them 100 years later, it would have been a totally different outcome. Or 200 years later. It's like they were already a broken version of themselves that was doing blood sacrifice and turning into war. And you want to know another thing? You want to know what the Aztec warriors were called? The Eagle Warriors. And
there you go.
That platform, the Jaguar and Eagles I told you about at Chichen Itza, shows that they became like corrupted by later influences. So, I mean, we just went off on that whole thing, but that's what comes down to, is that there was like a competition of ancient civilizations and different influences throughout history. Okay. So let's try
did you cover everything you wanted to in the Eagle Serpent for now?
Yeah, I will just say though, is that we see serpent depictions all throughout Mesopotamia, Iraq, Sumer. It was the most, and eagle. They were the two most ancient symbols of our entire of our past,
and they're diametrically opposed to each other in symbol.
That's the whole point, though. That's why they were created. They're just archetypes of realms of reality, and duality and polarity are. Remember the universal laws I told you have to follow? Those are constants in the universe.
Fill me in again.
There's constants that exist in the universe, like laws. They're called universal laws. Duality, polarity are constants in the universe. Means that there always must be a good and a bad. There always must be that the two sides. And so they're just fulfilling
reaction. There's an equal but opposite reaction.
They're just fulfilling roles that are supposed to be filled. That's it. That's it. We can't hate on how things have gone, because honestly,
it's human nature.
It's just human nature.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's try to swing back again.
We were talking about the end of the Ultrahasis.
Yep.
So just as we're getting back into it, because I don't know how long it was, we just
real quick, Foodie. Just were you here for the Ultrahasis?
No.
The Great Flood. Imagine Noah, the Great Flood. It's really the story of the Great Flood, but that's what they're about to get back into. The Great Flood, how Noah, when they respectfully break when
God flooded the earth.
Right. Well, but in this situation, they're gonna use it when they say Noah, or instead of saying Noah, they're gonna say Zadra. What's it, Cash?
Zaya Sutra.
Zaya Sutra. Thank you. And so all of it is still following right in line, biblically speaking.
It's all same thing, different language to me. What I've heard so far.
Agreed.
Went on the tangent.
Is it nighttime already?
Oh, it is, but we're good on time. Fill people in on what you were talking about just very quickly on the Ultrahasis, so we're caught back up.
So I know we talk about going. I don't think I've ever gone to so many topics.
This is great, man. I love it.
So we're gonna get back to the Ultrahasis. So he's told to build this unsinkable, incredible craft because he has to survive an event that is incredible, right? Awe-inspiring, and he does. He builds it, and it talks about how he goes to the other elders of the community to help him, but they don't believe him or go with him. Isn't that interesting? The other elders help him, but none of them go, and none of them believe it's going to happen, and they all die. So he builds this craft. It's crazy to think about. He builds this craft. He takes his family. He's got a wife. I think he's got like 2 kids.
When you say craft, what are we talking?
It is a boat. That's true. Yes, not a starship. I know some people have asked me that. No, it is a boat because it's described in great detail.
You just see fucking Noah going, pew!
I know, right?
Right out.
Yeah. No, it's described as using bitumen and using cedar to create like an unsinkable craft.
Yes. Okay. You
okay.
said this. Yep.
So he brings his family. He's got sons and daughters, right? But specifically 3 sons. That's very important for us to get across. He specifically has 3 sons.
Why do you say specifically?
Because that's what this whole story goes with Japheth. Remember? King Hake? I know.
Yes.
Okay.
Now we're back.
And mind you, real quick, the 3 sons, Shem, Japheth, and Ham, right? Biblically speaking, after the flood, told to go, and they all were given different realms of the world, those type of, or after the flood. And this is what he's saying, that this king of this city came from one of the sons of Noah, specifically Japheth.
Now you're back. You're back. Okay.
I'll put that genealogy in the corner of the screen again for people.
So, in the story, he lands on the only place that has land at that time in the region. It's described. They sends out the doves and they don't come back until he lands on Mount Ararat. It's true. Now, for those who don't know, Mount Ararat's a big mountain. It's over 17,000 feet high.
If you don't know, real quick, as well with Mount Ararat, if you go look, supposedly when certain pieces of architecture, or I ain't gonna say architecture, certain artifacts were found on Mount Ararat, they literally said this was a part of Noah's ship, Noah's
ark,
whatever that he created at that time. If y'all have, and I would ask y'all to look that up. Noah's Ark, right? And they found quote unquote bits and pieces of it on Mount Ararat at this time.
Yeah, I would like to see where they're holding these pieces so I can visit them sometime.
We had that conversation 9 times out of 10. It's probably under the Vatican. Me, you, and most of us will never have that opportunity. Respectfully. But that's why we need. Anyway, that's a whole nother story. I don't even want to get too far into that. I don't want to get too far.
I got you. I mean, I'm just saying because I can go over to Jerusalem and see the tombs where allegedly or historically where Jesus rose from the tomb, right? But I would like to see that as well. Why are they holding that on the rats?
Hey, like I said earlier, I want to see
I
a lot
go to
of.
LA and see the La Brea tar pits. Look, I feel so.
Not LA. Not LA.
I'm from LA. I feel so dumb. Like, why haven't I gone? As much as I love fucking what's that movie? What's that show? With the dragons and shit.
With the dragons?
I can't think of it, with the Khaleesi and all that kind of
Game
shit.
of Thrones.
Game of Thrones. I'm a Game of Thrones fan. I should have been to the La Brea tar pits and took my kids. I want to see what these motherfucking dinosaurs and dragons and shit was.
What the hell they had going on over there?
We
need to check something out. Hey, man. Hey, Ty, definitely check that out now. Check it out. Now, it's a 2-part series and it's a long series. So you ain't going to be able to, you might, if you got the time, you might be able to watch it all today. But I would say you're going to have to break the zeitgeist, or the zeitgeist, excuse me. You're going to have to break that up, sis. You're going to have to break that one up. But all right, here we go.
It is by far the largest mountain in Asia Minor, and it's the largest mountain until you get to Pakistan in the Himalayas. Okay? It's a big, it's an inactive volcano. So he lands up there, and Enlil comes down. That's what it's described as. And it's like, he basically is accosting him, how he could have survived. And Enki comes down with him and says, I am the one who warned him. I am the one who told him so that his bloodline can be preserved. And they get into this argument on the mountain. They get into an argument, him saying, you Enki were supposed to have a plan. You're supposed to follow what was told to you. Mankind was supposed to be wiped out. How would this man survive? Blah, blah, blah. And what happens is they agree on a pact. This is what's so important, is they agree on a pact that he would become the last immortal human ever to live again.
Last immortal.
Immortal, yes.
Yeah.
And then human beings went down in age after that. And there was an if.
But can I have a quick question?
Yeah, go ahead.
You had said this way earlier last podcast where you talked about immortal and you mentioned like living 1,000 years maybe or something like that.
Yeah.
That's not immortal because they still die.
Well, still kill them.
So they had to get killed.
We're still organic beings.
So they had to get killed.
I'm sure if they got like a horrible sickness, they would die too, but from old age.
Bravo.
Okay. Specifically old age, and it relates to
But that's not immortal.
telomere caps on our cells. The telomere caps basically degrade after a certain amount of time, and we haven't totally figured out how to repair them. Well, for them, the telomere caps just did not degrade like that. It just didn't. And so it's reported that after that point, human beings, the reigns and the lives of them became very short in comparison.
Right.
Okay. The agreement was,
real quick, it's so interesting. I've studied the Nation of Islam. I've studied a lot of different religions. And if you go listen to some of the stories, and shout out to the sister in the building, man, Selena, the Celestial. Shout out to her, man. Much love and respect. I appreciate you coming through. It's crazy because if you go listen to individuals from the NOI speak on this, they'll always tell you, and I done heard what's the great brother name, man? Man, what's my brother name who always giving great speeches? The light skinned brother with the nation. Farrakhan, thank you. I listened to Farrakhan speak on the
immortality.
No, not immortality. The garden that quote unquote the white man in this situation was created in, genetically manipulated, and all these type of things.
Oh, Doctor somebody, I can't remember his name.
Right. I can't remember exactly who.
Where he allegedly created white people.
Right. So, but this is a similar story as far as genetic modification of human genomes, and in this situation, the brother is talking about this cap that changes or would allow individual, because biblically speaking, Methuselah, the oldest living individual, was 754 years old, something like that. You'll correct me if I'm wrong, sis.
Mm-hmm.
But it seemed like there was a time, even biblically speaking, that human beings were living much longer than we're living now.
Absolutely. And it's funny that I can't remember where I was listening to, but human beings are outliving their expected life expectancy now. And they're expected to live longer. Like we're going to be living into, like, I can't remember who was talking about it. I can't remember what scientists or whatever. Like, we're going back into the age where we could possibly be living into 200 years because of the knowledge that we know about, life and life expectancy and what it takes if you do what you're supposed to do. Because I think that's a conflicting statement based on the fact that 1/8 of the world's population is obese and we're dying of obesity. But what's so funny about that, and I don't mean to be on a rant, for obesity, they're also creating drugs that can also help you to live longer, like Ozempic and things like that. You know what I'm saying? So, people don't have to change their eating styles, like in lifestyles. You can just take a shot, you can lose the weight, and you can live longer, right? So it's just weird, And then you got Elon Musk with the whole, brain implants and all that kind of stuff. So we're going back into an age where we can live longer, but overall, African American, Black people, not just African Americans, but Black people on this planet Earth, as far as the life expectancy goes, outside of extrinsic factors like, murder, drug abuse, diet.
Hold on, did you say table salt? Hold on, did you say table salt?
Diet.
Yeah, so table salt.
Sugar, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Outside of all of those things, if you live a life and you say no to all the processed foods, if you say no to the drugs, If we say no to the stressful lifestyles that we live, we outlive even with those things on stress. We outlive everybody else. Like I've taken care of World War II veterans. You know what I'm saying, that, you know, they broken down or whatever, but
real quick,
they're
Foodie,
still
let
alive.
the people know. Let the people know what your, how you had that opportunity. Real quick, if you don't mind.
I've been a licensed nurse. I'm an LVN. I've been a licensed nurse for almost 23 years in the state of California, and I've worked in lots of different disciplines and areas. I've worked for the VA for 5 years. I've worked in urgent care for the past 3 years. And I have a lot of experience here in California. And so I've taken care of people who have lived to 105 years that are World War II veterans, and these are not Black people. So if you look at the oldest person living on Earth, I think it is a Black person. It's not just African American, but a Black person. And what this man is talking about is interesting. That he talks about things like we all, or, you know, he's kind of alluding to the fact that we all originate from the same area, which is Africa. And
the cradle of civilization. It's the cradle of civilization. We
Cradle of
all understand
civilization,
that.
and that being Caucasian or, you know, a white person is an anomaly to, you know, being an African. It's an anomaly that was based on survival, you know, based on, you know, the way that we spread out across the earth in the ice ages.
Anything on that, Cash?
No.
Here we go. And shout out to my brother from the sunny side, man. Hey, Rick, I know I ain't always late as far as this go, but pull up, Rick. I know you love this conversation, my brother. Shout out to my brother from the sunny side, man. Salute to Rick Timms.
That he'd be allowed to live, and his family would be allowed to live.
Rewind.
If that comparison, human beings, the reigns and the lives of them became very short in comparison.
Right.
Okay. The agreement was that he'd be allowed to live, and his family would be allowed to live, if the sons would take up. This is what's so crazy. If the sons would rebuild the new world. Yeah. Talk about a task.
Yeah.
If they would rebuild the entire new world, but they would have to adhere to like very specific things. And what it meant was,
who are they gonna procreate with though?
They had their sons, and then there were pockets of humans around the world.
Okay, so it's not like that.
There's definitely other people,
sisters or anything.
but when they meant no man should survive, I think Enla was talking about his bloodline. They're these demigod type of bloodlines. I don't think it related to every human being on the planet.
Okay.
Just to be clear.
Okay.
So they made an agreement that the sons would go to different parts of the earth. That's what they said. It was like, you need to go to these different places and create civilizations then. But what?
Go ahead, sis.
No, I think it's interesting that when the interviewer asked him, like, how would he procreate when, you know, like we're talking about all men up to this point. Well, I don't think that he's talking about, you know, they're going to different pockets of the earth. Well, you didn't mention anything about women or female life up to this point. That's funny to me that you would just throw that in. Well, I think that, you know, because he has a lot of thoughts, and I don't give a fuck about your thoughts. I just would like to know about, you know, the facts that you found thus far.
The only problem is I don't think anything that we have at this current moment in time that we can just draw hard conclusions on and say this is an absolute fact.
Right.
Even
he's not speaking in absolutes. I got you.
But even biblically speaking, when it was Adam and you know what I'm saying, him and Eve, when well, even when Cain killed Abel, right? They banished Cain from the Garden of Eden and said he had to go and live amongst other people. One of my questions
I don't think Cain ever lived in the Garden of Eden.
Well, now I'm pretty well. We may disagree on that.
Adam and Eve, and once humanity, like the realization that they were naked, Adam and Eve, after she talked to the serpent, because they knew no evil before that, right? You know, they didn't know they were walking around naked, right? So
Agree.
once evil was revealed after they bit into the apple, then they knew that there was such thing as sin and something. So then the garden, so then the gates of Eden were closed.
But my even if that's the case, my whole thing is once again these are supposedly the number 1 and 2 people that was created, and so
right. But
the only thing that you can get from hold on, let me get to it. The only thing you can say is that if they're the number 1 people created, then everybody that came from them is their offspring. But even when Cain killed Abel, you understand, he was banished, and they told Cain, they said, go live among the other people. And so who were those other people then? Who were those other people?
Man, you gotta know what bullshit to throw out.
He was banished. He was not banished from the Garden of Eden.
I'm not okay, that's fine. All I'm saying is who were the other, forget the garden. Who were the other people?
He's banished from God's favor.
Who were the other people he was told to go live amongst?
The people who are not like you said, like there are other civilizations. The Bible speaks of different civilizations.
Right. And so when he says that there were other pockets of people, I don't see how that's a problem.
Man, we didn't
because they're not of God's people. They're not. Those were not God's people.
Well, we gotta have these conversations. Conversations, Cash.
You don't have to agree with it, Cash. You don't have to even.
It's just a conversation.
You gotta know. You gotta know what to throw out. And come on, there's not enough genetic.
Well, we're trying to have a conversation.
Hold on. Calm down. Don't just
no. You calm down because it seems like you want to throw out everything I talk about as far as the Bible.
You
decided already.
Hold on. Wait a minute. We gotta be in order.
I know that's your book.
You've decided already that y'all out of order, man. Y'all in the Bible.
Y'all out of order. Y'all out of order.
No, I sit there listening to him talking about what he doesn't want to believe, what he doesn't. That's fine. I don't need you to believe what I believe. We're having a conversation about basically the Bible. You've already decided you don't want to listen to it. You don't want to read it. No problem.
But allow him to respond. Allow him to respond. Whether he agrees or not, allow him to respond.
I mean, if you know anything about DNA and reproducing, you can't build a population off 2 people. Everybody would be fucking retarded right now. Like, you need more genetic diversity. So that whole story is just ridiculous. So, but go ahead and argue about it.
Well, that's different. That's false. It's not just
that's
based
fact,
off of 2 people. No, let me tell you something about DNA and reproduction.
My God.
What people don't understand about that is that once you get so far removed from the origin of the tree, you can reproduce. People have misunderstanding about inbreeding and what inbreeding means. Like, so your cousin 5th or 6th or 7th or 10th removed is not the same as reproducing with your brother or your sister or your cousin or even your grandma's brother. That's completely different. Once you spread it out scientifically, you can reproduce within your same family tree and not suffer the repercussions of inbreeding. That's scientific fact, and you can look it up.
Yeah, if you say so. All right.
No, not what I say so. You can look it up.
You ain't gotta
believe nothing I said so far.
It ain't got to be a back and forth. Hey, shout out to my brother Rick real quick. Rick said he was so-called banished to the land of Nod. So many books have been removed and added and altered, revisited, or revised and shit, yet so-called godly divine literature. I can't, man. I feel it. Hey, I understand, Rick. I understand. At the end of the day, you know what I always say this. I don't know. I wasn't there. I can't tell you what the truth is. All I can do is try my best to give the information that's coming out. That's all we can do.
I don't know who he's talking about when he says he was banished.
He talking about when Cain killed Abel. Cain was banished to Nod, and this is what I was speaking on. Biblically speaking, he was banished to a place where there were other individuals at. So. I don't know. like I always say, I don't know what really happened. But at the end of the day, all I can do is make an assessment and try my best to continue to search for knowledge. That's all I can do. Shout out to my. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, good shout out. Give me a shout out.
Shout out to my brother Philip H in the building, man. Salute to Philip H, man. Appreciate you pulling through. Y'all make sure y'all hit the like button. You know what I'm saying? Don't cost you nothing. Hit the like button. And shout out to my brother Kazi in the building. Kazi, I see you got all type of smoke over that motherfucker. I don't know. Y'all a lot of order over there, man. Y'all a lot of order, but you still my brother. I ain't got no problem with it. Keep doing your thing, my brother. Shout out to my brother Picasso. I got you. I can't do it right now, but we bringing the wrenches back accordingly. So we're gonna wrench everybody up accordingly. But I want to move forward because shit. Hell, I don't think, like I said, we probably won't get through it, but we definitely gonna get to. I got to get to the next piece of this right here. Here we go.
Hold on, before we go there.
Go ahead, sis.
I do believe a lot of things that have been said, regardless of your religion, are lost in translation. This man is translating what he believes into English language, right? And then also, I think that people
hold on. Say that one more time.
Things are lost in translation.
Okay.
This man is translating what he knows and what he believes into the English language. But there are things, bits, and sometimes important pieces that are lost in translation. That's one. Two, I feel like sometimes when people read the Bible, they get the Old Testament, which is before Christ, and the New Testament, which is after Christ, confused. They get it really confused, so they don't understand, well, how did this happen in the Old Testament? And then Jesus comes and then this is no longer allowed. They don't understand that Jesus came to bring salvation, right? Like, to save us from our old sins from the Old Testament, right? So, I mean, I think people get really confused about a lot of things. So go ahead.
Nice. I ain't got no problem with it. I ain't got Cash. You want to respond or you good?
To what?
What Foodie just said.
I didn't hear it.
All right.
It's all good. Keep it going.
Here we go. Keep it going. Y'all out of order tonight, man. I love it. I ain't got no problem. Here we go.
They must have, and this is a bit of speculation on my point. They must have decided to just do it differently, because all of a sudden, for the first time, we see the rise of megaliths. Before, to be clear, these structures in Mesopotamia, in Iraq, these cities, they had specifically wanted them to use brick. They, for some reason,
and I think this is where we really get into the most important part of the conversation as far as these megalithic sites go right here. I think this is really where we get into that piece of it.
Energetically, they really preferred brick, but brick doesn't last. Maybe they didn't care about that back then. I don't know. But they initially had built everything in brick. And then all of a sudden, after this event, we see the rise of megaliths with stone out of nowhere. And that's the whole point. So they state to them, you need to go to different parts of the world and create different civilizations, but some have to be the domain of Enlil or Enki. It's the way to describe it. Like, for instance, we find the same gods shared throughout Turkey and Greece as this area, showing it was like Enlil's domain, if I can make it clear about that. Whereas we see another group that just diverged and went down to Egypt and then down through Mauritania that seems to have created Atlantis. So there seems to be two super civilizations that emerged at the height of both groups leaving, which was the Athenians and the Atlanteans. But how do we get there? And that's where I'm going to take you right now. Is I have genetic proof about that as well as archaeological proof to show that this entire story comes from somewhere. Okay,
let's see it.
So at Lake Vaughn, I was studying Zernaki Tepe, and then Kavis Tepe came up. Now, if you remember where we left off on Kavis Tepe, there's a king list that was found at Kavis Tepe that talked about how the king was known as King Hake, and that in the bloodlines, that's very well easy to find for King Hake, that he was a direct descendant, and he talked about it too. He's very proud. He was a direct descendant of Japheth. And now we know from these ancient bloodlines that Japheth was a son of Noah.
Yes. And what was the other name again?
Ziasudra.
Hey, real quick, Foodie, that's you, right? I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
All right, you good. Folks out here, they act the fool on YouTube these days.
I feel you. I hit the wrong button. So go ahead.
No, you good. Here we go. And I want listen to this now. This is where it get interesting.
It's fine. Easy to find for King Hake that he was a direct descendant. Okay, I'm going to take you right now. I have genetic proof about that as well as archaeological proof
and
to show that this entire story comes from somewhere. Okay,
let's see it.
So at Lake Vaughn, I was studying Zernaki Tepe, and then Kavis Tepe came up. Now, if you remember where we left off on Kavis Tepe, there's a king list that was found at Kavis Tepe that talked about how the king was known as King Hake. And that in the bloodlines, that's very well easy to find for King Hake, that he was a direct descendant, and he talked about it too. He's very proud. He was a direct descendant of Japheth. And now we know from these ancient bloodlines that Japheth was a son of Noah.
Yes. And what was the other name again?
Ziusudra. So it like exactly mirrors supposedly that story, but we have the evidence to now back it up. Now I want to take it to another step. In 2017, this is a discovery that I don't believe anybody knows about this, even Ben.
I'll put this in the corner of the screen.
Even Ben.
Well, he knows now.
Yeah. There was a site, and I stumbled across this by accident, just literally by like searching for structures. And also there was a group that visited that site that took a couple pictures. But if you look at it, there's no excavations that are being done at all.
Uh-huh.
Okay. So the first thing to note about this is the name. It's called Kef Kalesi. And instead of
all the names are so cool.
Yeah. Well, Kef Kalesi. So if you remember from Game of Thrones, her name is Kalesi.
Yes. Yes.
And you brought up Game of Thrones.
Look. And I'm sitting over here. That's why I fell off, because I'm looking over here on Google, like, where is Lake Vaughn and all that kind of shit. Yeah. Khaleesi. Yeah. That's where they got that shit. Like, I'm telling you, people know the history, and I'm telling you, like, yeah.
Hey, but once again, I always say, food is them hiding it, or they putting it in our face. They put it right in front of us.
It's hiding in hiding in plain sight.
Facts.
And I believe in that shit. Like, when you see something or you hear something, believe it.
This is why we had to go into this video.
I'm glad you brought it to modern times, because like there's a lot. Go ahead.
Here we go.
Okay.
And real quick, shout out to my brother Deuce Times in the building. Salute Deuce, man. Much love and respect, my brother. Hit the like button. If y'all show up, man, hit the like button. It is free.
It means castle. So Kef Kalesi. So if you remember from Game of Thrones, her name is Kalesi.
Yes.
It means castle.
Yes.
Okay. It means castle. So
I don't even watch Game of Thrones, but I knew that.
Kef Kalesi may be the most important of all these sites. And why it's important is that not only did they find these basalt megaliths that look just like Kavis Tepe, you see that, on top of the mountain,
yes,
but they're strewn everywhere like a catastrophe just threw them all over the place. Now, remember when you asked, look at Kavis Tepe, remember when you asked why there's primitive work underneath it?
I have it right here. Yeah.
Because they found the stones strewn everywhere and just put them back together like a jigsaw puzzle.
But they did it like
they can't
one after the other.
But they can't recreate them.
Wait, who?
The Eurasians. The Eurasian civilization that is credited as being the ones that built this.
So who found them?
The Eurasian civilization, thousands and thousands.
The ones who rebuilt. Sorry, the ones who rebuilt it. When you said built it,
that's what I mean.
Thinking the original.
So they went back to these sites. They knew how sacred they were, and then they built right on top of them. And then they were destroyed later too.
Bravo. Okay.
Then they disappeared, but more through war and different means like that. But okay, so in Kef Kalesi, not only do you have these incredibly precise blocks like we see in Kavis Tepe on this mountaintop, which by the way is below a massive volcano called Sufandagi. It's 13,000 feet high, but they found ruins of the city of the civilization underwater in Lake Vaughn. Do you see that in the image?
Yes, in Turkey.
This is where it gets wild. They determined that geologically, when they looked at the lake levels, that the last time the lake was low enough to be able to build on the bottom of, remember that lake is 1,500 feet deep. It's not on the bottom, but I mean it's on like down, right?
So this isn't, but it's on the bottom wherever it is, but this isn't necessarily at the 1,500 feet.
No. But it's right below the ruins on the mountain that you just saw.
How far deep, just for an idea, how deep is this?
Over 50 feet deep.
That's not that.
Yes,
it's deep,
but
it's not
yes,
that
but they
deep.
built a civilization there.
Yeah.
Now in Lake Titicaca in Bolivia, we see the same thing. We see ruins underwater there when the lake was at a completely different time period. Now, when geologists studied ice, they took cores of the sediments in the bottom of Lake Vaughan, and they studied it because it's one of the oldest lakes on Earth. They found that the last time the lake, and they admitted they're perplexed about the ruins. And even in the articles, they mentioned that they were perplexed at the ruins because they're underwater. They mentioned in a separate study that the lake was last low enough, or at its lowest maximum, 15,000 years ago. So now that's older than Göbekli Tepe, and it means that those ruins of Kef Kalesi are at least 15,000 years, at least.
They're intact. It's great.
It's the same. It's a megalithic blocks, just like above the ground. So now we're gonna even add another layer to it.
Who's this guy? Is this the dude who found it, or is that just a random?
That's
scuba?
an archaeologist holding an artifact from that site.
Oh, he's holding.
Now, real quick, I gotta say this. With them going into, like you just brought up, Foodie, and with these being some of the most ancient lakes or ancient lakes and these type of things, and them finding these different things there. I mean, it's very interesting. It's very interesting. Go ahead, Cash. I know you feel and Cash, you know more about it than I do. Go ahead.
No. I was just gonna read something to push back on the propaganda real quick, man. While some religious traditions suggest humanity descended from one couple, scientific evidence such as mitochondrial DNA and Y chromosome studies points to a much larger ancestral population. Yeah, I don't know what study you read, but maybe you should just burn that study and keep studying.
Read that one more time.
About the Adam and Eve hypothesis.
Okay, I see. You're going with the genetic thing. You're pushing back on.
It says right here, genetic variation. You need genetic variation. We didn't come from two people. You need at least 500 to 1,000 individuals to even have a possibility of getting to where we got to. And like I just said, scientific evidence. But yeah, we didn't come from two people. Like, that shit is cap. But go ahead.
I ain't mad at it. Foodie, you want to respond? All right, Foodie, whenever she want to respond, she gonna jump off accordingly, respectfully. Here we go.
Something.
Yeah.
And I want to say this one more time, real quick. Cat and Troy Graham just asked, "What's the name of the brother speaking?" Say, you know, I'm always out of order.
Matthew LaCroix.
LaCroix. Matthew LaCroix, my brother. Matthew LaCroix. I think we had it in the chat earlier. I don't know if let me see if I still got it. Let me see something. No, I ain't got it right now. So I'll look it up for you, Troy. And I'll drop it in the chat. Give me 1 second, brother. Give me 1 second. We're gonna keep it playing. And I want to rewind and go back to what he just said. I think these are major points right here that he's making right now. These are major points in my mind. You know what I'm saying? So I want to go kind of back to what he just. Oh, Foodie, go ahead.
He's linking everything together.
Well, what did you? I just wanted to go back to what he mentioned about mtDNA.
About what? Say it again.
mtDNA, mitochondrial DNA.
Well, we could get into a whole nother conversation. Go ahead, Cash. She want to know what was your breakdown as far as what you read just a second ago about the.
It says scientific evidence such as mitochondrial DNA and Y chromosome studies.
Which comes from my mother. Okay, go ahead. What about it?
It points to a larger ancestral population.
I don't see how when the mitochondria is just a small circular part of the molecule.
I mean, I can read you off. I can read you off all the
human being has.
I can read you off all the rare inherited diseases.
Hold on. It ain't got it. Hold on. Wait a minute. Oh, wait. It ain't got. Hold on. Y'all out of order. Y'all out of order. It ain't got to be an argument.
No, I mean, we're not out of order.
Hold on. It ain't got to be an argument. Let's have one mic conversation. Go back. I ain't got no problem with y'all going back and forth, but let's just keep it one mic so everybody can understand the different points that's being made. That's it. That's all I'm asking.
Yeah, okay. I'm not trying to argue. I'm just trying to see what the point is, because all you did was name the mitochondria is just one part of the cell of all human life, where our DNA comes from. Like, it's the energy part of the cell. So I was just trying to understand what point you're trying to talk about, what you're making.
Go ahead, Cash. What she's just saying, what's the point you're trying to make? I think as far as the mitochondria DNA goes.
I mean, damn, I just read it.
So what you read is
I think it.
Hold on, let him finish. Let him finish.
I am.
Hold on, let him finish. Foodie, let him finish.
I am, but you keep jumping every time I try to say okay. Dub? Okay, no problem. I have no problem with that.
Let's continue with the video, bro.
No, I just wanted to know your point. Go ahead. I'm on mute.
No, it's all good.
No, I just want to know what your point was in mentioning the mitochondria.
No.
Because
we came from two people. Let's continue the video.
Okay. Well, you haven't made your point on that. You're presenting no evidence of that. But go ahead. Let's go.
You didn't catch it. All right.
You don't know what you're talking about. You just read something on Google. Go ahead.
If you say so.
And you don't understand what you're reading. Go ahead.
Can I be honest with y'all? Y'all gonna be mad at me for this one. Y'all know what y'all sound like some old folks arguing out here. Y'all
That's
sound
fine.
Like,
I do know.
Go ahead.
What I do know is that it's easy to read a sentence on Google, but not have the comprehension behind that. So I was just trying to clarify and help him to understand what he was reading. I don't need to know all of the different anomalies that can come from mitochondrial DNA. I mean, because any type of cell anomaly can come from any cell known to man. That you're not making a point just by reading that sentence. That's all I was saying.
I read more than a sentence. I mean, if you just caught a sentence, then that's on you, sister.
Well, you did read a sentence. You did.
I read a lot more than a sentence, though.
Would you care to repeat it?
I mean, I could get into it and break down all the.
Would you care to repeat the sentence that you read?
Calm down. I could read all the rare inherited diseases.
Like I said, we don't need to know all of that.
Ah, shit. See,
hold on.
We don't need to know all the rare heritage.
Just go ahead, bro.
Yeah. See, there we go. You don't know what you're talking about.
Hold on, but we can't be
so emotional. You can't even stop talking, girl.
But hold on. We out of order now. Now we out of order.
I'm being very scientific, Dub.
We out of order though. We out of order. I said respectful. Y'all know I ain't the one to have argue. That ain't my thing.
I got you, Dub. I got you. I wasn't trying to be emotional. I was trying to get a better understanding of what he said. He doesn't want to repeat it. That's
now
fine.
You cut me off. You cut me off now.
Go ahead, Dub. I'm on mute.
All I'm saying is, let the brother. If once again he read what he gonna read. I think that he said that. Well, shit, either you gonna agree, disagree. I ain't really trying to argue about it. I think that's what's going on. At the same time, though, I think you're trying to get a better understanding. So what I ask for, Cash, read it one more time, give your interpretation of it so she gets the better understanding, let her respond, then we can move forward. I think that'll clear things up.
I mean, well, there's a lot here. I just picked out the pieces that is like a summary of it. You know what I mean? The first thing that came up was genetic variation, which is what I was talking about. And then it get into talking about this Adam and Eve hypothesis. And it says about this whole religious tradition that suggests we came from two people. Scientific evidence, like studies that people have done, point to that we came from a much larger ancestral population. And it talks about all these rare inherited diseases that you'll get after a certain amount of inbreeding and how your sperm quality goes down. So like it literally says we didn't come from two fucking people. Like if you want to keep believing that we did, cool, man. You get into these discussions with people that are so into the Bible, like they just can't. Whatever the Bible says is what it is. Like, okay, cool. I was just shooting down the propaganda. That's all.
Go ahead, Foodie. You can respond accordingly.
Okay. So, it's a possibility that we came from two people. And then cells mutate, right? Cells mutate, and regenerate. From the cell mutation and regeneration becomes more cell mutation and generation. So that doesn't mean that we didn't come from two different people. That just means that other people came from those different mutations of that same cell. So, like I said, I know you didn't make any point to me that I didn't understand. So, I think you don't have a full understanding.
Yeah,
of
maybe
how
you should like
science works, because
pull up
this
a
is the
study.
thing.
Hold on. Let her finish.
Because this is the thing that I'm not one of those people who believes in religion and does not believe in science. I believe that God gave scientists the knowledge that they know in order to help human beings survive in the way that we do, and in the future survive better than the way that we do today. Like our kids have a possibility of surviving better than we do today, just like we have a better possibility of surviving better than our ancestors. So I don't separate the two. I have a belief that God has given scientists the knowledge that they know to look and question and think about things in a way that is not necessarily biblical. The Bible is a blueprint, right? It's not just, and it is law, but it's not the only way to look at things. So the reason why I was questioning is because I have an understanding of the Bible and I have a clear understanding of science. So I was asking you to clarify what you were talking about.
Okay, but you were talking about a scientific study that you were referring to earlier, and now you're just talking about God gives you your what? You're not making any sense.
I never mentioned any scientific study. Never in this conversation have I mentioned that. I talked about mitochondria.
Yeah, after I said the word mitochondria, then
yeah, and I talked about and what I talked about after mitochondria is the part of the cell that the mitochondria exists in, and the working part of the mitochondria, what its job is to do. I never.
You don't got no studies that back in anything you talking about. You just talking out your ass.
I'm talking about how a cell works. You just mentioned the word mitochondria. We're only talking about the word mitochondria. I don't know what you're talking about. Cells. I mean studies. I'm not talking about I'm talking about my eyes. And you said mitochondria. You mentioned something about two people can't come. All of human civilization couldn't come from two people. That's what you mentioned. I never mentioned anything about any study. Do you understand what the word mitochondria means and what it means, what part of the cell that it is, and how it works in the cell? Do you understand that?
Oh, man.
Okay, thank you. Let's go, Deb.
Yeah, let's go.
All right, there we go.
I can break it down for you, but I'm not.
No. Well, this ain't real quick. I gotta tell you the truth. We 4 hours in, and I was about to say we shutting this motherfucker. We gonna keep rocking. Damn it, we keep it right. And shout out to my brother real quick, man. Shout out to X. If y'all need any work done YouTube wise, y'all go shout out to man. X do a hell of a job. Anything y'all see more or less going over here, X done did it for me. So shout out to the great young brother, and he a fighter as well, man. Much love and respect to the great young brother. Let's get back into it. I'm gonna rewind it a tad bit so we can get the full understanding of what these brothers are cooking on right now.
And his finger, and his hand are gonna enough, or at its lowest maximum, 15,000 years ago. They found that the last time the lake, and they admitted they're perplexed about the ruin.
And mind y'all, they're talking about one of the deepest lakes, or even when we say deepest, one of the most historic lakes that we know of at this current moment in
time. And even in the articles, they mentioned that they were perplexed at the ruins because they're underwater. They mentioned in a separate study that the lake was last low enough, or at its lowest maximum, 15,000 years ago. So now that's older than Göbekli Tepe, and it means that those ruins of Kefkalesi are at least 15,000 years, at least.
They're intact. It's crazy.
It's the same. It's the megalithic blocks, just like above the ground. So now we're gonna even add another layer to it.
Who's this guy? Is this a dude who found it, or is that just a random scuba?
That's an archaeologist holding an artifact from that site.
Oh, he's holding something.
Yeah,
there.
in his finger, in his hand.
Yeah, I can't see shit.
Okay, so look, you got the megalith on top of the mountain. You got the megalith under the water, right? And you got this.
Another one for the corner of the screen.
It was a giant box with incredibly precise carving.
This is above ground.
That was found
above ground.
It was like, oh, you know where that was found? There's a city there's a town right in between the mountain and the lake that they found it in when they were excavating in like an old school. They found it in the bottom of like ancient ruins below the city, below the town.
So back to your
Kefkalesi area though.
Back
real quick, if you look at this, I just want y'all to look at what this box and the what I would call the carving. I'm gonna just say the carvings on the box, right? Very interesting. Showing
like kind of like hieroglyphics a little bit.
Right. Look, very like very similar, and they're gonna get into later in the episode as far as what was found in the pyramids and some of those boxes that were in the pyramids that could only be constructed inside of the area that it was at. Right. They'll get into that later. But if you just look at just look at the definition, and this is incredible. And then one of the things that's so interesting to me, even when you look in ancient Egypt, when you look at who they were calling the ancient god or the king of, I'm gonna just say
pharaohs.
No, the king. What I believe it was one of the tepes or something like that. Was it Kalese Tepe? One of them. Who Hake was. When you look at, say it again.
Kavlis Tepe.
Thank you. When you look at, and this happened even in Sumeria, when you look at these individuals, you see them carrying things like lions, like they damn pit bull puppies. I'm just telling, they carry them like they pit bull puppies out there. So right. These they have to, and to sculpt something like this, these have to be individuals that are a tremendous size, in my personal opinion.
No, there's evolution of a species.
So you don't think, real quick, and I'm glad you. So when we see these type of things, and we see them carrying lions and those type of things, hearing even when, if you look at, especially in like Egypt, right? Some people like to call it Kemet, whatever you want to call it. When you see the hieroglyphs there, and they have the priesthood according to the hieroglyphs and the head dresses that they were wearing at that time, because they wanted that elongated skull. We're going to get into that as well. But when they're a third of the size of the individual that they're walking up to, and supposedly, I'm not going to say praising, I don't know what the exact word is, maybe offering sacrifice, I don't know what the exact word is. Are you saying that's just the way they viewed it at that time, or you don't believe that's the actual size of those beings?
I'm a little confused. You talking about lions? You talking about the human beings? You talking about giving praise to altars? Like, what are you talking about?
No. I'm talking about the sculptures on the different hieroglyphs.
Okay.
In these different places, and specifically, I went back to Kemet, but even here, when you're looking at it, whatever this animal is, can y'all see my mouse? Whatever this animal is right here is clearly, and it don't look to be a house cat, respectfully. Yeah. This motherfucker is way smaller than these guys are right here. And then when you go to, like I was bringing up earlier, Kemet, if you go look at some of the hieroglyphs in Kemet, you see them carrying or them having sculptures and hieroglyphs of these beings carrying lions or whatever type of animal you want to call it, whatever you want to call it. And then you also see when the priesthood come up with the headdresses on, according to the depictions. I'll pull it up if necessary, but they're 3 times smaller than the individual that they're coming up to and the priesthood is going to praise and who the head is at that current moment in time. My question is do you think these depictions were just this is just how they looked at these individuals, or do you think it's a literal depiction? That's my question.
I got a better understanding of what you're saying now. So number one, I think maybe the animals, they have gone through an evolution from smaller to maybe the size that we know them to be now. Number two, human beings also have evolved, but just like for instance, like based on what their beliefs were, let me just take for instance like ancient Japan, right? Like they believed that women were supposed to have small feet, right? That was the essence of femininity. So from a very young age, they would bind their feet so that their feet wouldn't grow. But at the same time, they would have, deformities, right? But that was their belief. But they bound their feet so they'd be small. So they'd be small, but they would not be functional feet. You see what I'm saying? So we don't know what practices that they were using for these people to be able to be strong enough to carry the headdresses that they were carrying. I don't know how heavy they were. They looked like they were heavy. We don't know how much they weighed. Was the gold thinned out? Was it, as heavy as we know gold blocks to be? I don't know. I don't have enough, details to be able to assess that properly.
Okay. I ain't got no problem. Cash, you got anything on it?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. It was you're talking about like Gilgamesh holding the lion in his arm, and they got the Assyrian lion hunt depictions where they got this guy who's like got a lion in a chokehold type shit where they're both standing, they look the same height. But yeah, I've seen a lot of ancient stuff where they got beings that are like 3 times the size of the people that are worshiping them, from Egyptian to Sumerian to Assyrian, like a lot of them. So, I mean, I'm under the belief that these beings were pretty fucking big, you know what I mean? And
let me ask this real quick, Foodie. Let me ask you this question.
And some people believe hold on,
Foodie. Let me ask you.
I was going to add on to what he said. Some people believe that they were alien beings, like they were not human beings.
Right. But my question is, Foodie, is do you think that the people were exaggerating or do you think this is the experience that they was truly living? You know what I'm saying? Like how do you see it?
Well, like I said before, I don't have enough information to see how big the human beings were actually at that time and how big or small those animals were at that bigger, because I know that animals and human beings evolve over time. Like, our grandparents, like a lot of the houses were built smaller because they weren't that tall, right? Like they weren't very tall. Human beings in the 1920s didn't get to be as tall as human beings now in the 1960s, 70s, 80s, 90s. We evolve over time based on nutrition, adequate access to water, the soil getting better, all that kind of stuff. So there's lots of different factors. So there's a lot of beliefs that human beings back in ancient Europe, ancient civilizations weren't that big. You know what I'm saying? And so if human beings weren't that big, it's a possibility that animals weren't that big. What was considered to be a big animal then wouldn't be considered to be a big animal now. You know what I'm saying? Okay. It's relative. It's the law of relativity is what I'm talking about.
The soil has really gotten worse over time.
What do you mean by that? Statement. What do you mean by that?
Because if you look into the soil that's in the, I'm about to tell you. I'm about to tell you. Calm down. If you look into the soil that's in the Amazon, it's a certain mix of soil that we can't reproduce today, and that's why the Amazon has grown so big and grown so lush, and we can't reproduce this soil that these people were able to make back in these times. So our soil has degraded just like everything else over time. That's scientific fact also.
It's interesting. I have heard that story as far as, I don't remember who it was, but when they were speaking on the soil that when they went into the Amazon, I can't remember who it was, and I don't listen to so much of this shit, but I have heard that, they had these type of things in ancient times that they used to fertilize the soil, and I have heard certain things like that, and I can't remember who the brother was. Damn, I can't remember.
It's called Terra Preta.
And he was talking about kind of how they end up chopping or not necessarily chopping shit up, but how the soil was just richer at that current moment in time. And because it was richer, you had certain things that would happen, and it would produce, or you could grow different subject or different products much more and much larger than you can today. I have heard those type of stories, especially from the Amazon. I have heard those stories, but I can't say I ain't seen it. And just because I ain't seen it don't mean it ain't true, because I ain't seen a lot of this shit. So it is what it is. You feel me?
Yeah, I don't think you done. I'm sorry, I didn't want to.
No, go ahead, sis. Go ahead. Then
I don't think there's a
bring it back.
question about that. I mean, I don't think that's, I think that GMOs, genetically modified organisms, is been a thing that's been a topic for a long period of time. Contrary to popular belief that there are some benefits to GMOs, but not in the way that they're being used. The companies like Monsanto, companies like the one that the vice president owns. I can't remember what it's called. Like, I mean, farming of all food all over the earth has definitely changed. Like, when we were growing up, like when I was growing up in the 80s, all watermelons had seeds. Now we have seedless watermelons. Even bananas. I remember seeing little small black seeds in bananas. We don't have. It's all genetically modified. So, I mean, I don't think there's a question about that. It's a well-known fact.
Hey, real quick, shout out to the Dominican Republic. Shout out to Jamaica. Anytime I go over there, all the fruits I eat over there, they still got seeds in them. The bananas be smaller than a motherfucker over there, you know, but they be tasty. They be
right. They have better flavor, huh?
Hey, shout out to the islands, man. Shout out to the islands. I love. Hey, you can never put me on a damn cruise. I'm going to a resort before I ever go to a cruise. That's just me. But
like our meat and everything. Like I remember, like just buying a fryer pack of chicken used to taste better even 20 years ago than it does now. Like it started to taste different like maybe 15 years ago. Like it don't even have no flavor. It don't have no matter how much seasoning you put in it. It's like,
hey, foodie, I bet you can't cook chicken back.
Chicken back?
Yeah.
What is chicken back? Like that's the
back of the chicken. The back of the chicken.
There ain't no chicken back, nigga. There's
what are you talking about?
Chicken.
There is chicken back.
To a chicken.
Hold on.
Chicken skin.
I'm trying to tell you the truth. I put it on everything. Big Mom cooked chicken back on a record.
She's lying to you.
No, she did.
Chickens ain't got no back muscles.
Man, you out of order.
She told you that's what it was.
If you telling me Big Mom lying to me, you out of order.
They got feathers. They ain't got no motherfucking back. What would they need to have back muscles for? They got feathers.
Hold on. We
got wings.
My grandma still to this day.
Think about wings. That's a chicken back. Is wings.
On everything I love. My grandma still got chicken backs in the freezer right now. I swear to God.
Somebody lied to her.
What is it then?
That's what I'm asking. Is it wings? Is it wings?
No, it ain't no damn wings. It's the back.
What are the 8 pieces to a chicken?
It ain't no 8 pieces. See, that's what they lied. See, hold on. That's what they lied to you. They gonna tell you. Hold on. Listen. They're gonna tell you it's 2 legs.
Where have you ever gone anywhere to buy the chicken back?
Hold on. They're gonna tell you it's 2 legs, it's 2 thighs, it's 2 breasts, and it's 2 wings. Right? That's the 8 pieces.
Not 2 breasts. It's 1 breast cut split in between.
Well, when I say you know exactly what I mean when I say that. But what I'm trying to tell you is that Big Mama, definitely
been lied to when she passed
definitely. Hold on, you out of order.
You out of order.
No, I'm all. I ain't. Hold on. What am I get up there and lie for Big Mama?
You out of order. Just like talking about that goddamn egg fucking egg dressing in chicken bags.
And get what? And get what? The egg dressing we're hitting too. No, it's the egg bread. Now it's the egg bread.
Sometimes you need to do your own research, Dub, and stop listening to what people tell you.
Man, the chicken back rib, man.
I need you to do your own research.
Matter of fact, what I'm gonna do, Foodie, I'm gonna take a picture of a chicken back, and when I'm gonna take a picture of it, and I'm taking it straight out my grandmother. I'm gonna take it straight out my grandma's.
Look it up right now.
I'm telling the truth. And I'm gonna take it straight out my grandma's refrigerator. Freezer, excuse me. I'm gonna take a picture of it, and next time I come on, I'm gonna put the chicken back on the screen because that's definitely a thing. I don't know what you're talking about. See, and this how I know. Negroes say that, and I say it respectfully. Negroes say they grew up in the hood. Now we grew up in the goddamn hood. Chicken back, we ate all of it. You ate the entire damn chicken. You ate all of it. Outside the beak out that motherfucker, you ate every piece of it.
Hello.
Go ahead, sis.
Because I've heard people talking about they eat chicken butt. Ain't no motherfucking chicken butt. Let me tell you.
I don't know about the butt. I know about the back though. I can give. I show.
Let me tell you what I just read about chicken back. Okay, let me tell you.
Did you Google it?
I did.
Is it real? Hello, Foodie, are you there?
Hear me? Can you hear me?
Is chicken back real from what you Googled?
No, let me tell you, because every time I go to the other page I have, you can't hear me. Hold on just a second. Let me get the number, read it to you. Hold on.
Okay. Hey, we ate. Hey, shout out to Picasso. We ate the gizzards too. Now look, I love gizzards. I love chicken gizzards. The one I hate.
Yeah, go ahead. Let me
I can't fuck with the livers. I don't fuck with livers.
I don't fucking eat liver.
I don't either. I hate liver. Go ahead, sis.
Chicken backs are the leftover parts. Hold on. The leftover core of a chicken. Hold on. After the breast. Hold on. Breast, wings, and legs are removed. So basically, it's chicken spine.
That's the back. The spine is back.
Get the fuck out of here.
Hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute. So your spine ain't in your back?
It ain't got no meat on it, nigga.
I didn't say it. Hold on. That see you done misconstrued what I done said.
The spine ain't nothing but bones and nerves and muscle.
You done misconstrued what I said. What I didn't say nothing about it being a lot of meat on there. I said that we ate chicken backs. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
What you eating off of it though?
Everything we can get.
It's gristle, if anything.
So
y'all eat pig feet too, huh?
You damn right. You damn right. We eat pig feet.
Nigga, that's slave food. I hate to.
See, now we slaves. Now we slaves.
That's slave
see,
food.
and this be my problem.
That's leftover parts.
This be my problem when I'm speaking on this is the truth. The chicken back is something that we came up on. Hey, this is what.
No, you came up on it because that was all that was left after the one.
That's what we had to eat. That's what we had to eat.
You need to stop eating. It's not good for your gut. It's not good for your liver.
Now you want to tell me about
my gut. It's not good for your gallbladder, man.
Listen,
you gonna get
what I'm trying
to
see, you didn't change the argument now, because at first there wasn't no such thing as no chicken back. Now it's bad for all these. I ain't say it was good. Hold on. I ain't say it was good or bad. I'm telling you what it was. I didn't say whether it was good, bad.
No, you didn't tell me what it was. I had to look at it. I had to look it up to find out.
I told you it was a real thing. You told me I was lying.
No, I said nobody don't eat no chicken back is what I'm saying.
I'm telling you we do.
Right. But what's the
so you out of order?
Okay, you're right. I'm out of order. You're right. I did say that there's no such thing as a chicken back.
And
I wasn't even thinking that you were talking about the spine of the chicken. I wasn't thinking that. You're right.
I'm telling the truth of what was as me coming up as a youngin. Now I ain't ate chicken back in a while. I ain't gonna lie to you.
And what y'all do? Y'all dip it in ranch sauce or what? What you do?
Man, Big Mother didn't believe in no damn. Hold on, Big Mother didn't believe in no damn ranch. What she gonna do is she gonna cook the chicken back. She gonna cook some collard greens. She's gonna cook the peas with it. You gotta have your vegetables, of course, and she's gonna have some bread with it. What you get off the back is what you get off of it. It is what it is.
There's no meat on it though. Like
that ain't that one.
But I can attest to the fact that bone marrow does add flavor to a meal. Right.
You out of order. Out of order.
No, I'm not out of order. I'm telling you. So that's the reason why people use ham hocks. That's all it is. Bone marrow adds flavor. What do you?
We don't. It ain't for flavor. It because this is
because there ain't no meat on it.
You had it. That ain't the point. The point
okay,
is,
if there's no,
hold on. Let me tell you what the point is. You
You're not eating the bones.
You had to eat what was there. That's the point.
You're missing my point.
I know. I understand your point. You're talking about the bone, and I understand no meat. I got all of that. What I'm trying to tell you is that at the end of the day, shit, as a kid, I don't have that choice. All I can do is eat what's put in front of me.
And as a cook, I'm trying to figure out what I'm thinking about you talking about as a kid. I'm thinking about as a cook, and with the reason why your grandmother would have used that.
And the reason she using it because that's all we had.
No. Yes, that is one point. But at the same point, what did it add to your meal? Is what I'm saying.
You see, you talking about what it added to my meal. What I'm talking about is it made a meal.
Ain't no way a fucking piece of nothing makes a meal.
And then you gonna tell somebody who ate it, it didn't make a meal. That's you out of order.
It's nothing but bone, though.
In your opinion.
So what I'm saying is like when black people eat like smoked ham hocks, or if they have fat back or whatever, that shit is not really meat, but it adds to the flavor.
And I had to eat all of it.
Okay.
And get why we had to eat it? Because that's what we had.
Well, that's why you sound like you do, because you got chicken bones stuck in there.
There we go. And now that's why I sound this way. See how they do you? How they do you right here? They won't just tell you. They
got the big end of the wishbone.
They won't just tell you. They just won't tell you that. Yeah, this is a thing. They won't just say that. They'll say, well, that's why you. That's why you're ugly. Now I'm ugly. Now I'm ugly.
It's a wishbone. Okay, you was eating wishbones, and grandma made nothing out of. She made a meal out of wishbones and happy endings.
She made a meal out of whatever she could make a meal out of for me to eat.
You said she had beans and stuff. That's the real meal, but I don't know why she even bothered with the chicken bone if you got beans and stuff, seasoning. That's enough.
They how I know you ain't grow up in the country.
Beans and rice, that's enough. That's what most people on planet Earth make a meal out of if they ain't got no meat.
You ain't grow up in the country like that.
Now I'm about to sit up there and let nobody throw me a piece of spine and talk about, I'll just throw it in the pot.
Man, for what? Tell Big Man you ain't gonna eat something. Tell her you not gonna eat something.
Just eat the beans.
Tell Big Man you're not gonna eat something, and get what she gonna tell you. You can either eat the shit or you can starve.
I'm up out of here.
No, you're not.
I'm up out of here.
This is crazy.
I'm about to go to the city and find out where I can give me some cornmeal.
Nigga, you can't even. Nigga, I'm 6. I'm 7 at the time. Where the fuck I'm going? And I live in the country.
Oh well, my parents wouldn't raise me.
All right, we're gonna move forward. You out of order, Foodie. You out of order.
I'm happy.
I'm just gonna call a spade a spade. You out of order. In this situation, you all the way out of order. You all the way out of order.
You out of order talking about eating some spine and some beans. Get the fuck out of here.
See,
and Big Mama. I was trying to find use out of it. I was trying to make logic out of it. But since you don't want me to make logic out of it, you can have it.
It's not about logic. It's about what.
It's always about logic.
It's about reality.
It's always about utilitarianism. It's about utility. And so there's a reason why people use certain parts of every animal. And if she can't find no reason, she just threw it in there just because she had it. Okay, I'm going to let you have that. Fine. But you ain't going to convince me that it makes sense. But if that's what you was raised off of, I'm not going to argue with you about it.
It's not about making sense.
Oh, fine. I'm fine with that.
Right.
I'm fine with that.
We're going to move forward. We're going to move forward because Foodie out of order right now. She out of order.
I'm fine with that.
You out of order.
I'm fine.
Cash, you got anything?
I'm about to fry me up some slugs right now.
Cash, you got anything on the chicken back, man? You got anything on the chicken back, Cash? No. All right, we're moving forward. Here we go with the video. Damn, Foodie, we ain't got to do it like that now.
You mad about it? I'm not mad about it.
Well, you disrespected my great grandma.
I don't know your grandma.
I don't give a damn if you know or not. You don't know my grandma. I didn't say that about your
Everything your grandma said don't make no sense.
All right.
Okay.
Here we go.
She just did what she did. All right. Everything my grandma did didn't make no sense. They just did what they did.
We're gonna play the video. We're gonna move forward. Let's get back to the video. We're gonna rewind it a couple seconds to make sure we in order accordingly.
Back to your original potential.
There's a town right in between the mountain and the lake that they found it in when they were excavating in like an old school. They found it in the bottom of like ancient ruins below the city, below the town.
So back to your
Kefkalesi area though.
Back to your original potential like tsunami thing.
Yeah.
it's making a lot of sense.
I know. And so they find this gigantic relief box. Okay. And this is, I mean, dude, talk about tying things together. It has the same depictions as the Anuna. It has the same type of handing the pine cone down.
Yep.
It has the wings.
Holy shit.
Then guess what? You learn the god name is God Haldi. It's the same as Enlil.
Are those eagles up there?
Yes.
Too? Son of a bitch.
It's Enlil.
Why are they standing on the little lions?
Because Enlil's two symbols was the lion and the eagle.
What about the serpent?
That was Enki. That was his rival. Remember?
Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm trying to keep it.
Yeah, that's
like
fine.
Everyone else. I'm just looking closely at this down here.
So that god name of them that's depicted in that, his name is Haldi. Now, sorry, but I just don't think that. Let me see. Yeah, that's the tree of life in the center. It's the same thing. It's the same thing.
Oh my god.
It's the exact same thing. I don't believe that that's an archetype of nature. I really believe
in English, archetype of nature.
That is a real being. That's what we've been talking about from the very beginning. Is that it's an actual Anuna from Sumer that are the same ones that are ruling and creating civilization and all this stuff. Those conversations on the mountain, they're real, and that's Haldi and that's Enlil, and so clearly he's the one who got the domain of Lake Vaughn. Clearly, right? It must have been the agreement, because then you can trace it, and we're going to trace it back to Greece with the ancient Athenian civilization. Okay.
Oh
now, before we,
this is. I just want to say this is absurd. This is
like too good, right?
This is just, Matt. Even if you're like 30% right about stuff, it's mind blowing.
Cash, I want to ask that question real quick. If what the brother just said, if you're 30% about what you're talking about, it's mind blowing. I agree with that. I think that we didn't criticize the brother as far as his theories and those type of things go, but if he's even close to being right about any of this, I think this is man, it changes a lot of things in the academic world. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I agree, but I'm not on the 30%. He's definitely higher than 30%, man, in my opinion.
No, I agree. I think I can't give a percentage on it, but
like people can get up here and say he don't know what he's talking about, or hear him say he thinks this or he thinks that, or like that's irrelevant to everything that he's tied together, man. Like you're just looking for something to pick at it, in my opinion.
Amazing. Here we go. Hold on, hey, real quick, Cash.
That's the thing.
I want to show you.
Cash is it 1 o'clock? Where you at?
12:30.
All right, 12. So all right, we got all right. Shit, we good.
These two really quick while I talk about them, and I just want you to look at them really quick. These are ancient biblical bloodline migration routes of these families, and I want you just to look at it really quick before I say it, because I like your reactions. They're pretty awesome.
All right.
So this
What's
existed
the one on the left? Because you just handed me two things.
So
this is a map over here on the right.
These were already existing, and what happened was that's so fascinating. Again, is when I matched up these kings lists and these locations with these ancient bloodline charts, it matched not only similar but precisely. What you're looking at are not that. I'm sorry. Turn that over. It's that.
This right here.
That, and then the other side of that.
Okay.
They're double-sided.
Yep.
They're showing you bloodlines that were depicted of different regions of the world.
I'll have this in the corner of the screen. I'm gonna have the one with the language real fast on the corner of the screen.
I want to pause that real quick. When we look at this and we see, of course, right, and when this isn't a biblical text or anything like that, but a map, and it's interesting because it also shows Orion. I believe that's Sagittarius. Do you know what this is right here?
Where?
Right here, on the right side.
Do I know what that picture
is? That Osiris? Is that Osiris? On the actual text. So we got Orion, we got Scorpio,
All I know is it got Japheth, Shem, and Ham on there.
Hold on, we're gonna get to that. We're gonna get to the inside of it. I just want to know, do you know what the other pieces are, real quick? Is that Osiris? I don't know what that is. So,
oh yeah, I don't know.
Mary Magdalene.
Oh, my bad. All right. So now, when we talk about the actual inside of it, you have Asia. It looked like a 5, but I would say that this is Shem. You know what I'm saying? Biblically speaking, I would say this is Shem. Would you agree or disagree with that?
Or Africa?
No, I'm talking about right here. Asia at the top. It looked like Africa is Ham with a C, Cham. I'm gonna say Cham, but Ham with a C is what Africa looked like, and Europe looked like Japheth. In this situation, Shem looked like Asia, Ham looked like Africa, and Europe looked like Japheth. Would you agree with that?
I think Africa is the Cham and Asia's the Ham.
Now, well, you're out of order, and I'm gonna tell you why you're out of order. Is because well, you might be in order. I ain't gonna lie to you, but I done listen and argue with a lot of Hebrew Israelites for the longest. Shout out to the Hebrew Israelites.
I mean, because Thoth is not Ham, he's Shem.
No, but
and Thoth went to Africa. He didn't go to Asia.
Hold on. But so Thoth is Ham?
No. Shem.
Huh?
He's Kim. He's Chem. He's Cham. Whatever that shit is.
And the only reason I would disagree is because in this situation, and once again, lining it up biblically. This is me lining it up biblically. So if you want to call me out of order for doing it, then I ain't got no problem. But and shout like I said, shout out to the Hebrew Israelites. They always tell you the seed, quote unquote, was given to Shem, right? Came down through, and I always, when the two brothers, Esau and Jacob, right? When they went through whatever they went through, and then so all of that happens, but they would always say that Africa or Ham was given to Africa, and that's why they would always say that black people aren't from. I'm not saying I believe this or not believe it. I'm just going off of and trying to connect it. Going off of their theory, they would always tell you that the reason that Black Americans, African Americans, are of matter of fact, what they would say is that we can't even be anti-Semitic because we Semitic people, same way because we all came from Shem. This is what they would. This is the argument they would make, and say that Africans can't be Black Americans because they're from Ham, and Ham was supposedly cursed and all this other kind of stuff. I don't believe in that. But in this situation, and I want to because I think they're gonna disagree with what you just said, respectfully.
We'll play this shit. They're not gonna. I don't know what you're talking about.
Let's see what happened there. Let's see who you say Cham, Africa, Ham. Let's see what he called it. Let's see what happens.
I might be reading this wrong. Mary Magnum.
No, look at the names. Look at the other names. Japheth, Shem. See him?
Yes, I see him.
Okay, now look at the chart and look at the one below you.
Is that written in like calligraphy? Like what do we call that?
He just agreed with me.
Hold on, listen.
Now look at the map.
Okay.
See how they have different colors for where they supposedly went.
No.
Look at the color.
Oh, well, I'm looking at the right side. Sorry, the left side. So 1, 2.
So see how there's like Egypt was one color, and then you see how Turkey and the Mediterranean is one, and then you see how the Persian area goes down as another.
Kind of.
The three sons went to three different regions of the world, is what it's saying.
I'm making this note for myself to put that one in the corner of the screen.
Now, if you remember from King Hake, remember? You keep the one you're right.
Right here.
No, the other one. Pull that out.
And if I would have just showed the map that they showed, it would prove me right. But I want you to hear what this brother says.
Well, let him say it.
Hold on, calm down, man. No, shit, calm down.
Now, remember, King Hake is a descendant of Japheth. Remember that?
Yes. Yes.
Right on there is a descendant of Japheth. It says Japheth went to
Europa.
That's exactly where the king list mentions as being an ancestor on. Remember? Now, then it talks about how some of the sons went to different places. It says that Shem went to Egypt.
There we go.
Created the Great Pyramids of Egypt.
Listen.
That's what I said.
Thoth.
That's not what. Hold on. That's not what I said. I didn't say. I said Africa. Listen.
Egypt's in Africa, nigga.
Listen. Watch when he
just said what I said. What are you looking for?
Keep listening.
People want to know. Okay,
Thoth
is the ancient Egyptian god of wisdom and knowledge, who supposedly is the one who, like, it maybe even be connected to the Amaruka and the feathered serpent.
So he's a god.
He's a son of Enki, and he's connected to the serpent and the dragon. So Egypt, if you go to Egypt today and you look at the pharaohs, they have a cobra on their front forehead representing the snake, the knowledge. It's the symbols follow us everywhere. There's no serpents in that part of Turkey or in Greece in the same way because the influences were different. Now we're gonna track this through archaeological discoveries and libraries all the way to Atlantis in the Athenian civilization. We've just begun on this part. I just wanted you to see those bloodlines because it's incredible. Okay.
I'm still waiting.
Okay, so
let's keep going.
Let's keep going. So let me see.
Take whatever you need.
Okay.
We got papers. We got research.
we got a lot of stuff here.
We got preparation.
So, okay. So anyway, I want to just mention the three sons, and they're listed with three somewhat different names because, for instance, Ham sometimes is spelled as Sham with a CH.
Yes.
So, if I say something and it's slightly different, there's multiple spellings for these sometimes. Okay. So Zayasudra, and I want to be clear about this, had three sons. His three sons were Shem, Ham, or Cham, and Japheth.
Yes.
Now we've already established the first one. We established that Japheth created Kavis Tepe and those civilizations around Lake Von. Now this is what I call the link between everything. I call it the Ararat or Lake Von civilization, and it is going to become, in my opinion, the most important archaeological area in the world in the future, because it's that link that then connects everything else.
Now, it may seem that way, but are you saying that because you want it to be true, or you're high confident that it could be?
No, I'm saying that because the evidence is pointing towards that unequivocally.
Who have you spoken to about this?
I've deliberately not spoken to anybody.
You haven't talked with Randall or Ben about that?
I don't feel like, I respect their work enormously, but I don't feel like I need that to find clarity in my part. I've done this a long time.
But now that you're public with it, this is
I'd be happy
record,
to talk to them about it after. I have no issues with that at all.
Now you're going to want to talk to people.
I would be happy to debate anybody on this or discuss.
Not even debate. No, that's not what I'm talking about.
Okay.
I'm saying to further, add more minds to the mix, as long as there's not closed-mindedness coming in or something.
I'm happy to do that.
You help to find new things.
I'm happy to do that.
Okay.
So the first place we'll go on this journey, and when we continue to connect all this together, is, I don't have any images of it in front of me, but again, getting back to remember what Diodorus and Solon and Ken-Blasase, there were two civilizations that had become super civilizations.
For people who are listening to the second podcast, because I believe we did it in the first, quick 30 to 60 second refresher on
that. We were basically providing the best evidence to show that Atlantis was real, right?
Yes.
And we're talking about how it's far more than just Plato. It's Plato's descriptions, but you get into this elder priest of the Temple of Sais in Egypt named Sanchez, you find out. And you find out that Diodorus and Solon and Socrates, they all played a part in this. And what this temple priest stated to Solon when he discussed the old ancient world, was that there were two civilizations that had reached like this pinnacle, essentially is what I want to call it. Is that, and it's funny because they didn't mention Egypt, which is weird because they have the pyramids there, but they apparently labeled these all in a different category.
But you were also talking down the Library of Alexandria earlier, and other things as well about Egypt. I mean, I do want to get to the pyramids before you have to get.
And wait till he get back to it. So I'm gonna cook your motherfucking ass. Respect.
Oh, shit, it's taking a long time for you to cook.
Well, shit. I mean, it's taking a long time for him to cook. What you mean?
Everything he said was what I said.
All right, let's wait and see.
That was interesting to me.
Yeah.
Continue.
Okay. So they mentioned that there is a civilization that becomes highly sophisticated and advanced called the ancient Atlanteans. And they described it as being near like the Azore Islands area west of the Pillars of Hercules. And listen, for all the people that are going to go, what about the Richat structure in Mauritania? I have no doubt, based on the genealogy of the kings of Atlas in that region, that there was certainly some kind of a connection with that location archaeologically, except until we find some kind of archaeological evidence from the Richat structure, it's going to purely be just a hypothesis. But I just want to make that clear because I'm not closed-minded to that not being somehow part of Atlantis. Okay.
Noted.
Great. So what we find is that they describe how there's these two pinnacles of civilization pretty much of all time. And it's this Atlantean civilization and then another rival civilization called the Athenians or the pre-Greeks. And they talk about how those two were this predominant civilizations. Now,
how did the Athenians, according to what you study, how did the Athenians civilization?
Now, if you notice, they moved away from the topic. They're gonna come back to it, though. They're gonna come back to it. This how I done watched this a couple times. They're gonna come back to it. I don't know exactly when, but we'll wait for it. And I think all this is brilliant and really outside of, even though we arguing about that piece of it, which I'm right. I'm still right about it. But even though we arguing about that piece of it, I think this is one of the most interesting parts of the entire conversation as far as the Atlanteans and the Athenians go.
You were 100% wrong about what we was talking about, but go ahead.
No. What we're talking about is was it Ham or Shem who controlled Africa? That's what we're talking about, correct?
Yeah, it was Shem.
All right, and no, it was Ham.
No, it was Shem. Ham is in Asia, nigga.
No, Shem. Okay, all right. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens.
He just told you, Shem.
No. He said no, and no.
He said Shem.
He said no. He said Shem. He said Shem was Thoth and Shem was in Egypt. That's what he said.
Okay,
correct. Correct. Am I right or wrong about that?
That's what I said.
All right, and what I'm telling you is
Egypt
you're
is
wrong.
in Africa, right?
But what you're missing?
Hold on. Is Egypt in Africa?
In my opinion, yes. In my opinion,
okay,
yes.
cool.
But
what are we arguing about?
I'm about to tell you.
You just sound like that girl.
Hold on. I'm about to tell you. He will break it down. He will break it down. I ain't gonna have to break it down.
He already broke it down.
No, he hasn't. Because he hasn't got into it yet. You keep saying he broke it down. He hasn't broke it down. But I understand where you're coming from. I understand. Let's keep it going.
This advancement, or I guess like abilities.
Outside of real quick, outside of the disagreement me and you have, I think once again this is one of the most interesting parts. What's your thoughts as far as the Athenians and the Atlanteans? I think this is where they kind of break that down. What's your thoughts on that real quick?
Oh no! I told you I kind of put that together a long time ago.
Okay.
Compare with Atlantis. How close?
Atlantis seems to have definitely delved into a completely different side of things.
Because you said digital.
Yeah, they seem to have delved into things that maybe they weren't supposed to too, because it even in some descriptions described them as perhaps playing a role in their own destruction, like physically. Yeah, I know.
What does that look like?
Well, imagine if you were playing with energy technology, weapons. They discuss how they started creating weapon technology, and how maybe they misused it on the Mid-Atlantic Ridge and like caused their own destruction.
Bitch, this is continue.
So what they are saying is Atlantis lost its heart, and that Thoth was once a priest there, but not the same incarnation as before. It states that he's had many incarnations. Okay? It states that he's had many incarnations in that he was an ancient. No, he's not on that. Okay. But it states that he had an incarnation in Atlantis later in his life after the initial Egypt. And that he left with a lot of sages when Atlantis became corrupted. It talked about how they started playing with like black magic and technologies and weapons and all these things, and how the Athenians, the Athenians were the only ones that could stand up to them, but in a way where they were like masters of maritime masters, and were the best soldiers in the world, is what it's described as. The Athenians. I mean, it makes sense. Watch 300, right?
Yeah.
And so,
but they're way.
Well, and by the way, as a side note, they thought Troy was a myth. By the way, we found Troy.
Yeah, where's Troy again?
Troy's in Western Turkey.
Everything's in fucking Turkey.
So anyway, quickly we're realizing that so much that was a myth is actually real. And so getting back where we were, if in Greece today, outside of Delphi and outside of Athens, we find massive and beautiful megalithic work on the lowermost levels of a lot of structures, and then more primitive stuff on top from the actual Greeks. It's there. And not many people are talking about it. Ben is well aware of it. And there are others from, Megalithic Marvels and other social media sites that try to point this out.
Sure.
They show images of people standing next to them. There's one where there's a guy standing next to one of these megalithic walls in Greece, and the block is like taller than him. The block.
Oh my God.
So the precision is there. And it's showing you that there was a path from Lake Vaughn that Japheth took with Haldi, the Enlil's god. And by the way, Haldi, Enlil was the Sumerian name. Haldi was the Armenian Ararat name. And then he became, the whole Olympian gods, Zeus.
Yes.
He's Zeus. Dude, he became Zeus in Greece.
How far back are we?
What do you think the Titans versus the Olympians were, man?
Yeah,
it was Atlantis versus the Athenians.
How far back are we right now?
We are way back.
Like ballpark.
Well over 13, 14,000 years ago. Now,
before Younger Dryas.
Yeah, imagine this. Yeah. Where is Olympus? Where is Mount Olympus? The Olympians. Mount Olympus is in Greece.
Mm-hmm.
Zeus is the head of Mount Olympus as the younger generation gods, according to them. And in Atlantis, the Titans were supposed to be the older generation gods of Atlantis that were competing and fighting in a war against it.
Now, did they make them gods in later text and legend because they came way before them and had incredible civilizations, and then turn them into these features like Zeus can throw lightning and shit?
No, I think they could actually do that. I think they were very, very powerful, and I think we continuously underestimate what they are, and
they're like magic.
The best way to describe them? They keep making all these superhero movies and X-Men things. It's like that. That's the best way I can describe it. I feel like maybe that's the whole point of why they're making them.
Is there evidence for that, or is it just like legendary text?
Well, for instance, I'll just give you an example. The story of Viracocha is that Viracocha came out of nowhere. And that there were indigenous people living there, and they tried to attack him, and that he put on. This isn't me saying this. The story is that that he displayed magic in front of them, and of course, what that means, right? And completely stopped them in their tracks, just to show that he's not like them. Now, what that means, of course, technologies we have to some indigenous group in the jungle would be magic too. But what I mean is that same thing is echoed in Egypt as well. Is it's described that Egypt originally had a primitive sort of group living there, and that when these original groups came there, they had to do a display of something incredible, and then those indigenous people would be part of them and work with them.
Pause it real quick, bro.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Remember when I told you? Remember when you asked me how I think the pyramids were built?
Yep.
Remember I said it was built by people who had elongated skulls.
Agreed.
And I tell you what, they probably had a very high form of telekinesis,
or some type of understanding of frequencies, those type of things.
Along with telekinesis, right?
Agreed.
If you had a super high form of telekinesis, what would you be able to do? Stop a whole bunch of people from moving, move big rocks. You look like a superpower. You look like a superhero, right?
But and they'll mention this later on, but the only reason I disagree with it is because they'll make the reference that if we go to a jungle community, a community that's, when I say community, a civilization that isn't used to technology, us having the phones that we use, it'll look like magic to them. And they're gonna make this point. They're gonna make this point in this argument.
You're talking about a telephone, and I'm talking about being. He said that the dude.
No. Hold on. And this is the problem. He said that they had they displayed magic. This is what he said.
But what part of the story did he refer to? That he literally stopped a whole large group of people from moving. He didn't talk about showing no damn telephone, nigga. So that was a good try though. But go ahead.
Hold on. Well, real quick, I want to rewind that piece. Maybe I missed that.
Maybe you missed it.
Let's rewind it.
And that what that means, of course, technologies, of course, that he displayed magic in front of them, and of course, what that means, right?
What that means?
Completely stop them in their tracks.
Stop them in their tracks.
To show that he's not like them. Now, what that means, of course, technology
completely stopped them in their tracks. Like
that doesn't mean he physically stopped them in their tracks. It means that. See, you're saying physically. What I'm saying is what he displayed is what stopped them in their tracks. This is the disagreement we're gonna have here.
Oh man, sounds good. Go ahead.
Let's keep it playing.
Magic too, but
hold on, real quick. And
what did he say before this though? He said like Marvel superheroes, nigga. They're not pulling out cell phones, nigga.
To attack him, and that he put on. This isn't me saying this. The story is that that he displayed magic in front of them, and of course, what that means, right? And
see, if he took it the way you took it, he wouldn't say what that means, right? He wouldn't say
it a little more before when he's talking about the Marvel superheroes, bro.
I heard him talk about that. I heard him, but then why would he say what that means? Why would he say that? Because we don't understand exactly what they mean when they say magic. Even though he is saying that maybe these individuals had these type of powers, when he's speaking on this tribe, he's saying that displaying magic, we're not quite sure what that really means. That's literally what he's saying.
Yeah, I never said I was for sure. I just said what I thought.
Well, you arguing me down about this shit. What you talking about, nigga?
What he said is he stopped a whole bunch of people in their tracks, nigga. Like
no, and then he said using magic, which we don't know what that means. You're trying to make it seem like he physically stopped them in their tracks.
That's what he said.
No, he didn't say that. He literally said even though he stopped them in their tracks using magic, we don't know what that means. He literally said that. You're making it something it's not.
All right, nigga.
I'm lying. Let's listen to it.
That he put on. This is what it says. The story is that. That he displayed magic in front of them, and of course, what that means.
That means,
and completely stop them in their tracks.
What that means, completely stop them in their tracks. We have no clue what that magic that he's speaking on. We have no clue. He don't have the individual that's talking don't have a clue. And you're telling me, hold on, wait a minute. You out of order. You out of order. You out of order. You out of order.
You out of order.
No, you out of order, man. That man literally said, we don't even know what this means as far as displaying magic, but whatever he displayed stopped him in his tracks. Even though he did reference the X-Men, and he referenced all of that. He literally says, we don't even understand what the magic, we don't know what that means. He says that.
Cool. But he said completely stop them in their tracks.
And we don't know why. We have no clue. He doesn't have a clue, but you have a clue. You out of order.
The way he says it is more like
in your opinion.
Of course, technologies we have to some.
See, hold on. Listen to what he said. Let's replay it one more time. So I want you to listen to what he said.
I heard what he said.
Hold on. No. Hold on, Cash. when you just said that the man said that magic supposedly stopped them in their tracks, and then he comes back and says we don't know what it means. Then says with technology, hold on, I don't even want to say what he say. Let's listen to what he say.
Yeah,
listen,
and completely stop them in their tracks, just to show that he's not like them. Now, what that means, of course, technologies we have to some indigenous group in the jungle would be magic.
To the technology that we have today to indigenous groups may look like magic. This is what the man just said. He just said it, and you trying to argue me down about this shit.
Oh my God.
He didn't. Hold on.
You don't get what I'm saying.
Did he not just say that, Cash? Did he not just say that?
You don't get the difference from.
I'm not asking that. That's not what I'm asking. I'm not asking. Hold on. No.
Okay, hold on.
Hold on. Yes or no? Yes or no first. Yes or no first. Did he not just say that we don't know what it means? Even the technology we have to an indigenous group may look like magic to them. Did he not just say that?
May look like magic.
Did he not just say that?
And you're referring. You're referring.
No. I'm referring to what he said. All right, we'll play it again. Let's play it again.
You're referring to a cell phone.
No. Let's play it again. Let's play what he said. It's not about me. I'm talking about what he said. This ain't about me. I'm talking about what this brother said. Let's listen again.
Magic in front of them, and of course, what that means, right? It isn't me saying this. I'll just give you an example. The story of Viracocha is that Viracocha came out of nowhere. And that there were indigenous people living there, and they tried to.
Nobody comes out of nowhere.
Attack him, and that he put on. This is what it's. This isn't me saying this. The story is that.
It's not him saying it. This is the story.
That he displayed magic in front of them, and
that he displayed magic in front of them.
Of course, what that means, right?
And of course, what that means, right?
And completely stop them in their tracks.
Completely stop them in their tracks.
Just to show that he's not like them. Now, what that means, of course,
just to show that he's not like them.
Technologies we have to some.
What that means. Hold on, real quick. Listen to what he just said. Listen to what he say, Cash. Since I'm out of order.
Means right, and completely stop them in their tracks. Just to show that he's not like them. Now, what that means, of course, technologies we have to some indigenous group in the jungle would be magic too. But what I mean is that same thing is echoed in Egypt as well. Is it's described that Egypt originally had a primitive sort of group living there, and that when these original groups came there, they had to do a display of something incredible, and then those indigenous people would be part of them and work with them.
So they had to show a display, but once again, is this display? And the crazy thing is, Cash, we always talk about, did they have a higher knowledge, a higher technology? And now all I'm saying is maybe you're right. Maybe these people had special power. Maybe they did. But even this brother is saying right now, this could just be simply, and I ain't saying simply, but a higher form of technology. And so it looked like magic to the people who are writing these stories. This is what he's saying. I'm not saying it. He's saying it. Right? Would you agree or disagree?
Yeah, I heard him say that piece.
Thank you. You out of order.
I'm not out of order.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. So we covered what I think is pretty clear following the megaliths through Turkey, San Simeon, Göbekli Tepe, that whole area, and then you go and Greece is right there. And you go west of Turkey.
Hey, real quick, Cash, you know what's so funny? I love that we can have arguments and debates about, neither one of us really know, but we can have an argument and debate about. I love that. Respectfully, I love that. You know, that's why you're my brother. Let's keep cooking. We're gonna keep cooking.
In Greece is right there. We have more connections though. That's not it.
Of course it's not.
The connection with all of this between Lake Von and Era civilizations in Syria. And I admit I haven't spent a lot of time studying previously Syria because I didn't know what was there. And because I feel like it may be one of the most under talked about of any of these regions in the world is Syria.
Also in modern day for what's going on there.
Exactly. So in Syria, there's a site called Ain Dara. I want you to take a look at this.
All right, corner of the screen.
Now, do you remember when we were the telltale sign from the Ararat civilization of Lake Vaughan? They're building with basalt. Do you remember? Basalt is volcanic. It's very hard. It's a telltale sign. Ain Dara is built entirely out of basalt. Entirely. The entire thing. Now, what does it say down there in the next to the star?
Destroyed in Turkey in 28.
Destroyed by Turkey, Turkish government.
Erdogan destroyed this.
The Turkish government accidentally dropped a bomb on Ain Dara and destroyed the entire site before we could study it.
Accidentally.
It's gone.
It's
gone. It's all gone. They destroyed it before we could study it.
God damn you.
Let me see that for a second. So there's your lion. There's your lion from Sumer.
Yeah.
And from Turkey. It's right there. And there's your basalt. And they have an ancient king list that connects back too. Not only that, but it's supposedly the same bloodline that we were described in that list.
All right, time out for 1 minute.
Yes.
I gotta go to the bathroom. We'll be right back. All right, we're back. Pick up where you left off. Thank you.
So one of the aspects of this that we were talking about that was so sad is that this incredible site called Ain Dara in Syria, not only is it unlike anything else in that region, but before we were able to even study it, the Turkish government destroyed it in 2018 so, as an accident, they state. Now, what's so crazy about this place is that when they first discovered it, they found this multi-ton massive basalt lion buried, and that's the only reason they found it was because his head was sticking above the ground. It was like under these layers of soil, and they realized that the entire temple was built out of basalt. And as far as they know, there's very few places in the world that you can even see that, because basalt is so hard. It's such a hard material to work with, but it mimics the same use of basalt that we find at the Lake Vaughan Ararat civilization. With Kavis Tepe and Kef Kalesi, they only used basalt there. And it's interesting that we're finding the same lion depictions and the same depictions from that region all of a sudden that we are here, showing you evidence of the way they went. Basically, if you imagine that these sons and these sages, these creators of these civilizations, are creating something and then moving on. And that's exactly what we're seeing here, is that the same iterations that had led to the creation of the Lake Vaughan, Kavis Tepe, and Zernaki Tepe, and Kef Kalesi, those influences moved here. And they had the same architecture, same style, same everything. But now it's all the way southwest in Syria, right? But what are we getting close to? We're getting close to the Mediterranean. And that's what's really interesting about this, is that by using these sites, we're now able to link the path they took, which matches exactly with those bloodline charts, supposedly, of where these family members went. Okay. Now, so based on that, it means that we can take and associate the fact that this entire region was the same influences that moved westward, but we had some different influences as well. And I want to show that. The second place in Syria that pops up that connects all this is something that I've been studied for a good 6 or 8 months, because it's a fascinating place. And again, nobody talks about it. I don't know why. It's called Ebla. And in Ebla, Syria,
How do you spell that?
Ebla.
Okay.
And one of the reasons it's overlooked is that we see the classic examples in Ebla of very, very primitive work on top. Just like we see everywhere else in the world, but then sections of it are these ancient bases. And I have images of that here. I don't know if you're going to be able to really find that, but basically what we're seeing is two completely distinct types of architecture. And I don't know if you want to look, especially this one, look at the big blocks versus the small crude stuff on top. Can some of you can
corner of the screen for this as well?
Can you notice the difference between those two?
Yes, one is like rounded, like
big, large
stacked
blocks.
rocks. The other one is those blocks similar to this.
Similar to Zernaki Tepe as well.
Yeah.
So we see that, yes, the megalithic building is there. And if anything, it actually looks more like Zernaki Tepe than Kavis Tepe, which is weird. So what I'm trying to say is, Ebla, Syria isn't that far from Ain Dara. But the thing is that Zernaki Tepe, the way that they constructed those blocks, looks very similar to Ebla. Whereas Kavis Tepe and Kef Kalesi, again, the same region, look like Ain Dara, showing you that the influences from there diverged. they started going into different parts of the world, but they were in the same area to start, is what I'm saying. How that came about, I don't know. I don't know why one group would prefer to build slightly different than another, and then like why one would be only want to do basalt. Like, so there's questions we don't know. We don't know why they made the decisions they did, but what connects and syncs this whole thing is that the second largest library ever found in the ancient world, besides the Ashurbanipal library we talked about, was in Ebla. Now, in Ebla, they found what's called the Royal Library and King's List. And in that, they found ancient writings in their library that were Sumerian, Babylonian, Turkish from this area, Armenian area. They found Cyprus writings from the Mediterranean, and they found writings from Egypt.
They had
I think
writings
even
from
Greek
everywhere,
too.
everywhere.
Everything. Right there. Why? Well, you go into Ebla and you look it up, you find out that it was like this center of the old world where to get to the Mediterranean, you had to pass through Ebla. And then to get to the Black Sea and then the Lake Von, you had to go through Ebla because clearly everybody was traveling through the Mediterranean. Obviously, maritime travel was very significant.
Right.
So Ebla was like the crossing of all of this. And we have all the writings there in that journal. In the library. They're all there.
All right, real quick, Cash, I ain't gonna lie to you. It's 5 when I'm at. I gotta take my ass to sleep. I ain't gonna lie to you.
For sure.
But we're gonna do another episode and we're gonna finish this video. I think we got through a lot of it. I didn't think we were gonna get through as much as we did. Cash, man, give me your closing statement. I thought this was a hell of a show. And man, I think these brothers are cooking. This is information that need to be put out there. This is why we do shows like this. Hopefully,
I just got a quick question from earlier. If I was to tell you hypothetically that I believe in the Bible, but I'm not religious, I'm spiritual. I believe in God. What did you say? I'm confused.
I plead the fifth. That's my sister. Yeah, hey, that's my sister right now. You ain't gonna get me to. Hey, I ain't telling on my sister. I wouldn't tell on you, Cash.
I said hypothetically. I didn't say nothing about nobody.
The hypotheticals hit different. They hit different. You out of order, man. You out of order.
Oh man!
But shout out to my sister, man. Shout out to Foodie.
My closing statement, I ain't here to shit on nobody's religion or nobody's beliefs, or I'm just a truth seeker. You know what I mean? I'm looking for the truth about our history, the truth about things we've been lied to, truth about what people want us to believe are myths. That that's what I'm after. That's what I've been searching for the majority of my life. You know what I mean? More often than not, because I started this shit when I was like 14, 15, and I never let up. You know what I mean?
I think one of the reasons we relate because we have a very I don't give a damn what the truth whatever it is. I'm not really biased about it. I just want to know what it is. You feel me? I'll give you my opinion. I'll argue with you to some degree, but I don't know.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing. I'm not corrupted. I'm not gonna call it corrupted. I'm not shackled because I wasn't born into a damn where I gotta go to the church. I gotta believe this. I never had that. So I've just started this journey just looking for the truth. I never, with no preconceived notions of what I want to be true, what I think is the truth. No, I'm just looking for the truth, period. You know what I mean? So that's the difference between me and someone whose brain is already clouded and they're so biased that they can't see through any of the fog. So I just look at it.
I think that we always need, regardless if you want to call them clouded, I think we always need what I would like to call that true believer. You know what I'm saying? I think that we need that true believer because whether I agree with them or disagree with them,
why do you need them? I don't agree.
I'm gonna tell you why. It's because an individual like me who, I ain't got a dog in the damn fight. To be quite honest, I love to listen. Like even when the conversation was happening. I love it. You know what I'm saying? I think opposite opinions, and this goes into what the brother said. There always has to be a dimer. What's the word I'm looking for? I'm gonna fuck it up. Fuck it.
A good and evil.
Exactly. Not necessarily good and evil, but there has to be an opposite as far as the debate goes. And I have no problem with it. I love to hear the debate, and a lot of times I learn things from both sides. You understand? And so even in this situation, I ain't got no problem with it. I ain't got no problem with it. Anybody who disagree, I welcome that opinion. If you agree, I welcome that opinion. You understand? Because I'm willing to listen to all opinions. I done became very open-minded as I done became a father. I ain't gonna lie to you. So, and shit, that's 10. Well, about to be 10 years now. So, I like I said,
I mean,
I was a conspiracy theorist in college. So
you need skeptics to an extent. Like I'm a skeptic built in. I'm always looking to debunk, or I'm always looking to debunk something. But man, if all the evidence is pointing this way and there's no other evidence to point against it, like when someone needs to hear who these people mated with, like who the fuck else was around? Like some shit you could just draw a conclusion. You could just throw in the obvious sometimes, man. Come on.
You could nope. Get what I'm gonna tell you. You could throw in the obvious, but somebody may look at it differently. And
man, that's ridiculous. I'm okay with it. That takes you longer to get to where you're trying to get to.
My journey don't have respectful. I said respect. My journey, y'all can't nobody out here corrupt my journey. You feel me? That comes down to what I'm gonna do. So hearing the difference of opinions and those type of things, I don't think it corrupts the journey. I think it just gives you a different perspective. Whether you agree or disagree, it lets you know what you're dealing with, and I ain't got no problem with it. I invite them and I love them because at the end of the day, like the same way, and we're gonna because we'll get to that later. But the same way me and you will disagree, I think that the disagreement come from a pure place, and as long as it comes from a pure place and a place that you believe in, then I'm willing to hear the argument. I may disagree with you 100%.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I think as long as it comes from a pure place, I'm willing to hear the argument because it adds value to the conversation, regardless if I agree or not. Because hell, who am I?
Yeah, the last thing, that nigga, he didn't double back and help you out either. So,
well, he hasn't. No, he's going to. He's going to.
Right.
I told y'all. This is the fourth time I'm watching it. I guarantee he will. The show, we will have this show again. Matter of fact, I think I might finish this episode up on Friday. I don't know yet. If I get the opportunity, I might finish it up on Friday. But Cash, man, much love and respect. You know what it is, my brother.
Yeah,
I appreciate you rocking.
My grandma from the South too. We eat the whole chicken and the whole pig. Like, nigga, what?
And they told me I'm out of order for talking about the chicken back. I said, ain't nobody from the country there.
And it all tastes good too. Shit.
Hey, and it'd be a good meal for you.
Well, my grandma can cook some possum and you wouldn't even know it.
Yeah, that's it. Well, so I ain't gonna lie. Possum. So that I gotta ask this question.
I'm just saying that because I ain't never ate no possum, but I wouldn't know it if she cooked it because everything she cooked was good. I didn't ask her what the fuck it was. I just ate that shit.
So there are two things. So there's possum and coon, right? If raccoon, that bitch greasier than a motherfucker. At least the possum, it don't be nearly as greasy as the damn coon do. That's the only thing I can say. But I ain't ate none of that shit in a long time. I ain't ate it. I have ate it before. I ain't gonna lie to you. So, hey, man, Cash, I appreciate you.
Yeah.
We're gonna do it again. I'll hit you up and I'll let you know when we're gonna finish this episode up. Hey, I know you be taking notes. We at 145.22, man. We're gonna start at about 140 and run the rest of the show next time. So, much love and respect. I appreciate you pulling up on me. and showing love the way you always do. Shout out to everybody in the chat. I ain't gonna lie to you. I would shout everybody out. But I ain't got time for it. I'm finna go lay my black ass down.
Tired. Get some sleep, bro.
I'm tired than a motherfucker. Right now, I was yawning during the damn show. Anyway, hey, much love and respect, y'all. Hey, we will be live again tomorrow. We will be covering. Well, I'm gonna tell you, I don't know. I don't know if we're gonna be live tomorrow. I gotta see how I feel, but I'm pretty sure we'll be live tomorrow. We'll be covering everything boxing as always. We got a lot of things coming up. I will let y'all know we're gonna finish this episode. We gotta finish this because this was fantastic information and something that I really enjoyed. And man, just know, hey, on Tuesdays, man, hey, it's the political show, it's the conspiracy show, and we're gonna keep doing our thing, man. Much love and respect. Make sure y'all hit the like button. Appreciate everybody who came through, and just know when you're over here, you're rocking on the right side, man.
And so, my fellow Americans, ask not what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country.
And we shall overcome.
Impromptu celebrations erupted outside the White House.
The very word secrecy is repugnant in a free and open society. And we are as a people inherently and historic, opposed to secret society, to secret oaths, and to secret proceedings. For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covet means.